Hey guys, this is God Harry. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see what if Harry Potter was trained to be the ultimate magical assassin. Here is short summary. Raised in the shadows, trained to kill, Harry Potter didn't return to be a savior. He came back to end the war his way, one Death Eater at a time. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. A cool summer wind whipped through a darkened apartment in a London suburb, exploring the room and swirling around the apartment's owner. He sat cross-legged and perfectly still on the floor of this empty room, his body relaxed and eyes closed. The night breeze tousled the youth's long black hair, teasing the bare skin of his back and chest. The gust died as the young man remained still, the only movement the constant rise and fall of his chest. He sat in deep contemplation, in meditative trance to prepare himself for the difficult task ahead. Magic crackled excitedly around him, showing his emotions when his face did not. The light of the magic cast shadows which appeared to swirl with their own power and life. For this and more he was called him Shadow by those that feared him. The room brightened as power flashed more and more violently around him. The man picked up an intricate dagger from beside him on the floor. Eyes still closed, he pricked his finger, allowing a few drops of his blood to fall onto the blade. The room blazed as though it were lit with 100 torches, a tornado of light and power. The youth held the bloodied dagger between his palms, making sure blood connected each hand to the blade. The energy crackled and attacked the dagger, swirling violently around it again and again before being beat into the steel right at the point where his blood lay. The room was plunged into darkness. Emerald eyes suddenly opened, their light almost glowing in the blackness. He lowered the dagger as he stood, sheathing it in its place in his mid-calf high dragon skin boots. Kai, as he called himself, took a deep breath and proceeded to check the wards he had placed on his meditation room. Wards were his specialty. Something special in his magic allowed him to send it out across wards and manipulate them from a distance. His mentor Christian said he had never seen such a thing before. Kai closed his eyes again in a moment of grief. Christian had been Kai's only family, his birth family long dead. Christian as well, a mere 11 months ago. Christian had rescued Kai from the streets at 8. Kai's guardians had beat him on a whim, using him as an excuse for everything wrong in their lives until they threw him out like trash. Christian had saved him, earned his trust, then taught him everything that he knew. Christian was a wilder. He learned magic without any formal training. He used his magic without a wand or any other controlling device. He simply tapped directly into his own raw power. Some witches and wizards were meant for this style, floundering under the normal methods. Kai was one of them. As a Muggle-born wilder, Christian had few legal career choices. So when an offer came from the Guild of Assassins, Christian agreed. When Kai was old enough, Christian presented Kai with the option to be trained as an apprentice. Kai found himself well suited for the trade. He had trained hard for 8 years to become what he was today. He was a master and so was given the codename, Shadow. Christian had shown him many sides of the world, the good, the bad, but most of all, Christian had shown him the love of a brother. The teen walked from the meditation room into his kitchen, pouring himself a glass of water. He was in the zone, completely aware of every sound and movement around him. Tonight's mission was one in a series he'd completed over the last 6 months. From time to time the British Ministry of Magic would send an agent to meet with him. This ministry had a problem, a dark lord by the name of Voldemort. Apparently Kai had been the only assassin or hit wizard who had any success in tracking, capturing, or eliminating any targets on the wanted list. Tonight would be the conclusion of another hunt. His target tonight was a pureblood wizard by the name of Lucius Malfoy. He could remember the meeting with the ministry agent clearly, because it had left him uneasy. The meeting happened exactly as it usually did. It had been a new unspeakable, but he had met with a number of different unspeakables as a part of these missions. And yet, breathing deeply, he grabbed a simple black tank top off the floor by the door and pulled it over his head. He walked to his supply closet and selected a back harness that contained 2-foot-long knives, the harness making the head of each knife stick just out on either side. He would never use his dagger of power for a kill. Death released a wizard's magic, and death magic was not something he wanted tainting that precious tool. He clipped shrunken vials in his right pocket, blood replenishing, healing and energizing potions, and a poison that caused almost instant death. All were for him, in case of emergencies. The dark youth had seen firsthand what could happen to assassins that were apprehended on the job. Might as well get this over with, he whispered, his low voice smooth, slightly hissing quality. Stepping in front of the mirror by the apartment entrance, Kai slowly morphed his features. Metamorph magic was something that had come surprisingly naturally to him at an early age. His hair shortened to a near buzz cut, fading to a medium brown. His angular features softened to a more generic face, and his eyes became dark brown. Most importantly, he moved the sharp scar that sliced down the right side of his forehead to his right thigh. Nodding in satisfaction, he stepped outside the anti-apparition wards and was gone without a sound. The assassin reappeared 3 miles off from the unplottable Malfoy Manor. Kai had scouted a 5-mile radius around the manor for the past 2 weeks, studying the defenses and the behaviors of the guards and his target. Breaking into a jog, Kai ran toward his entry point. Less than a quarter hour later he stood at the boundary of the wards, a mile still from the manor. The wards formed a dome over the property, visible only to those trained to see them. In the center of that dome was the point where the ward lines tied together, forming the barrier. Sitting cross-legged on the forest floor, he quickly dropped into a meditative state and used his magic to feel along the wards to that crucial point. Strand by strand, he unraveled the rainbow of protections. Once unraveled, he held the loose ward threads and weaved them together in such a way that there was a hole 10 feet in diameter in the dome. Dropping back within himself, Kai transformed into his animagus form. A thestral stretched its long black wings and leapt into the air, soaring high above the warding before diving it through the hole. Landing softly on the ground, he shifted back into his human form, keeping low and moving at a quick walk towards his target. Invisible, he observed the house's guards in their normal positions. He scanned the outside of the house for magic suggesting wards that could be traps for him. Finding nothing unexpected, he silently crossed the open yard, crouched low and eyes open for the guards that were circling in other areas. He reached the side of the house and immediately started climbing the bricking on the building. Unwinding a set of proximity and motion wards, the assassin stepped silently onto the balcony to the master bedroom. Using his magic to scan the attached room, he sensed for the state of the room's 2 sleeping occupants. Kai quickly disabled an alarm ward and various other wardings that surrounded the door and room, knotting them in the same way to prevent alarms being raised at their falling. He slowly opened the balcony door, drawing the hilt of the dagger protruding from his right side. The assassin picked Malfoy out of the 2 forms lying sleeping on the king-size 4-poster bed. He had felt the man's magical signature for the past 2 weeks. Lucius Malfoy's long platinum hair splayed across the pillows, mingling with that of his wife's. Kai wished that the lady had been absent this evening, but no such luck. He crouched low beside the bed, the non-magical blade ready to deal the final blow, another way to prevent sounding alarms. Suddenly lights blared on in the room and a loud mechanical buzzer sounded. F.K. He hissed and dove around the bed toward the balcony, only to have warded doors slam shut in his face. He spun on a heel and turned to face the room, dagger in hand, body low in a wary defensive stance. He cursed inside his mind, trying to figure out what gave him away. "Don't move." The Malfoyer stood in the door. It was then that Kai realized he wasn't invisible anymore. "He's here, I see," a voice drawled from the bed as a fully clothed Lucius Malfoy got up, motioning for his frightened wife to leave the room. "Now, why don't you drop that blade, your wand, and put both hands behind your head, Kai didn't move, he just stared down his target, possible plans whirring in his head. "You can do this the easy way, my friend, or the hard way. Drop the blade or my son will kill you instantly." Kai smirked darkly. It didn't look nearly as menacing as it would have in his natural face, but it was dark enough that Lucius raised his wand aggressively in response. Deciding to play along, Kai dropped the silver dagger and kicked it towards the father and son. As Malfoy the Elder bent down to pick it up, his eyes momentarily left the assassin. Seeing this, Kai gave a quick snap of his wrist, sending a disarming magic blast at the two, removing their wands from reach. Lightning fast, he was on the younger Malfoy, sweeping his legs and in the same movement, roundhouse kicking him into the wall behind him, knocking the youth unconscious. Turning on his heel, Kai spun to face his target who stood regally before him, exuding all the power he held. "Impressive," Malfoy drawled, "but you're not good enough, boy." Lucius drew a long saber from a sheath on his hip. Kai couldn't hide his sharp intake of breath as he felt the death magic surrounding the sword, its aura making Kai's nose wrinkle in revulsion. Many a wizard had died by that sword and pieces of their power were forever trapped in the blade. Cursing inwardly, he called his dagger of power into his right hand while simultaneously drawing his second battle dagger with his left. King setup, he muttered, shaking his head. Magic steel met magic steel as the two fought. Malfoy was a talented swordsman. A line of blood dripped down from a long cut of the Lord's face, awarding Kai first blood. Kai danced out of the way as the saber sliced towards his midsection. A ripping sound told him that he needed to move faster next time. He barely blocked a strike aimed directly at his neck, his two daggers crossed to catch the blade. Forcing Lucius' blade to the side, Kai struck out with a black-booted foot, catching the bee, owned hard in the head and flinging him back. Crucio. A shouted spell came from behind him and Kai dove hard away from his current position, tucking and rolling back onto his feet facing the doorway where 10 new opponents had entered. Thanking the gods that he had managed to dodge the pain curse, he stood warily, daggers raised as he stared down the new Death Eaters. A man stood at the head of the group, his magical aura was a swirl of darkness that crackled around him, speaking of great power and great evil. This was not good. "We came as soon as the alarm alerted us, Lucius. Now let me take a look at him." The tall man's voice was dark and smooth, similar yet dissimilar to Kai's. He stepped forward, staring hard into the eyes of the assassin as Kai worked diligently on the wards separating him from freedom. Suddenly, Kai's magic felt like it was hit by a brick wall as layer after layer of warding was piled between him and escape. Tisk, tisk, young one, I saw what you did to the wards outside. I won't be letting you escape that easily. This must be Voldemort. He sent a dark smile at the man, accepting the challenge. Voldemort glared at Kai, his eyes flashing red. He seems to find this funny. Gentlemen, why don't you show him a good time? Okay, I'm going to do this the ugly way, the assassin thought as he brought his magic up into a visible sword and dove for the balcony, magic slicing cleanly through the wardings, sending their threads whipping about in Kai's senses. Dispelling the sword in mid-stride, he swan dived off the balcony, righting himself to land on his feet 2 stories below. He rolled to minimize impact and felt spells skim his back. He darted towards the forest, hoping that reaching its safety would allow him to change into his animagus form and escape. With how powerful the Malfoy wards had been designed, he could go out the hole he created or not at all. They were a solid barrier. Unless he pulled the whole thing down, which he might have to do. That would require him going into a trance, however, which would also require a quiet moment of safety. Unfortunately, his path was cut off by fire from all directions. He jumped and dodged spell after spell, one hand holding a shield and another firing back spells just as tough but more obscure than the typical unforgivables. The assassin was getting frustrated. He was surrounded on all sides by what he estimated to be 20 Death Eaters. Oh yes, this was definitely a setup. Kai knew he was in trouble when he felt Voldemort step into the circle. What say you now, assassin? Will you yield? The Dark Lord hissed, voice easily crossing the distance between the powerful magic wielders. Kai didn't answer, using the time to catch his breath and think of escape. You are too powerful to simply destroy, why not stand at my side? Still ignoring the man's question, the assassin grimly assessed his situation. Status. Desperate. He couldn't change. He'd be shot down. He couldn't apparate. There were wards. He couldn't pull down the wards. Again, he'd be shot down. Chances of fighting my way out, assessed as less than 5%. Well damn, I'm going out with a bang then. He shifted deeper into a fighting stance. There, Voldemort, you have your answer. Single quote. I see. Red eyes narrowed. With a small gesture of his hand, he stepped back and the Death Eaters moved in. Men. Crucio. No human could ever dodge 20 simultaneously cast Cruciatus curses coming from different directions. Kai, unfortunately, was human. He dodged as many as could, jumping away from the center and towards those he assessed as being weakest in power. He threw up a specially designed magic shield, knowing it was futile against so many. 7 curses hit his shield en masse, shattering it instantly. Pain flooded his senses. Like nothing he had ever experienced, it was maddening. He tried to remain standing but failed, falling helplessly to his knees, his muscles spasming violently. His vision blurred and he could only feel the Death Eaters surrounding him, more adding their power. He forced himself to accept the pain as he was taught to, focusing his mind. He drew up his magic and lashed out, slicing the connection between the casters and their spells. As soon as the spells ceased, however, he and his shield collapsed. That's when they fell on him, mercilessly kicking him in the ribs, sending him rolling across the ground, undoubtedly breaking bones. One bent down and wrested his dagger of power, which he had managed to hold onto, from his hand, examining it. Kai's awareness returned at the loss of his precious dagger and he struck out desperately, sending a stunning wave towards the Death Eaters standing in front of him, surprisingly dropping 3 and rolling to his knees. He breathed heavily, his pain-ridden mind forgetting about the others behind him until the handle of a sword was brought hard on the nape of his neck. And then, he knew nothing but the darkness. Enervate. Kai was jolted awake by the sharp energy of the spell, gasping for breath as pain burned in every inch of his abused body, his nerves still afire from the Cruciatus. He was lashed to a frigid stone wall, rough ropes tying his arms above his head and each of his thighs to the stone, making movement impossible. The flight instinct of his thestral form was pushing into his mind, the animal panicking. His chest heaved with the effort to take in enough oxygen, but a set of broken ribs jabbed with every breath, inciting the inner animal further. Calming the animal with occlumency, he tried to spread his senses out but was too weakened magically and physically to manage it. He was blind. Knowing that it was the only way to access his situation, the assassin opened his eyes. Taking in the look of himself, he was not pleased. He was BPD above the waist, his blackened chest stained with blood. The feel of the short hair on his head and the structure of his face told that he was still in morphed form. It was a shallow victory. He had never maintained such a complex transformation through unconsciousness before, especially under such magical exhaustion. Sadly, it mattered little as he would likely die here. Kai had felt the power of Voldemort and knew that he could only defeat him at his best. In this weakened state, Kai would be squashed. The youth mentally kicked himself. He should have called in Colin to watch his back as soon as that bad feeling started nagging at him. Stupid, stupid, stupid. He knew better. His still brown eyes landed on the ice-blue ones of Lucius Malfoy. The bee-owned lord sneered viciously, "Rise and shine, assassin. Welcome to hell." Kai looked at the man coolly, schooling his face to a cold mask, showing none of the pain and anxiety he felt. "Don't be so dramatic, Malfoy. No Riker-trained assassin will be intimidated by your antics, no matter how young," a hooded man chuckled from behind Lucius. Kai's eyes narrowed on the shadowed man. How did he know? Even the Ministry had not known that he was a Riker. The school that trained him, Riker Academy, was a place where only the most promising entered and the best in the world survived. Only 8 people graduated with him of the 25 that entered in his first year. The assassin spent 6 years training at the school, learning powerful magic widely believed lost or dark. Christian had not been Riker trained, but had helped Kai get accepted at the young age of 10. The stranger barked a laugh at the slight look of surprise in the assassin's eyes. "I felt your brands when I helped drag you in here. They're very elaborate on your left side, but the Raven brand is there." He paused. "We have other Rikers on our payroll on base, though theirs are not nearly as hidden as yours are." Kai felt a flicker of hope. No matter the job, fellow Rikers came first. And even with his face hidden, the additional brands named him as nearly flinched when the dungeon door was slammed open by an unseen force and Voldemort blew into the semi-darkness of the room. Another figure hung back in the doorway. The Dark Lord turned to the hooded figure, Rookwood, is this the man you met with? Kai's eyes narrow. The whole damn thing had been a setup from the King start. This had been the unspeakable he met with. No, my lord, the body shape is similar, but the two are very different. I also noted a very powerful glamour over the Riker markings on his body, but not his face. I was unable to remove it. The dark-haired, young-bodied Dark Lord mulled that over. What of his voice? Haven't had him speak yet, my lord, though if it helps the voice of the man I met did not fit the man. The assassin cursed himself. He was still learning how to morph his vocal cords as well. It was extremely dangerous. AMD took years to master. Voldemort smiled a wicked smile that caused his followers to shiver. I smell a metamorph. He stepped closer, his large dark aura pulsing so close it tickled Kai's senses. With a flick of a black wand, Voldemort spoke, Amorphous. Kai bit back a scream as the spell burned through his entire body, searching for features not of his natural form. Kai thanked Merlin he hadn't changed his body, as any change to his chest structure at this point would have killed him. He let his head fall to his chest as the burning centered on his face. The assassin felt his long black hair cascade over his face and neck and his features sharpen. He vaguely felt a powerful anti-glamour spell hit him before rippling away, ineffective. He had a parcel magic glamour on, so only the correct parcel counter would remove it. Parselmouths were so rare that this was highly effective. Unfortunately, the only other known Parseltongue stood before him, scanning the glamour with his magic. Is it possible? The Dark Lord hissed in a deep rumble. Revelos. The glamour was ripped from Kai's body. A gasp from the back snapped Kai out of his slight trance, but he could not summon the strength to lift his head. He did, though, try to jerk away when a hand reached under his chin to pull his head up. Quite a striking creature, Voldemort muttered. A bony finger traced the odd lightning bolt-shaped scar that had been moved back onto his forehead. What a fascinating scar, it simply reeks of dark magic. A curse scar perhaps. The dark youth tried hard to stay conscious as the Dark Lord dropped his head and studied the Riker brands and his tattoos, especially the parcel writing wrapping both his upper arms. As the edges of his vision faded away, the other man stepped in from the doorway. May I? He asked. The assassin's breath hitched. That voice, no. You're losing him, sir. Would you like me to dose him so he's fit for questioning? Voldemort nodded, motioning the man forward. The other Death Eaters quickly moved out of the way to allow the man access. The light revealed the man to be a young vampire. The vampire stood tall, yellow, cat-like eyes sparkling, deadly fangs visible. Long black hair fell down his back in an intricate braid. Kai hissed the moment his death-green eyes landed on the vampire, Leander. He hated how weak his voice sounded. Kai, the vampire purred, how lovely to see you again, he chuckled coldly. Leander Baracus was the one Riker Kai never wanted to see, one he knew could never be trusted. Voldemort's sharp laugh followed Leander's. I see that you known each other. Yes, sir, we were classmates for over half a decade. In a haze, Kai felt his jaw being pried open and a large amount of liquid being poured in. Kai immediately closed over his throat, like hell he was going to allow that. Before he could spit it out, a hand was slammed over his nose and mouth, cutting of his air supply. Swallow now or when you pass out and risk choking was the ultimatum. Leander's long fingers stroked Kai's bloodied throat, trying to force the involuntary movement, pushing Kai to put more and more focus on stopping it. Unfortunately, the youth was too close to unconsciousness before this began, and soon his body gave in and swallowed the mixture, his head falling limp in his rival's hands. Leander had always been unnaturally talented at potions, so Kai stayed as alert as possible to know what he had been drugged with. He felt his muscles relax and his body completely collapse into the restraints. More ropes snaked out of the wall, around his waist, and one slid loosely around his throat directly below his chin, pulling his head up. Kai gritted his teeth as what could only be Baracus's patented healing potion pulled the broken pieces of his ribs back into place and knit his still oozing wounds together. Then, he felt something attack his mind instead of his body. His eyes blazed open, his head thrashing weakly back and forth, the animal inside panicking at the attack. It felt like Veritaserum, only 100 times more powerful. And like the Imperius, except it was in his blood so he couldn't break the spell. What was happening? The vampire watched with satisfaction as his rival battled his newest creation, a creation inspired by the Shadow himself. Leander knew Kai had lost the battle when his head stopped moving and his emerald eyes glazed over as if he was dead. Riker, state your name and designation, he barked, testing the effects. Musha Kai Shadow Stalker, the prisoner replied smoothly, the hissing undertone the potion master was accustomed to replaced with an empty coldness. Leander turned to the Dark Lord who was eyeing him with impatience. He is now ready for your questioning, my lord. I have dosed him with my newest invention, Veritimperio, which I ironically created because of him. Kai Shadow always had a powerful resistance to both Veritaserum and the Imperius. I'm pleased to report that it has caught him and therefore is irresistible to any wizard. Voldemort raised an eyebrow. His mind is that powerful. His ability to resist truth serums was unsurpassed at Riker Academy. The tall power turned to Kai. How did you find Lucius Manor? A blood magic location spell combined with an easily acquired strand of his hair was all that was necessary. Blood magic. Voldemort's eyes narrowed. That was powerful magic. Kai has a mastery in blood magic, Leander interjected. His blood is highly magical. That is very interesting, the Dark Lord murmured to himself, his red eyes thoughtful, looking odd in his youthful face, very useful as well. Shadow, how is it your very blood is magical? I cannot say. Voldemort snarled, cannot or will not. Oathbound, what did you do to the wards? A faint smile graced Kai's thin lips, oathbound. But I can say they can no only be fixed or destroyed by me. Protection oaths, Leander muttered to himself, before his eyes landed on the brands on his side. His breath caught. Wild flames were branded around the Riker raven whose wings were spread wide as if about to take flight. Leader then let out such a string of profanity that even Voldemort quirked an eyebrow at him. Explain, the Dark Lord demanded. This man is a member of the Rikerian Council. The vampire's voice gave away his anxiety. Helping you subdue and question him when he was just my class's leader was bad enough, but if any Riker found out I did this to a council member, I would be hunted down by the entire society and killed, violently. No other Rikers can know he's here. Voldemort nodded agreement before turning back to his captive. Shadow Stalker. The Dark Lord spoke in Parseltongue. I suspect you are a Parselmouth. If you are, reply to my next questions in Parseltongue. First, are you a Parselmouth? Yes. The other Death Eaters started sharply at hearing the assassin hiss back to their master in the same language they thought only he could speak. Are you of Slytherin blood? Unlikely. However, I am an orphan of unknown parentage. Voldemort turned to Leander. The assassin is unable to use a simple heritage potion to find out his parentage. None worked for him. It's believed that he went through a magical event as a child that burned the bridge to his recent family. What can you tell me about yourself then? He snarled in frustration. Many things. Kai spoke in English, the small smirk playing on his lips again. My favorite color is green. I'm fond of rugby. I like to ride thestrals. Sadly, not much of what you want to know, I want to tell you. The vampire frowned. The assassin was fighting the serum and had purposely switched to English to flip off Leander. The potion master may have hated Kai, but the bastard was good at what he did. Have you considered joining my side? Voldemort hissed through gritted teeth, trying to think only of the assassin's power and how he would love to have control over another Parselmouth. No, I find this pureblood supremacy, non-mag-hating mantra pathetic and unfounded. He switched to Parseltongue, not to mention, hypocritical, Tom. Kai hissed a cold laugh, closing his eyes. When they opened, they once again flared with life and intensity. Crucio! Voldemort yelled in rage. As Kai twitched violently, but soundlessly, Leander noted the time, 8 minutes and 39 seconds to defist the serum. That bastard! The furious lord held the vicious pain curse for almost 10 minutes. Leander shook his head. When most would have gone mad, Kai simply gasped for breath, meeting Voldemort's eyes. That your best, Tom? He snarled. Unbreakable as diamond, immovable as the earth itself. The pale vampire didn't need to understand Parseltongue to know that Kai had spoken his mantra. Those words were such a part of him that they were tattooed in written parcel on his upper arms. The assassin eyed Leander. "You know you're going to die for this, Baracus," he said in the Rikers language. "The clock is ticking. You will die here, shadow, unknown and broken. If no other Rikers know you're here, no one will ever know." The vampire snapped back. "We'll see," the bound assassin replied. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Voldemort stepped upright in the assassin's face, both pairs of eyes flashing with powerful mind magics. "Lucius, I want him broken. He will stand at my side. Do what you need to." The Dark Lord smiled viciously, just nothing permanently debilitating. Cloak billowing behind him, Voldemort strode out of the room, beckoning Leander follow. "Lucius," eyes lit up with excitement, "Rookwood, get Avery, tell him to bring my tools." The look of pure sadistic pleasure in the Malfoy Lord's eyes told Kai everything he needed to know. A whip landed hard on his back, tearing through skin and muscle again and again. Blood ran down his back, pooling beneath him. Chained on all fours on the floor, Kai knew he was in trouble. The assassin knew it would take much more than this to break his mind, but his body was systematically being destroyed. "Come on, assassin, it's been 5 days. I could go forever, but how much more can you take, Avery laughed. "Sick bastard," Kai thought. "Unbreakable as diamond, immovable as the earth itself," Kai repeated to himself. Most Rikers at the school believed Kai's mantra was simply that, a mantra. What few knew was that it was part of a blood magic set that Kai had designed himself. The runes, which were invisible at all times, even when active, banded just below the Parseltongue on his biceps. They were activated by his mantra when spoken in Parseltongue, and they worked by calming and centering his mind. It was one of his secret techniques that made him famous in the school for interrogation resistance. Another lash ripped through his back, tearing into the bone of his left shoulder blade. Kai's mouth opened involuntarily in a silent scream. The assassin's limbs shook with the effort to hold himself up, his eyes glazed over in pain. The world was fading. "You're losing him," Leander said to Avery as he observed the body language of the prisoner. "Fine," spat Avery, "it's your turn anyway." He cleaned and coiled the leather three-tailed whip, glaring at Leander. The Death Eaters resented the power Leander wielded and his position with Voldemort, especially since he wasn't a branded Death Eater. Today, Leander didn't care. He was going to do something he'd wanted to do since Kai stepped foot in Riker. Kai's power was almost tangible, the power in his blood calling out to vampire population. However, as a blood magician even at that young of an age, Kai was practically untouchable. On top of it, his occlumency made him impossible to seduce. Not a single vampire in that school, that he knew of, had gotten even a single drop of his blood before. Not one. Walking over to his rival, he fed him a healing potion and casting a quick healing and bandaging spell on him. A quick Scourgify cleaned him of dirt and blood. Licking his lips, he easily bent down and lifted Kai to his feet, his left arm under Kai's and pressing Kai's back against his chest. Kai fought weakly, but he was too small compared to Leander and too weak from torture and no food. Leander was 6.5 feet of vampiric power while Kai was short and lean. Using his right hand, he pushed Kai's now matted hair off the side of his neck. "Baracus," Kai murmured softly, barely conscious, his eyes closed. Kai's eyes shot open, though, when Leander's right hand gently pushed his head to the side and he licked the side of Kai's long neck, searching for just the right spot. With delight, the vampire felt Kai's heartbeat race and his breathing sped up. He knew what was coming. The vampire purred in Kai's ear, savoring the disgusted shiver that ran down Kai's spine. "I've wanted to do this for so long," and with that said, he plunged his elongated fangs into the smooth skin of his rival's neck. With the first drink, Leander descended into ecstasy. Pure power flowed in the blood of the blood magic master, like nothing Leander had ever tasted. He lost himself, drinking slowly, savoring. Avery and Malfoy watched, both disgusted and fascinated, as the vampire drank from the prisoner. To their shock, the shadow was visibly panicking. The normally stoic assassin's eyes were wide in an almost animalistic panic, though they slowly drooped as he weakened. Small sounds of panic escaped his throat, more sound than they had managed in almost a week. As much as Kai was visibly panicking, it was much more on the inside. He knew how addicting his blood was and he feared Leander would not be able to stop until he killed Kai. Using all his strength, he lifted his right arm and gripped the back of the vampire's head. Leander, he hissed, but Leander wasn't stopping. With a burst of adrenaline, Kai gripped harder and tore Leander's head off his neck, gritting his teeth as he felt the razor-sharp fangs tear into his neck, snapping the vampire out of his trance. Still bleeding heavily from the neck wounds, Kai collapsed into his rival's arms, his vision tunneling before he passed out entirely. Leander, still high off the power surge, dropped him and managed only a few steps before falling to his hands and knees gasping. "Baracus, are you okay?" Avery questioned, stepping closer to the vampire. He gasped when Leander lifted his head. The vampire's cat-like pupils were completely dilated and glowed with power. "Holy shit," Leander gasped. "His blood has so much magic in it. Addicting. If Kai had not pulled me off, I would have drained him dry." The Death Eaters helped the still unsteady vampiric assassin to his feet. No one's been able to get a reaction out of him like that. Picking up Kai's limp form, he licked the open neck wounds, healing them. He threw his thin rival over his shoulder and started walking back towards Kai's cell. Leander loved the feeling of power he was getting from having so much control over the shadow. He's a blood mage, that means he carries a great deal of his magical power in his blood. It is more essential to his life than a normal wizard, therefore, it hurts him more to have it drained. He protects it viciously. All his instincts went wild the moment he knew what I intended. Good. We've had to have a guard holding a magic suppression ward on his cell to deal with his wandless abilities. This might be a solution to that issue. Leander set the unconscious assassin down on the floor of his cell. He enervated Kai long enough to force-feed him a double dose of blood replenisher, before allowing him to fall back into unconsciousness. The vampire licked his lips as he left the dungeon. "We'll do this again soon, Shadow, real soon." Unbreakable as diamond, immovable as the earth itself. If Kai felt something at the moment, it was anything but unbreakable. To the contrary, he was sure a high proportion of the bones in his body were broken. He had to admit, Lucius was talented. For a man who hated muggles, he excelled at muggle torture techniques. Kai was covered in hundreds of razor cuts, many still bleeding and most definitely infected. It had been a day since Leander had fed on him. Kai shivered thinking of it, and his body was still reeling. His blood magics, the ones that helped him heal, were down. Leander had literally beeped a huge amount of power of Kai's out with his blood. The assassin felt his temperature rising dangerously high and his mind clouding with pain. He knew if it got any worse he would likely begin to hallucinate. He dropped into a restless sleep. When he woke sometime later, a cold hand was pressed on his forehead gently. "Fever, bad, bastard Lucius," he heard muttered above him in an unfamiliar deep rumble. "Good, you're awake, drink this." A vial was pressed to his lips. Unable to fight it, and sensing no ill intention from the man, he drank it and several other potions before falling heavily into unconsciousness once more. "He doesn't have much time," Potion Master Severus Snape muttered. He had been in a dark mood since he had been assigned, by Voldemort, to keep their newest celebrity prisoner alive. Albus Dumbledore leaned back in his chair, hands steepled. "Have you learned any more about him? What are the others saying?" "He's powerful, very powerful. Apparently he's been responsible for the Inner Circle killings that Shacklebolt has been telling us about, the one who took down the Lestrange brothers." The headmaster leaned forward, interest piqued. He had been hearing little bits about the prisoner for over a week from Severus and had been considering running an operation to pull him out. Really now, if he's so powerful, how did he get caught? The dark-haired man shifted in his seat. They had Rookwood kill the unspeakable that was his contact from the Ministry, then champion to be his replacement. They then hired him to assassinate Malfoy within a certain time and went so far as rigging Malfoy's house up with Muggle intruder systems, something the assassin would never have expected. Malfoy slept clothed and armed for 2 weeks with a set of armed guards on the property at all times. He could be a great asset to the Order, Dumbledore seemingly wondered out loud, really testing for Severus' reaction. "He's a dark wizard and an assassin, Albus, not exactly your normal member." "Neither are you, my boy, neither are you." Severus narrowed his dark eyes. And your point is? If we were to pull him out, what would the chances be of him joining us? Unknown. He's a Riker. He has all the resources he needs to take his own revenge if he decides to go solo. Albus, eyes widened just a split second. Now that was a surprise, a Rikerian assassin. Indeed, he must be powerful. He would feel in our debt though, would he not? The headmaster continued. Most likely, the spy said resignedly. Does that mean I have permission to pull him out? A thoughtful nod gave Snape his answer. Severus had seen many bad things after he became a Death Eater, but watching them tear about someone that reminded him so much of his first friend tore him to the core. He would be a formidable ally, the potion master interjected. The assassin hates the Dark Lord and he has no fear of the Dark Lord's power. Are you willing to take the risk, Severus? Snape barked a bitter laugh. We both know the Dark Lord suspects me, Albus. As it is, I'm losing my usefulness now that he has Baraka's. Every time I get called could be my last. The old wizard sighed, guilt flashing through him. Stroking his long white beard, he spoke. All right, Severus, speak to the assassin about it. He knows his own limits. The potion master nodded sharply before turning on his heel and leaving. Kai had noticed the tall, grumbling medic that had kept him alive for the last 2 weeks. He knew some of the potions he had been given were by order, but some, like the mild pain reliever and the fever reducer that kept his mind clear, were not. He heard, while the man thought he was unconscious, the stranger's mutterings. Strategies ran through Kai's throbbing head over and over. That's how Kai decided that he would speak to the medic next time he came. Which should be soon, the weary assassin thought to himself. Snape always came at night after one of his sessions with Lucius. The bastard brought his little heir with him this morning. Lucius tried extra hard to get him to scream, trying to show off. What Lucius missed was how horrified his son looked, if you need WJAT to watch for. His internal clock told him it was nearing midnight. Leander should have done his round long ago, well before the medic arrived. It took every ounce of willpower Kai had to stay awake and coherent through the pain. The shadowed darkness of his cell caused his skin to lightly tingle when his magic was at its most recovered, like tonight, as it had been over 2 days since Leander had fed on him. The tingling told him he was nearing the threshold of shadow stalking, a mage power he had that previously worked only sporadically. Shadow stalking, the reason he got his name, allowed an individual to disappear into a shadow at one location and appear in one elsewhere. The sensation told him that they had passed July 31st. Kai's coming of age solidified his grasp on his mage powers. Unfortunately, they kept him too magically depleted to do anything but ensure his continued existence. The tingling was near maddening as he knew it was just out of reach. He closed his eyes, meditating to keep centered, listening for the near-silent footfalls that signaled the medic's arrival. Soon after, his heart jumped with nervous energy as he heard them approach. Green eyes snapped open as he heard the sounds of a scuffle and a body slam into the frigid stone walls. Move, Snape, I'm late. The assassin's stomach dropped as he heard the sharp baritone that only came from Leander. Damn, he thought, there must be a way I can be able to speak to the medic. But Leander normally drains me to unconsciousness. F.K. my pride. Snape stood outside the cold dark cell, raging on the inside at his inability to do anything for the assassin. The eyes that were cool, collected and powerful in front of the Dark Lord and his Death Eaters filled with hatred at the sight of Leander. His face fell into a look of resignation from his position leaning against the back wall, watching the vampire approach. Snape, the Dark Lord's second snapped, come in here. I need you to pull me off when he passes out, that's the indicator that I've taken enough. The Dark Potion Master entered the cell, sneering mask in place, standing just on the other side of the bars. With a wave of his hand, Baraka's cast a cleaning spell on the prisoner, removing layers of dirt and blood from his bruised body. The now sneering vampire bent over and hauled the much smaller assassin to his feet, bloodlust shining in his eyes. Snape watched with what could be called morbid fascination as the vampire pushed the prisoner against the wall harshly, flipping the long black hair out of the way. Kai, Leander purred, just loud enough for the potion master to hear, I will never tire of this, and sunk his extended fangs in his neck. The prisoner, known now to Severus as Kai, gasped in pain, the strangled quality of the sound showing Kai's struggle to breath. The potion professor carefully watched the man's eyes, seeing them flash with an animalistic panic and fury. The almost familiar emerald eye's power weakened quickly, clouding over in intense pain. A vampire could make the experience pleasant for his victim, but Snape quite doubted he would do so for Kai. One look at the assassin told Snape that Kai would hate that even more, making it even more like a beep than it already was. A strangled gasp came from the prisoner as Leander shifted, pulled Kai closer to him possessively, sinking his teeth in further. Only moments more passed before, chest heaving, Kai's eyes rolled up and he collapsed, unconscious in Baraka's arms. Knowing this was his cue, Severus walked forward and snapped the vampire from his trance. The Dark Lord's right hand snarled, still bloody fangs gleaming, eyes glowing with power, and released his victim. Kai fell to the floor, back against the wall, head slumped to his chest. Two vicious holes ripped into his neck. With a look of disgust to Snape, Leander swept from the room. Turning back to the prisoners, he met a pair of emerald eyes set in a face showing a weak smirk. Snape smirked back. Impressive, he drawled. Then prisoner rasped a laugh. Leander is so high on my blood magic right now he wouldn't see a deception if it. He paused, a hacking cough ripping through his chest, speckling his thin lips with blood, before continuing, bit him on the ass. Quickly, the potions professor kneeled to Kai's right, pulling numerous potions from the inside of his robes and, recognizing the prisoner was too drained, helped him take the potions. When he was finished, Severus sat back on his heels. Kai closed his eyes, savoring the pain-free moments. What can I do for you? Snape quickly threw up a silencing ward. He then did something Kai never expected, spoke in the Rykerian language. I am an agent of the Order of the Phoenix. I've been given authorization to get you out. The assassin stared this gift horse in the mouth. With Snape touching him, Kai could reach out his senses and feel the honesty in the man's aura. Why would the Order spare resources to free me? Kai looked at him suspiciously. They must know I'm a dark wizard. Snape nodded, understanding his reservations. Leadership felt you'd be a powerful ally. The prisoner finally got a good look at the medic. He was tall, much taller than Kai, and broad at the shoulder, like Leander. Black hair fell almost to his shoulders, lank and greasy. He had dark, near black eyes and a nose that looked like it had been broken in a brawl. The lines of his face suggested he was a hard man from a hard life. The head of the Order told me to speak with you before creating any plans, as you know more about what you're capable of than anyone. Kai nodded. These potions, they are not Leander's. Did you brew these? Yes, I am the other potion master on base. Good. I can transport us off base. He paused, weakly holding up his left hand to quiet Snape. Yes, through the wards. Now a number of important things have to happen for me to get out of this place alive. 1. The transport requires for me to be alert both physically and magically. I'll need anything you can make that will allow that to happen for as long as possible. I will transport us to a location familiar to myself. Have a portkey ready to take us from that location to your secure location, which I assume is Hogwarts. He paused for confirmation. As we both know, I'm in desperate need of medical attention. Anything else? The plan was so simple, nothing difficult to manage. This may be difficult. On the night I was captured, 3 blades were taken from me. One of these is pitch black metal with an emerald hilt carved into a striking snake. Kai stared at the dark medic, hoping desperately that he knew the location of his dagger of power. I know this blade. Lucius stole it but found himself unable to touch it. It's in my lab at Hogwarts right now for testing. Snape raised a perfect eyebrow, curious as to how a blade could hold this powerful warrior's life. The assassin visibly relaxed. His dagger was safe from the taint of death magic inherent in this damn building. Then I will be able to take more risks magically. That dagger will let me recover from otherwise deadly magical exhaustion. Kai's eyes narrowed. I wouldn't normally get involved with fighting factions such as yours, but I find myself feeling a bit spiteful these past weeks. The feral grin on the assassin's face made Severus smirk in anticipation of impending mayhem. You know of the state of Lucius' wards? Snape nodded. They are quite literally hanging by a thread. So, Let's imagine that someone told the order the exact coordinates of the Malfoy Manor. Kai gave the professor a look that said exactly who that would be, and they were 100 meters outside of the wards as the whole set fell. Snape smirked at the possibilities. Oh, one last important thing. If I am not conscious when we arrive at your location, please advise the medic to not use any healing potions or spells on me. When I regain consciousness, I'll advise them if my magic levels are high enough. If they do otherwise, the additional magical strain could kill me. Kai looked deep into Snape's eyes, his green eyes hard, trying to convey exactly how serious this was. When I'm conscious, I'll be able to use the danger to restore my magical energy to safe levels. It will be as you say. Snape nodded in understanding. I will prepare then. You know what you must do. With that said, Kai stopped fighting the pain and exhaustion and slipped into unconsciousness. He didn't see the frown on Severus Snape's angular face as he stood, something so familiar, the eyes and that smirk. Setting it aside to think about later, Snape immediately headed to Hogwarts to tell Albus of his success. Snape came 2 days later, looking nervous. He looked even more nervous when he saw Kai. Kai knew he looked bad. Lucius had gone another round on him yesterday with his blades. There wasn't 1 inch of him not in part covered with his own blood. The only upside, Kai thought, was that they believed he would be magically drained from the blood loss, so Leander need not drink from him that night. This wasn't true, as it was a special vampiric magic that drained the magic in his blood. His body was at its absolute worst, but his magic just might be good enough to get him through this without going into shock. When Snape knelt beside him, the assassin could not summon the physical strength to lift his head off the frigid stone floor. The potion master gently touched his shoulder, catching his attention. The Order of the Phoenix is a half-kilometer off the wards. I have the potions you require, he spoke quietly. Kai lifted his left hand, silently requesting assistance. Snape gently lifted the assassin into a sitting position, holding the swaying man up with a hand on his shoulder. He then helped him take the necessary potions. Gods, I feel like hell, Kai rasped before coughing hard. Let's get this over with. The assassin reached out and grasped the spy's left arm, pulling up his sleeve and pressing his hand over the dark mark, feeling Tom's magical signature. This is all going to happen very quickly. Just clear your mind and focus on linking your magic to me. These wards are going to come down hard. Snape nodded, but Kai had already closed his eyes and cast himself out to the outer wards. Taking a deep breath, he pulled the trigger thread. The very foundations of the manor shook when they fell, raining dust and dirt on the dungeon's occupants. Letting his magic weave off of him, he raised the anti-apparition and anti-portkey wards, preventing the magical escape of any Death Eaters in the manor and the Dark Lord himself. Pulling back into himself, he linked himself to Snape's aura, wrapping it in his own mage power. His magic sought the shadows, they became one and quickly shifted the pair into the shadows of the nearest Riker safehouse. Only a slight jerk and a sudden feel of smooth hard wood beneath him told Kai they had safely escaped, before the energizers wore out and he collapsed forward. Always quick, Snape caught the youth. Snape quickly held a pendant around his neck and, gripping the assassin tight, whispered, "Freedom." The hospital wing floor came hard for them both, and Severus was glad that the assassin was already out. "Sweet Merlin, Severus," the sharp voice of Poppy Pomfrey startled him. The medic swooped down on him, levitating the prisoner from his arms to a bed. A quick medical cleaning spell removed the blood and Poppy gasped. "No healing potions. Is he mad?" she shrieked, distressed. "Yes," he said, "his magic levels may be too low to support it. Nothing until he wakes." Poppy fussed before binding all his broken bones. His right hand and wrist bones would need to be removed and replaced when possible. She bandaged all the open wounds, using Muggle methods. When she was satisfied he was stable, she turned to Snape. "Severus, why don't you rest? You look like you haven't slept for days." She cleaned the blood off his arms and robes and gently led him to a bed, slipping him a dreamless sleep potion, saying it was a calming draught. It was a sign of how tired he was that he either didn't notice or didn't care. Quickly, he was sleeping quietly on the bed next to her newest patient. Poppy noticed as she stepped up to him that he bore a resemblance to someone she once knew, but she couldn't place it. Curious, she ran a scan of his magical core. She was shocked. Low core. My bottom, she thought. His core magical energy was above average for a wizard, not low at all. She decided then that the young man must have been wrong and dosed him with numerous healing potions before putting him into pajamas and magicking his still shivering form under the covers. She bound him lightly to the bed, preventing him from shifting in his sleep and jarring his healing injuries. With a final look, she cast a ward to alert her when he awoke and left for her office. Kai jolted awake 6 hours later, magical alarms blaring in his mind. The Thestral was frantic, his magic levels a finger width above critical. Upon finding himself bound, the Thestral went mad, its instincts ramming through the mental shields he had around them, flooding his mind. His breathing was rapid, causing his chest to heave against his healing ribs. He withdrew into himself, using occlumency to try and calm the beast, but it was useless. Until he had evidence that they would be safe, the beast would keep fighting, never quite trusting Kai. This only happened when he was this weak magically. He considered it the only weakness for using a soul animagus. His blazing green eyes shot open, taking in his surroundings quickly. White curtains, ceiling, sheets, the sterile smell. He was in a hospital. Just then, a small woman opened the curtains. "Good morning, young man," she then released the bindings. Before she could say anything else, Kai darted out of the curtains with a cat-like quickness that belied his injuries, looking for escape. Unfortunately, he immediately came face to face with a rather tall, powerful old wizard who Kai knew to be Albus Dumbledore. He jumped back, bouncing lightly on the balls of his feet, his stance screaming, "Fight or flight." He waited for the old wizard to make the first move. Shadow. The violet-robed man stuck out his hand slowly, though Kai still shifted away, his long black hair falling partially over his eyes. "I'm Albus Dumbledore, Severus Snape's employer." Kai took a few deep breaths. "I'm at Hogwarts," he thought. Just like Snape said. "Calm down, Dumbledore is a light lord." Settling back a bit on his heels, he clasped the other man's hand, holding back a gasp as he was painfully reminded that his right hand was shattered. He kept it in though and observed the relief in the other man's eyes. "I am Kai Boudreaux," the assassin replied. "I apologize for my near attack. It's been a long few weeks, as you may imagine." What was left unsaid and was thoroughly understood by the headmaster was that Kai's instincts were more powerful than the average person's and were backed with years of training. Kai leapt away as a hand touched his shoulder, whirling to glare straight at the medic. "Madam, I'm going to have to ask you not to touch me without my expressly given permission. My instincts will attack without thought." He paused, murmuring, "especially with my magic levels so low." "Now where is Severus Snape?" "Young man," she snapped back, "there is nothing wrong with your magic levels. I tested them myself. You are above average for a wizard at this moment. Most wizards cannot deliberately sense their power level, and as such I disregarded your recommendations and gave you the potions necessary to save your life." "You did what?" Kai hissed. "You could have killed me. A normal wizard," she says. "Did you ever consider the option that I'm not a wizard?" The raven-haired assassin let out a loud gasp as pain lanced through his body and he was racked by full-body tremors. Shadow. Dumbledore was in front of him, concerned. "What is wrong? By disregarding my orders, your medic has brought my magic levels to critical, upsetting my body's homeostasis, which in turn is causing my body systems to begin to shut down," Kai rasped out, arms holding his sides, praying it was not too late. "Sorcery," he heard the old man gasp. He was close, but not correct. "Where the hell is Snape?" Kai asked again. "I am here," that familiar baritone came from behind him. The assassin sighed in relief, raising a shaking left hand to accept his blade of power. "Move away," Kai ordered sharply before activating his natural mage allure, drawing the building's ample free magic to him. The others gaped in shock as power crackled around the youth, playing over his skin. The air in the whole room thickened with power. They watched as Kai carved out 2 runes that had appeared glowing on each palm, cutting deep. He then placed the pitch-black blade between his palms, blood coating the blade. All 3 jumped as the magic became a windless tornado, swirling around the assassin, crackling before diving sharply through the blade into Kai. The youth alit with power. When the tornado ceased, Kai literally pulsed with power, each pulse sent a wave from his center out to his head and feet, lighting up hundreds of runes of various sizes all over his body. The runes glowed a beautiful amber. When the power entered Kai, it took all his control not to mow. And with ecstasy, as the pain drained away and his body responded to the return of his true life's blood. Suddenly, his awareness of the room dropped away to nothingness. Greetings, young war mage. It has been too many years since one of your kind has walked my halls. Hogwarts? Kai asked, confused. I, mage, responded the soft feminine voice, I have yielded you a portion of my free magics. I hope it aids your recovery. Please, remain in my walls for as long as you desire. Thank you, it has helped greatly. He had spoken to magically conscious buildings before. They resulted from massive amounts of magic being absorbed into the very foundations. He had never spoken to one quite so old or powerful though. It is nothing. You are much too important to this war to die. It will eventually come to my walls without you, and Riddle would destroy me. How? What? You are the prophesied child. The child of the storm. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches, born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies, and the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not, and either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. So it has been prophesied. You know who I am? He asked. Kai considered one of his only weaknesses to be his desire to know of his family. He knew they were dead, one of the only things that his relatives had told him that he knew to be true. He knew nothing of them, only that he was part of a very powerful pureblood magic line reaching back thousands of years, which told him nothing of what kind of people his parents were like. His mind, against his volition, flashed back. If there's something wrong with the bitch, then there'll be something wrong with the pups. Sometimes it's best to just drown them. Kai shivered. They had tried that. Oh, young mage, you have suffered too much. Your birth name is Harry James Potter, son of James and Lily. The mark of the storm you bear on your forehead is the mark of the killing curse. It was not possible. He wasn't the boy who lived. He cringed mentally at the name, some society's boy hero. Oh gods, that was unthinkable. No one else knows, right? No, just you and I. Only those who saw you that fateful night know of the scar. Dumbledore, Minerva McGonagall, Sirius Black and Rubeus Hagrid, only those. Good, good, last thing I want is to have to deal with that fawning, undeserved attention. The voice chuckled softly, that is why you hide your heritage. Yes, it was unnerving how much the castle knew about him, but that will come in handy soon. It will. I'll leave you now. Heal well, young mage. Kai snapped back into his mind, his eyes shooting open. Holding his knife by the handle, all blood gone, he slowly stood, testing his body. He held back a flinch at how weak and tired his body felt. Noticing the pulsing magic, he slammed his shields down and controlled the power, restraining it into his body, feeling it rush through his veins. The sheer power from the ritual had activated his blood magics, the glowing runes, which was very dangerous. Some of those rune sets were for healing, speed, endurance, but others were less benevolent. Blood magic. The medic shrieked. Dark magic in my infirmary. Kai stretched his now healing body, still weak from his stillness and malnutrition. Madam, please calm yourself. That was not blood magic, it was a mage rejuvenation. None of the magics cast were dark in that they were used to heal, not cause harm. It would be a paradox to call such healing magic dark. He looked at the witch coldly. All in the room noted how his voice now vibrated with power and confidence. Mage? Dumbledore questioned as Kai checked himself over. I am a mage, not a wizard. If the medic wants, she can look at what my power levels really are. He was not pleased with the older woman. Kai waved his right hand, removing all the bandages and salves from his body. The superpowering of his healing blood magics by Hogwarts had taken care of the physical trauma, made easier by the healer's bandaging and setting his bones. He felt very weary though. His body had a lot of recovering to do before he would be as he was before capture. Weeks with little food and physical torture had done their damage. As he observed his new, rather impressive set of scars, Dumbledore spoke again. Impressive wandless magic, his eyes twinkled merrily. Why, there hasn't been a war mage. I'm assuming you're a war mage, since Gryffindor himself. You are correct, the assassin replied with reservation. He'd never met someone that knew about war mages. Shall we continue these discussions in my office? That way we can talk in both a more comfortable and private location. Dumbledore asked hesitantly. Kai knew now that the cards would soon be laid on the table, that is, the price of his rescue. Kai would honor any debt he felt he owed to the Order. He was an honorable man. The assassin nodded and gestured for the older wizard to lead the way. Kai made it to the infirmary doors before turning to look at Snape, who had not been following. He raised an eyebrow. Are you coming, Mr. Snape? The potion master smirked. Of course. He looked at the assassin in consideration, as if taking in his motives. And it's Severus. Long strands of hair partially obscured his face as he followed the headmaster. While unobserved, he first quickly reapplied his parcel glamour, hiding the scar on his forehead and his brands. He quickly transfigured the hospital pajamas into a comfortable pair of black sweatpants and a hooded sweater. Comfortable against his raw skin, but more presentable. Kai considered his options as the trio stalked silently towards the headmaster's office. He had to think on how involved he wanted to be, the information from Hogwarts still whizzing in his head. He knew that he needed to limit the power that Dumbledore had over him. Additionally, if Dumbledore found out his heritage, both long past and more recent, that would be disastrous. Fizzing Whizbees, the first word spoken since the infirmary dragged the emerald-eyed assassin out his thoughts. A stone gargoyle moved aside at this trigger word, and the three powerful men climbed the stairs until they stepped into a large and impressive office. Kai's first impression was that it looked like something out of a children's movie. Brightly colored, the room was filled with whirling, blinking magical artifacts, some of which Kai recognized as dark detectors, motion detectors, and one dark blue pensieve. What caught Kai's eye and held it was the beautiful red and gold phoenix preening itself atop a splendid perch next to the headmaster's desk. Upon spotting the assassin, the phoenix gave a trill and launched itself into the air, alighting gently atop Kai's narrow shoulders. Kai smiled slightly and stroked the beautiful creature's feathers lightly. Phoenixes, of light and life, were magically linked to thestrals, creatures of darkness and death. They were the yin and yang of the cycle of life. As the thestral was now a part of his soul, so was his connection to the phoenixes. He chuckled silently to himself when he realized how the others would interpret this connection. With his last preen against Kai's head, Fawkes swept off his shoulder and once again took to his perch. Kai focused back on Dumbledore, who had settled behind his desk with a calculating glint in his eyes. Fawkes rarely takes to strangers like that. It speaks highly of your character, Mr. Boudreaux. The man smiled at him and gestured for him to seat himself. Turning to look at the chair, Kai casually cast numerous cushioning charms on the seat, conscious of the extreme soreness of his abused muscles and skin. Impressive wandless magic, Mr. Boudreaux. About how much magic do you do wandlessly? The question shocked Kai slightly. He'd thought the headmaster knew something about mages. No mage, war techno-elemental or any other could use a wand. A wand drew from a wizard's magical core. Mages didn't have magical cores, the magic was spread throughout their bodies in its entirety. This is why Kai was a powerful blood magician. He could focus his magic into his blood while still allowing it to be all over his body. Wands reacted violently to mages, it was normally how they were discovered. All of it, headmaster, mage magic is incompatible with wand magic, that was not something he could hide. Seeing as he didn't have a wand, and what he could fake channel through one was limited. In fact, the last time I tried to use a wand, it exploded. Very interesting, one look told the assassin that indeed the headmaster had known. The twinkling in his eyes said that the question was a test of Kai's honesty, and that Kai had passed. Now, as interesting as this discussion is, I, for one, would like to know the results of my efforts last night. The twinkle left at Kai's words. I'm sorry, Mr. Boudreaux, but I cannot. Professor Dumbledore, please. Kai gave the man an unamused look. We were partners in that operation. Two groups cannot be allies without respect. The assassin's face remained impassive. Mr. Boudreaux, I apologize, I am an old man with older habits. I wish us to be both friends and allies, Dumbledore smiled, eyes twinkling again. Last night's raid yielded the capture of 5 mid-level Death Eaters, the release of 6 other prisoners and the recovery of over 400 dark artifacts and books. Lucius Malfoy is now a wanted criminal, removing his influence from the Minister. Overall, a very successful operation. Kai nodded, running a hand through his lomig hair, brushing it off his face. Not bad. Speaking of Malfoy, I've not really been involved in this new European war, nor am I old enough to have been a part of the last rise of Voldemort. If it is possible, I would like your current list of known and suspected Death Eaters. I've already paid for my lack of knowledge of Tom's hidden Ministry allies. You're not going to off them? Kai cut in, chuckling darkly. Of course not. I do not dirty my hands with just anybody's blood. He sobered. The inner circle, admittedly, may all need to go. We may have to agree to disagree on that, Mr. Boudreaux. I believe that we have no right to be anyone's judge, jury, and executioner. Dumbledore frowned at him. If the Ministry would convict and securely hold these men and women, then I wouldn't feel the urge to put them down. As it stands, half go free and the other half could be broken out of Azkaban by Tom at any time, Kai argued back. Perhaps if you pushed for better operations on that front in the Ministry, it would not be needed. Speaking of protection, how safe is Severus here? The assassin looked concerned, looking over at the man. Do you know if they figured out you were behind my escape? They know, he replied, glancing down at his arm. Can he sense you with that? Not my location, but he can make me uncomfortable. Dumbledore looked surprised. Severus, you never told me that. Dark eyes snapped over to the old man. You never asked, Professor. And I didn't want it to affect our decision. Kai felt a surge of warmth towards the man. He knew that with his betrayal Voldemort could torture him whenever he wanted to, but he still pushed to save Kai. If you would trust me, I can perform a ritual to remove that once I've rested. But if the pain is great, I could prepare for it now. The assassin felt exhaustion to his bones, but he owed this man a greater debt than he had known. No, it comes and goes at his whim. The distance and wards here help to dampen it. If you could remove this, I would be forever in your debt. Severus looked like he couldn't comprehend the possibility of being free. I owe you a life debt, Severus, and I take that very seriously. He looked at Dumbledore. Will he be safe here? I can arrange a new identity and safe house for him overseas. The wards here will keep him safe. Kai frowned in doubt, but didn't have the energy to fight the headmaster on this matter tonight. It didn't mean he'd leave it alone, however. The potion master smiled inside at the young man. Only Lily had ever shown such concern for him. Kai actually reminded him a lot of Lily, oddly. Not much physically, but in his soul. Looking at Kai, he noticed the subtle signs of exhaustion. Headmaster, perhaps we can pause this discussion until after dinner. I know that some of us could use some rest from last night's activities. Kai resisted rubbing his face with his hands. I agree, it has been weeks since I've had any real sleep and would appreciate it if somewhere could be provided for me so that I may rest for a few hours. I think that's very smart. Dumbledore cast a quick Tempest charm. Why don't you use the spare bedroom in Severus' quarters? I'm sure he wouldn't mind. He got the teacher's affirmative nod, and the pair of you can join myself and the rest of the staff in the dining room off the Great Hall for dinner at 7. Kai agreed, knowing that using his magic to shadow walk himself back to his apartment in the condition he was in was risky at best and potentially deadly at worst. The assassin soon found himself sweeping along at a steady pace beside the Stony Potions master towards the dungeons. You are a professor here. The tall man nodded brusquely. Potions. Obviously. The youth chuckled, then bit his tongue to quell the sudden coughing fit that was boiling up in his chest. Gods, he felt like hell. Severus said nothing else, knowing that there were few in this world that were interested in potions beyond their results, but lo and behold, Kai continued. I knew I recognized your name from somewhere. I read your mastery thesis on the Wolfsbane potion. Impressive work. Have you continued your research on it? Snape almost stopped, he was so startled. Thank you. No. I find myself at a standstill in my research on it. A quick glance at the assassin showed him sporting a pensive look. Have you researched its effects on the different types of werewolves? I have found that among my peers, its potency and side effects vary with type. There were types of werewolves. Well, There are the bitten non-magical wolves. I found that the potion makes them very sick and most don't take it at all, when they have access to it at all. There are bitten magical wolves who react fine enough to it, it works and doesn't make them really sick. Lastly are the lycans, or born werewolves. Lycans react perfectly to the potion, the transformation is painless and they keep their mind. For the entire trip back down to the dungeons, the pair exchanged relatively pleasant conversation. Kai soon found himself splayed out in a soft, four-poster bed in Severus' guest room, dark green quilt wrapping around him, warding off the chill present in the dungeons even now in the heart of summer. He felt strangely and inexplicably chilled, an ominous feeling that kept him from sleep for as long as it could before his body finally surrendered to the darkness. Hours later Kai bolted awake, eyes wide, chest heaving, soaked in sweat. He took a deep breath, trying to calm himself from intense nightmares, thankful for the wards he had placed on the room. His hands trembled as he ran them through his damp hair. Visions of nights past had haunted his sleep. Gods, he's going to pay for this. Rubbing his eyes harshly, Kai rolled out of bed quickly, landing gracefully on his feet. That grace was short-lived as he had to catch himself on the bedside table when his knees gave out. Cursing like an horror, he sat back on the edge of the bed, getting his bearings. Severus' rooms were a lot like the man, dark and proud but not attractive by any means. Severus was obviously a lonely and hardened man. The emerald-eyed teenager knew that, like Severus, his trust was extremely hard-earned and easily lost and most people were held at a certain distance. He still remembered how hard Christian had to try. Kai had been rock bottom when they first met. His mentor had shown him the memory of their meeting one day as Kai had been too far gone to remember it. A stocky man walked confidently through the dark alley, unfazed by his dangerous location. It was cold out, even for a mid-October night, and the man, Christian Boudreaux, discreetly cast a wandless heating charm to ward off the chill. A sudden almost painful itch between his shoulder blades put the assassin on edge, his eyes darting right and left. That itch was a signal Christian's magic gave him that a great power was nearby. This power was fresh, wild, untamed. He felt drawn to it, like a moth to a flame. Kai paused in his remembrance of the memory. That was only 1 month after his Magus awakening. 1 month after his relatives, terrified of the power they now sensed from him, threw him onto the streets of the London slums. The assassin thanked whatever gods were listening that he had not come across a vampire in the month he spent on the streets. He would never have survived. The bee-owned warrior was pulled towards a set of garbage cans. Confused by this location, he stepped forward, only to stop suddenly in shock. There amongst a small pile of rags was a boy no older than 10. Eyes closed, the child was shaking from the cold, pulling the rags around him. Christ, he thought, what kind of wizard child can put off that much power? Not a wizard, his inner voice whispered. Gods, have I come across a newly awakened mage? It can't be. He felt the magic radiating off the dark-haired child once again. He is. The assassin took a hesitant step forward, stopping sharply once more when emerald eyes snapped open and landed on him. The eyes were frightened, but controlled. They were scanning him, sizing up the threat he offered. The boy moved away from him, traveling as fast as he could on limbs shaking violently from the cold. He only made it 5 steps before collapsing, his body tired and malnourished. Those mesmerizing emerald eyes locked onto him again, glaring in hatred of the helplessness their owner felt, radiating the acceptance of what they thought was to come. Obviously this child had not had a good life. Hello, Christian whispered softly, not wanting to frighten the young mage any more than he already had. My name is Christian. I'm a magician, like you. I'm going to cast a spell to make you warm, is that all right? Christian didn't know if the boy knew that he was not a simple wizard, or if he even knew he was a magic wielder. The boy's eye widened at the word, magician, but knowing he really had no choice, he nodded in acceptance. Casting the charm, he watched the child take a deep breath, enjoying the feeling of being warm for the first time in a long time. Now, what's your name? The boy moved away again, mistrust projecting out from him. Freak, he whispered. Kai bowed his head for a moment, speaking the Rykerian words of mourning. He missed his mentor greatly. Something in Kai's heart told him to go with the assassin that day, despite his fears, and Kai had never once regretted the choice. Christian had taken him from his personal hell and made him strong, made it so that no one could ever do to him like his family had. Standing straight again, the youth looked down at himself and knew that a hot shower would do him wonders. He stepped outside the guest bedroom and was met by an inquisitive look from the potion master. A silent communication moved between the two and Severus inclined his head to the right, indicating which room the bathroom was. Nodding his thanks, Kai moved slowly but assuredly to the washroom, not wanting to show the weakness he was feeling. The hot water of the shower felt godly as it cascaded down the sharp planes of his body, these planes even more sharp after his captivity. Kai stared down disgustedly at his ribs that were much too visible and his hip bones which were too defined. Removing the skin-level glamour, the assassin scanned his eyes along his newest set of scars. In truth, his body already had many scars crisscrossing it, but these new ones easily doubled his previous count. Thankfully, most on his front were the long precise stripes from Lord Malfoy's blades. Most of the other torturers' damage had been internal, or had been healed in order to keep him alive. Unfortunately, one other had loved Muggle-like torture, Avery. The youth grimaced, not wanting to see his back, knowing how awful the scars there must be from that man's whips. How tender the skin on his back was told him how bad the damage must have been. Pushing those negative thoughts from his mind, he ran his long fingers through his thick hair, reveling in the feeling of having it clean. Cleaning spells were fine, but actually showering was an entirely different thing, and Kai loved showers. Reluctantly stepping out of the soothing water, the assassin dried himself and his hair with a quick wave of his hand. He shook his head sadly at the messy natural state of his hair. A wave of his hand and a carefully spoken phrase had his gleaming black locks straight and silky. Thanking the gods for his female friends, he tied his hair in a low ponytail with a conjured elastic. Noting the time, he quickly donned the clothes he had transfigured for himself. It was his usual black pants tucked neatly into knee-high black dragon hide boots. On top was a dark gray button-down shirt layered simply over a stark white undershirt. A cat call caught his attention. "Well now, sweetheart, I don't get many tasty morsels like yourself in my bathroom often." It was the mirror. Severus never struck me as the talking mirror type. Kai barked a dark laugh, picturing the broody potion's master preening himself while the mirror yammered at him. "He's not. I'm charmed to speak to anyone but him. Doesn't get many visitors, this fellow, and well, you're certainly nicer to look at than the old guy in the flamboyant robes." Kai shook his head. Dumbledore's robes were nothing if not flamboyant. He was hit with a strange sense of familiarity. The mirror's personality reminded him of someone. Chammy. He rubbed his tired eyes. "Don't think of her." Carefully using his now settled power, he morphed the slight hollowness out of his face and reapplied the glamour covering his scars. His cursed scar, as he now knew it, was carefully moved to his right thigh, away from any threat of exposure. After one last twirl to make sure all was right, he turned to the door. "Oh, by the way, you have a magnificent ass." The young musical voice chimed, laughing as Kai shot her a charming smile and left, muttering to himself. Severus suppressed a chuckle as he watched the assassin mutter to himself, leaving the bathroom. After all, wouldn't want to ruin his reputation. Of course, he didn't have a reputation with Kai yet. The youth, now that he thought about it, Severus had no idea how old the assassin was, probably about 20, locked eyes with him, raising a solitary brow in both annoyance and curiosity. "Interesting mirror you've got there. I based that mirror's personality on a young or that's in the order. As much as her personality grates on my every nerve, I find it a good source of amusement when her tongue is pointed at targets other than myself," Severus drawled with a sneer. Kai just kept the shock pushed down. It couldn't be. The world does not hate me that much, does it? Sensing the assassin's unease and mistaking it for nervousness about dealing with the Order's many Aurors, Snape spoke. "It's about supper time now, and we should head to the Great Hall." The pair walking into the hall had its occupants staring. The pair were obviously debating, but it was lively and amiable, though sarcasm seemed to be in abundance. The thing that struck the other teachers as remarkable was the way the professor treated the much younger man, as an equal. Severus Snape treated most everyone the same way, with an air of tolerant disdain, that he abhorred your presence but he would put up with you because he had to. As they approached, their conversation became clear. Yes, Boudreaux, but insufficient amounts of gillyweed have the unfortunate side effect of death, Severus drawled as he took a chair next to Minerva McGonagall. That is true, but, with the proper infusion of the African fire lizard the transformation would be cancelled, leaving behind only the properties of the plant that make the transformation smooth and painless, his companion shot back as he took the chair next to the potion master. That would depend on whether or not the gillyweed change is an actual transformation or a transfiguration. Severus turned to the transfiguration professor. Minerva, would you say that gillyweed causes a transformation or that it is more human transfiguration? Minerva was startled at being addressed by the usually dour man. Severus rarely spoke to them at meals, except to make a sarcastic comment. Clearing the shock from her face, she replied, "It's a transformation." She laughed as the other gave Severus a triumphant smirk. "Now Severus, are you going to introduce us to your friend?" The young man then gave her a charismatic smile and offered his hand. "I apologize, madam, for my friend's lack of manners. I am Kai Boudreaux." She shook it, noting his North American accent. "Minerva McGonagall, Transfiguration Professor. We don't see many visitors around the castle this time of year. Mr. Boudreaux, are you visiting Severus?" "I am. I'm doing my potion mastery thesis on creating variations of the Wolfsbane potion for the different types of werewolves, so I wrote Severus and dropped by." Severus hid a smirk in his teacup at Kai pulling that one out of his ass. Minerva smiled at the youth. "Now I know you didn't go to Hogwarts. Which magic school did you attend, if you don't mind me asking?" "Not at all. I'm a graduate of the Lefay Institute of Magic in Eastern Canada." The other professors unsuccessfully tried to hold in their gasps. Kai, admittedly, thoroughly enjoyed the look of horror on Albus' face when he figured it out. The Lefay Institute was recognized worldwide as being a remarkable school. Every student in 100 years had graduated already possessing a mastery and most held multiple. It only took the most brilliant and hardy youth. Hogwarts may have been lauded the best European school, but Lefay was considered the best school in the world. The institute was also known for its secrecy. None, barring the instructors, students and alumni had ever even seen the place. It was run completely independent of the government as the alumni were so loyal to the school, their donations every year paid for its running. While all that information was true, what most of the world didn't know was that Lefay was the public front for Riker. Most graduates did not follow Kai's path and so needed their masteries and schooling registered as real people from a real school. So was born the identity of Lefay. "Oh, that's quite exciting." A high voice squeaked from the other side of Dumbledore. A very small man, holding a cup of tea, walked down and hopped up into the chair next to Kai. "What's your mastery, if you don't mind me asking?" "I'm a ward master." It was the truth. Though Kai held many masteries, only this one plus 2 more were legal here in backwards UK. "Ooh," he squeaked again, thrilled. "I'm Phileas Flitwick, the resident charms master. If you have time, I'd love to have a chat with you. I do warding in my 7th year Newt class and would love your perspective." Kai took a deep breath, breathing in the wonderful intellectual atmosphere. One didn't get 7 masteries without being a scholar at heart. He could tell that he already liked this place, especially with Hogwarts gently wrapping her free magics around him, trying to make him feel welcome. It was sad that he had to leave so soon. "I'd love to, Mr. Flitwick, but the rest of my evening has been stolen by Severus and then I must return home." Severus cut in. "We'll be working into the night likely. Feel free to use my guest room." The potion master gave him a look that clearly said he was an idiot if he thought about apparating tonight. Kai nodded, accepting the concern for his safety. "Thank you, Severus, I think I will." The assassin finished his dinner, talking lightly to the other professors that were there. The half-giant magical creatures professor, the runes professor, Bianca Davies, and the herbology professor Pomona Sprout. Kai thanked all his luck that the medic was absent. A half-hour later, he found himself sitting next to Severus and across from Dumbledore. The man was smiling in his grandfatherly way, eyes twinkling. "You made quite the impression on my staff, Mr. Boudreaux. You're quite knowledgeable for someone your age." Kai smirked. Yes, the instructors at LeFay pushed us ruthlessly. The twinkle dimmed a bit. LeFay is truly Riker. The assassin knew the man was not pleased to find out that most of the top masters in the world, LeFay graduates, were from the top school of the dark arts in world. This was typical European bias, however. So many of these magics could work miracles and make major developments in the right hands, and Riker, LeFay graduates were the right hands. The improvements in techno-magic and blood magic alone that came from the school and its graduates every year saved thousands of lives. Even those that went the route of mercenary work did it for the challenge and then did research on the side or operated businesses. Kai was much more than just an assassin. For assassinations he only took the most difficult missions against the most dangerous people. Voldemort was not the first Dark Lord he'd tangled with. We're all very proud of the school's accomplishments, Kai said firmly, translating the headmaster's look. No, Dumbledore, our achievements are not false. I have taken my mastery exams with the Canadian Exam Board under my legal name. Dumbledore held up a hand. It seems I've offended you. I forgot exactly how loyal you Rikers are to your school, and it seems that, like Severus, you can read me like a book, he sighed. It is my hope that you would be willing to join the Order, to help us work towards permanently defeating Voldemort. I'm sorry, Headmaster, but I have no intention of becoming a member of the Order of the Phoenix. He held up a hand as the headmaster looked to speak. That does now mean I am unwilling to work with the Order. You have to understand that while I am motivated to remove that creature from the planet, I am a leader amongst my people. I cannot be taking orders from anyone. The headmaster looked a little like he'd eaten a, processing the disagreement. Think of me as the general of an allied force, Dumbledore. I have a lot of resources at my disposal that I can bring to bear on this problem, but I refuse to put those resources in someone else's hands. My team would also not wish to be placed in that situation. What resources can you use to assist us? The older man asked. Kai resisted rolling his eyes at the phrasing. Spies. There are Rikers that were on Riddle's payroll that will no longer be. They will report to me. Talented fighters to actually stop raids that we've been alerted to. Political players to push through necessary local legislation. Necessary legislation. Albus frowned, eyes completely losing their twinkle. Kai gave him a dry look. Your government promotes looking down on others that they don't consider pure. It endorses poor treatment of other magical beings by saying they're subhuman. It takes away their rights as sentient beings, while most have more knowledge of magic and the world than the average human. They treat werewolves themselves like they're some kind of plague, instead of people who only need a bit of help. They look down on, and refuse jobs, to normal-borns, saying that they don't have enough knowledge of the wizarding world, yet are unapologetic about knowing absolutely nothing about the non-magical world. This wizarding world in Europe is living in the past age. You still use parchment and quills, for the love of the gods. And look at your term for non-magicals, muggles, how derogatory, Kai drawled in a calm icy voice. He paused, taking in the slapped look on Dumbledore's face. And you, the head of the Wizengamot, did not know this. Kai would believe that when he met a vegetarian werewolf. Dumbledore sighed. I did, though there is nothing I can do about it. Like you said, it is the current political climate. Nothing you can do. You have the future of the British wizarding world under your surveillance and leadership 10 months of the year. These are their most formative years, where best to influence them away from these discriminations. Make issue debate part of your curriculum. Bring in public speakers from different races and cultures. There are so many things you could do. Other schools have taken the proper steps, why not Hogwarts? The headmaster's eyes suddenly brightened, like a light switch turned on. Mr. Boudreaux, exactly what masteries do you have? That is a bit off topic. Myself. Runes, warding, blood magic, and defense, both muggle and magical. Perfect, Dumbledore muttered, stroking his long white beard. Mr. Boudreaux, Hogwarts is the Order's current headquarters. Would you like to stay at Hogwarts? We can easily exchange information and you could still come and go as you please. The assassin considered the offer. If he said yes, it would only be temporary, until he had succeeded in destroying Riddle. He could easily shadow stalk in and out of Hogwarts, that method of transportation not blocked by the ward. Hogwarts, The home of the last war mage, Godric Gryffindor, was just bubbling with untapped wild magic. Perhaps if he could discover a portrait or something, it would help in his training. On top of all this, he could keep a close eye on Dumbledore and his order and sit in on their meetings. Tentatively I am given it consideration. The raven-haired youth nodded coolly. The real question is, in what status would I be staying in the castle? I certainly cannot enroll as a student. Kai knew that he would technically be the same age as the 7th years at Hogwarts, but he was far too educated and proud to lower himself to such a status, and I'm not an Auror, so you cannot claim I'm here for security. Nor does Hogwarts house random people. The old man's eyes twinkled furiously. What about as a professor? Kai raised an eyebrow. And what, pray tell, do you teach in your academy, headmaster, that I could instruct? Dumbledore looked at him strangely. Mr. Boudreaux, while your modesty is charming, you have many masteries. I do, headmaster, but I do not use a wand. Therefore, I could not teach your students the proper wand movements or incantations that you deem necessary in your curriculum. Runes do not require a wand, but you already have a very competent runes professor. The old wizard smiled knowingly. What I had in mind was a complementary class to our Defense Against the Dark Arts class, a class in which the students take what they are learning in Dada and apply it in situations. They would learn the spells with Remus but use those spells in controlled situations with you. You could also give supplementary lectures that you told me we were missing, to set a blueprint for how such topics could be addressed at Hogwarts in the future. Dumbledore smiled as he watched Kai lean back and consider the option. The headmaster had watched him closely at dinner and thought he may have finally started to figure out the complexity of the man. Kai nodded his acceptance. He had previously taught numerous courses at Riker, some of which he'd have to pass to other individuals this term by accepting this. That is acceptable. Now to just have this approved by the board, Severus chimed in. They often struggled with getting that group on board with any changes. Don't worry about the board not approving me. I have extensive teaching credentials from teaching at Lefay. They would be foolish to refuse. I'll provide a file to submit to the board. Dumbledore smiled even brighter, excited that they had found a workable situation that kept the younger man close by. I will come up with some class schemes and present them to the deputy for integration at my earliest chance. There were many thoughts running through Kai's head, but he was much too weary to think about writing them now, so he stored them in his new Hogwarts file in his memory. Thank you, Professor Boudreaux. I'm sure it has been a long day for you and for Severus. Please rest and I will see you in the morning. Kai woke up the next day feeling indescribably better. He still felt really tired, but knew that it was because his body was using every last ounce of energy he had to repair itself. He'd have to drop by his apartment later and pick up some nutrient potions, the ones he'd modified for himself. That'd help him get on his feet faster. He had just about 2 weeks to get back in one piece, design a curriculum, and reconnect with his Riker team to start planning how to strip power from Riddle. The assassin-turned-professor groaned as he sat up in bed. With a calm breath he stepped from the bed, through the shadows to London to get started. Tonks had some big news to share with the Order. Her contacts in the Riker Underground were anxious. A Riker Council member had been missing for 3 weeks. He hadn't made contact with anyone, even his squad. She found out that he had been on an assignment that was supposed to take hours and had never returned. The word around was that you-know-who was involved and some people were pissed. She suspected that the missing counselor was the man they pulled out of the Dark Lord's dungeons 2 nights past. She knew how powerful the assassin must be, the sheer force she felt when those wards fell. With a bounce in her step, she flowed from the Ministry atrium to Dumbledore's office at Hogwarts, saying the password to allow her to step through the warding. The first thing she heard was a voice she hadn't heard in a long time. A voice she was starting to think she'd never hear again. Flashing lights, pounding music. The atmosphere of Shadowed Soul would overwhelm any individual that did not frequent clubs as Tonks did. As a metamorph she could stand out, blend in, and never appear as the same person twice. It was a dangerous job for an Auror and she was currently in one of the most danger of clubs. Shadowed Soul was a Riker hotspot. It was apparently owned and operated by Riker alumni. It was a well-known fact that this place was only for Riker students or alumni. To get inside, You needed to show a specific set of brands, which to her looks like the dots of Braille, which signaled to the bouncer your status. It took months of work, but she managed to imitate the brands using metamorph magic. She clicked her heels together as she nursed a drink at the bar. None approached her and she'd taken to surreptitiously watching the entry. The Auror had already seen an idiot get tossed for trying to get in without the brands. That was amusing. The bouncers followed a repetitive pattern all night, until one guy walked in. He was young, handsome, with long black hair and ethereal green eyes. The bouncers' eyes drifted to a strange tattoo on the man's bare, muscular arms before they bowed their heads ever so slightly in respect. He nodded to them, eyes scanning the crowd. When his eyes passed over her, she suppressed a shiver. His whole stance and expression radiated power with the knowledge and confidence to use it. As slow as she could, she looked away, not wanting to draw too much attention. She nursed her drink for a while longer, pondering the man. The metamorphagus didn't have to wait long as she felt a presence sit on a bar stool next to her and heard that voice for the first time. "What's a lady like you doing in a place like this?" She turned with a start to see the handsome man sporting a wry grin. "Does that line always work on the ladies, good sir?" She drawled back. He smirked at her. "Only on those that belong here, which you do not. I know how you got in here, chameleon, and I will ask you to leave my establishment." She looked up sharply into his eyes, which held nothing but stern disapproval. "But, security has been notified," he cut in, standing up. "Leave with some dignity." He turned his back, and walked up to what she had classified as the VIP room. Tonks couldn't help but stare at him, her now brown eyes lingering a little longer on his firm-looking backside. She felt an unreasonable amount of attraction for the man, beyond even his good looks. It was inexplicable. "Damn," she hissed under her breath before removing herself from the bar, pointedly ignoring the chuckles of the bouncer. "Dignity, my ass." But tonight was a success in one way though. She had met the owner of Shadowed Soul. Oh, how she wished she could return to talk to him. The information she could get if she could go back. Could she go back, that is? What was stopping her? She wasn't a metamorph for nothing. But how had he known she didn't belong there? That had been her third night there and no one else had spotted her except him. She shook her head. She needed to get close to him. So the metamorph went back. Sporting long owned hair and bright hazel eyes set in an attractive face, she sat right next to him at the bar, where he was discussing something with the barman. He tensed, the muscles on his bare arms standing out. He didn't move, not even a single strand of his hair shifted. For this, Tonks was startled when he spoke. "You tempt fate, chameleon," he said calmly and walked away. 2 minutes later she found herself forcefully ejected from the bar. This was not going well. Over the next 2 weeks she came to realize that Shadow, the only name she could get from anyone for the owner, was the only one who could spot her. No matter what form she was in, he knew her on sight. Out of 14 days, she'd gone to the club, she'd seen him twice and both times found her on her ass outside. Next time she got in, she saw her target, miraculously sitting alone, back to the bar, observing his patrons. Time to be a Gryffindor, she thought and sat right next to him. "Now what's a handsome man like you doing in a place like this?" she asked when his eyes landed on hers. Emerald green flashed and he did something unexpected. He laughed. "I'll give you points for sheer audacity, Chammy," he drawled. He flashed her that $1,000,000 smile, white teeth gleaming. She felt her knees go weak. "Why are you here, really? Most would have given up the first time I threw them out on their ass, not that it hasn't been amusing." She shrugged. "Just because I could, I guess. I was fascinated by Riker culture. Now, I would say, I'm fascinated by you." That was 95% the truth. He was convinced, but he was amused enough to let her stay that night. For the next month she frequented the club near religiously, making friends when Shadow wasn't there, and when he was. She had fallen for him. Hard. They could talk for hours without end, never really touching anything serious. She found out so many of the little things about him. He loved rugby and to fly. He hated doing things, like cooking, the magical way. Shadow was intelligent, intimidatingly so, and held so much respect in that club it was inspiring. One night, though, after the pair of them had drunk considerably more than they normally did, it all changed. Tonks finally got up the guts to drag him to the dance floor. The metamorph had never seen Shadow dance with anyone. His arms around her felt so good, holding her close to his body as he moved to the music. Merlin, could he dance? His hot breath on her neck sent shivers down her spine, her whole body burning in desire for the man. He murmured some of the words to the current song, making her condition worse. She loved his voice. She grinded hard against him, causing his breath to hitch. She reveled in the fact that she affected him like that. He mowed slightly as she kept it up, his face in her neck, his hands roaming her body, leaving paths of fire. He slowly keyed up the side of her neck, sending her to another world. She turned and pulled his face to hers, dotting him passionately, their two bodies practically one, her battling him fighting back fiercely for dominance. His hands slid up the back of her black silk halter. Rough, worked hands felt the smooth skin of her lower back before grabbing her and pulling her closer. Merlin, she never felt attraction for anyone like she did for Shadow. He had the powerful, untouchable air that every girl desires, but Merlin, she was touching him and she was loving it. It was building up inside her. She wanted him so bad. She broke away from his soft lips, suffering already from the loss, panting heavily. She looked up into the startling emerald eyes that were clouded slightly in desire. "Let's get out of here," she rasped. He pulled her close. "Hold on tight," his voice was as thick as hers. Then they disappeared. She never did find out how. Tonks snapped back to reality. It was the best say of her life, but the whole thing had ended very badly. Shadow went to sleep with Chammy and woke up with Tonks. Her morph had failed. To say he was not pleased to wake up with an would be a grievous understatement. She was unendingly grateful that, while being capable of causing her great harm, he simply grabbed her arm and apparated her, clothed, to Diagon Alley, before disappearing. He thought that she had been sent to spy on him, to get close to him and feed information from him to the Ministry. The man had tried to keep the hurt off of his face but had only mostly succeeded. What sickened her with guilt was that it was what she had originally set out to do. That had been over a year ago and she hadn't seen him since. She only frequented Shadowed Soul when necessary. She assumed Shadow was there, disguised as she was, and was simply ignoring her. And here he was. "Hello Tonks, dear, good of you to join us." It was Minerva. "This is Kai Boudreaux, a new ally for the war. We're just waiting for the others to arrive." She sat down next to Shadow, who was quietly conversing with Snape. He stiffened, giving her a saddening sense of déjà vu. This time though, he didn't turn and look at her, he simply stopped speaking. "Shadow," she whispered, seeing Snape start slightly to Shadow's right. Tonks," came the reply, cool and unreadable. "Shadow, I do not want to hear your excuses," he replied quietly, his expression empty of emotion. Snape was the most shocked as he could feel the hurt radiating off Kai, not something that most would see but he could. The potion master vowed to be as big a bastard to the girl as he was to her older mud of a cousin. Before anything else could occur, Moody, Shacklebolt and Arthur Weasley flowed in. Moody's eyes took in the room before snapping onto Kai. A silent stunner flew at the assassin before anyone could react, except Kai. He rolled out of his chair and shot a wandless blinding curse, then a pair of incarceration curses and stunners seamlessly, all with his right hand while holding a powerful shield with his left. When the dust settled, Moody and Shacklebolt were both bound and unconscious on the floor with their wands in Kai's left hand. Levitating them both into chairs, he lifted the blinding curse off of Moody and enervated the pair with a smirk. Kai casually leaned against the table in between the two oars. "What is the meaning of this, Albus? Harboring assassins are we now?" "The Shadow, no less," Moody growled. A barking laugh interrupted his rant. "For the love of the gods, Moody, do shut up." "I'm curious though," Kai smiled wryly, "how did you know it was me? You've never seen me in this form. Your brands and tattoos are magical, fool, my eye picks them up, even through your famous glamours," Moody sneered, dislike for Kai shining in his eyes. "Well, That's going to change, the youth muttered. Well now, Kai returned to his chair. We're all civilized people here. I do believe we can conduct this meeting without attacking each other, can't we, or Moody? When the man nodded, glaring, Kai released him and leaned back in his chair, arms crossed. Thank you, Mr. Boudreaux, for diffusing that situation quickly and with no harm to anyone, Albus spoke, eyes twinkling at the display of Kai's skills. Mr. Boudreaux, this is the Order's inner circle. I see that you have met all of them. Everyone, this is Kai Boudreaux, known to some of you as the Shadow. He was the Riker we pulled out of Voldemort's dungeons 2 nights ago. Should have left him there, Moody muttered. Minerva's eyes widened. She had no idea. He was so friendly, helpful and downright dangerous, she finished the thought. Things clicked into place, the way he walked, the way his eyes took in the room. It was above and beyond the average defense master. And he was a ward master, she should have guessed when he said that. The ground shook when those centuries-old wards fell. Kai stood and offered his hand to Arthur. We have not had occasion to meet. Arthur smiled at him, stood and took his hand. Arthur Weasley, Misuse of Muggle Artifacts Department. Ah, we'll not let you into my place then, will we? Kai laughed, trying to break the ice after Dumbledore had dropped the proverbial bomb. Weasley had a friendly, kind aura about him and the assassin liked him immediately. I'm quite fascinated by Muggle technology, Arthur replied, charmed by Kai's charismatic air. Where I'm from is very integrated. I'll have to show you some of the technology that I have that is charmed to run on magical batteries. Canada is the leading country in techno-magic. Arthur's blue eyes went wide at the possibilities. Turn off the charm, Shadow, we know you're just a murdering bastard. Ally or not, I'm going to. Moody, stop, you've probably taken just as many lives as I have. If you and your ministry are so perfect that it might surprise you that it was the ministry that hired me for my last 5 jobs. That brought the scarred man up short, you lie. Kai rolled his emerald eyes and with a wave of his hand, conjured a list which he gave to Moody, the Lestrange brothers, Jugson, Goyle and Malfoy, my last 5 hits. Kingsley's near black eyes widened. That was you. He looked disturbed. The DMLE had applauded the work of the Inner Circle Assassin, as they had named him. Yes, that was why Voldemort went through so much trouble to have me set up, once he figured out who the Unspeakables were hiring. Shacklebolt frowned. How were you set up? The dealings are always between myself and the Unspeakables, so inevitably we are both disguised. Unfortunately for me, the usual contact had an accident, so to speak, and they chose Augustus Rookwood as the replacement. I did not know Rookwood was a Death Eater. So when I arrived at Malfoy Manor, they were waiting for me. Kingsley nodded, eyes considering. As a police officer, it was his duty to capture and jail criminals like Kai Boudreaux. In fact, Boudreaux, or rather his assassin identity, was a figure that was on his team's most wanted list. He had to make a decision on whether or not he could work with this man for the good of the war, whether he could dance with the devil. He looked around at the other members, except Moody, who he felt were already charmed by the man's easy personality. Are you joining the Order, Mr. Boudreaux? Arthur asked politely. Please call me Kai. And no, Mr. Weasley. My operatives and my operations are my own. Think of me as the commander of an allied force. I don't trust him, Albus, Moody snarled. He had been trying to nail Shadow for 2 years. Alistair, Kingsley held up a hand. I think we can agree that he's not a Death Eater. Can't say that I had myself toughly tortured for 3 weeks in order to infiltrate the Order, the assassin added darkly. The tension between the Moody and the assassin was palpable, their eyes locked with mutual dislike, though Kai's was much more controlled. I don't want you anywhere near the Order, killer. You cannot fight on the side of the light. Merlin knows how you could be bought by the other side. The youth took deep breaths to calm his temper. He took a death grip on his power, controlling it with an iron hand. Any violence, unintentional or not, would make him into the bad guy. Well, it is a good thing you are not the one in charge, isn't it? I don't care if you dislike me, or even hate me, but you will respect me. My participation could greatly change the direction of the war. Riddle crossed far over the line with me. I'll take the option where I throw you in Azkaban. What is it you want from me, Moody? You know some of the power that I wield. Now, instead of being happy that I'm wielding it against Riddle, you want to give me back to him. I don't trust you. Fine, let's see what we can do. The members gasped when Kai's blade of power appeared in his left hand, drawing their wands in anticipation of some attack. They blinked in surprise though, when he turned the blade on himself and started carving a delicate set of runes on his palm. I call upon the Apollo, God of truth and light. We beseech you, come to our aid. Show us the path. The lean blood mage pressed his palm upon the center of the table, transferring the runes, in blood, onto the top. Almost casually, he lit the runes afire in green flame, snapping the room out of its daze. Was that what I think it was, Albus? Minerva queried. That, Minerva, Kai responded, was an ancient truth spell, calling upon the Greek and Roman deity Apollo. The spell identifies when a lie has been spoken. Observe, my name is Albus Dumbledore. A line of green light shot out of the flames and landed on his chest like a laser pointer. My guardian given name is Kai Boudreaux. The light vanished. It will last an hour or until I put out the flames. There is no way to hide from it or be immune to it. Apollo is an unbiased judge. Everyone try saying a lie then correcting themselves. The blood mage watched as the other members tentatively tried out the spell. Now hear me when I say, Kai said, looking straight at Moody, I am no threat to the order. My intentions are to work alongside the order as best we fit until such a time that Riddle is destroyed. Those around the table nodded appreciatively at his statement. What a wonderful spell, Mr. Boudreaux. Is it draining to perform? Dumbledore twinkled, fascinated by the ancient magic. Wonderful, Moody snapped. That was blood magic. That is some of the blackest magic there is. How is it black magic, or was someone harmed? Does it hinder anyone's free will? No, the man muttered, eyes fixed on the green flames. Then let us get on with the meeting. Is the situation not serious enough for you to set aside your biases, even briefly? Alistair, please calm yourself. Dumbledore sighed, fearing that Kai might withdraw from the alliance when he was proving to be invaluable. I'll bring you up to date on what's happened in the past few years, Mr. Boudreaux. Albus was painfully aware that the assassin had not given him permission to use his first name. Riddle rose again almost 4.5 years ago with the aid of an enchanted dairy and the life force of one of our students, Colin Creevy. Since then, he has been rebuilding his forces, adding many Dementors to his ranks last year. He has been attacking Muggleborns and Muggles at random, trying to frighten them from the wizarding world and spreading the fear that came with his first reign, the headmaster said. The weariness he felt at the impeding war obvious to those with the right eye. Kai nodded, a hand running through his bangs. The man is quite impressive in person. I'm looking forward to fighting him on even ground. Minerva stared at him. You have no fear of him, even after what he did to you. That isn't true. He's a powerful man. I respect the magical and political power that he has accumulated. He's a difficult opponent and also a sadistic monster. But do I shake in fear at the thought of encountering him again? No. Kingsley glanced at the glowing truth teller. What is it you plan to contribute to the effort, Mr. Boudreaux? Kingsley had seen that Moody's reaction was pushing the order into Shadow's lap. I already have spies in place and a skilled strike team capable of responding at a moment's notice when informed of an intended attack. I also have a political player working to join the fight in the Wizengamot. All eyes in the room darted to the flames in the center of the table, daring them to say it was a lie. That confirms it for me, said Moody. You're definitely on the council. I'd heard rumors. Kai shrugged. It was a surprise to me, but yes. There were rumors flying around that a council member had gone missing 3 weeks ago. There was a great deal of concern. I never expected it to be you, though I should have. Tonks entered the conversation for the first time, trying to channel her normal confident self. Kingsley and Moody shot her an extremely surprised look. There would be a difficult conversation after this. What do you think the council will do with Voldemort having attacked one of their own? Moody pressed. Voldemort's new potion maker, Leander Baracus, is good as dead. All Rikers are banned from being on his payroll, except at my instruction. I can't see the council declaring war on Voldemort's, however, if that's what you're hoping. Moody had been hoping that, secretly, at least they could count on not having to fight highly qualified assassins, warders, and brewers. Albus found the turn of the meeting to be very interesting. Kai was a walking contradiction. He was a dark wizard, but he was not. He wielded blood magic, which was considered one of the black magics, along with necromancy and soul magic, with ease. Yet, he wielded it for healing and an ancient ritual for truth. How was that dark magic? Kai had asked. How indeed? He was cold and in control, but held a fiery passion for his stubborn beliefs. It was going to be a very interesting year. Mr. Boudreaux, feel free to release the truth fire. I'm sure you want to heal your hand, and we can dismiss to meet and greet one-on-one. Kai held his still bleeding hand over the flames. Apollo, we thank you for helping us in our time of need. Everyone jumped when he laid his palm on the fire, flames gently licking the sides before dissipating. That must have hurt, Arthur cringed. Yes, but see, he turned over his hand to show it completely healed. After taking the necessary magical sacrifice from me, he healed the preparation runes. It is a sign that he is pleased. The metamorph grabbed Kai's palm, turning it over and rubbing where the carvings had been. That's fascinating. Kai tried to gently pull his hand away, uncomfortable with her touching him. Kai ignored the oars as he was pulled into conversations with the other order members. Arthur wanted to know more about techno-magic, so he pulled out his reacquired cell phone and explained how it worked. Arthur had been delighted to hear about Kai teaching at the school as his two youngest, of 7, children were in 6th and 7th year and could use a really good practical defense class. When he asked about his other children, Kai was pleased to find that he had met the twins, who owned a joke shop in Diagon Alley, and Bill, who had, oddly enough, did his Cursebreaker mastery exams at the same time Kai had done his warding ones. It had been an impressive pairing, as Kai had to ward an area to the nines and Bill had to rip them down, at first trying to do it without Kai knowing, then giving it up as hopeless. There were portions where they worked together and had become friendly colleagues. Bill had even called him to help on a job in Egypt once, and they had spent over 2 weeks in a pyramid together. The ease and conversations kept up until he sensed the other oars pull Tonks away. At what point were you going to mention that you not only infiltrated Shadowed Soul but you had regular contact with one of the most wanted assassins alive? Moody hissed. Kai startled from across the room hearing that. She hadn't told them. How was that possible? She was a member of Moody's team. Alistair, how could you be so irresponsible? When we get back to the office we're going to have a serious chat about loyalty, Moody hissed at her. Tonks jumped when a familiar voice spoke behind her. She knew nothing but my identity as manager of Shadowed Soul, and not even in a form you had on record. There was little she could have reported to you, Kai spoke from her side. She turned to stare at him. He was speaking in her defense. Did he know she hadn't betrayed him? Stay out of this, Moody snapped, this is none of your business. You were discussing me, so it seems to be my business. On top of that, she has been under my protection for almost 2 years. Tonks' eyes went huge. He hadn't withdrawn his protection from her after the incident. Kingsley stepped forward. So you're the manager of Shadowed Soul and you're a metamorphagus, that's all she knew. Kai smirked. Not even that. She only saw me in one form. The others in the bar knew she wasn't a Riker and didn't share anything with her. They knew I let her in at first because she amused me. Hers was a very shallow infiltration. I have just conveyed to you more information than she could have. Moody huffed in anger and disappointment. Kingsley stuck out his hand. Boudreaux, I'm willing to give you a chance. You've been nothing but straightforward and honest with us. If you are our ally in this battle, then we must work together. Kai gripped it. I appreciate that. This whole situation has not been pleasant for me, but I've been trying to play nice. Moody growled and left, muttering, mutiny, under his breath and hobbled away, Kingsley following. I've missed hearing your voice. She tried smiling at him. I don't know why I like it so much, but I'd never mistake it. That is because you use voice magic, is it not, Mr. Boudreaux? Dumbledore inquired. Kai smirked at having been caught. He'd used it a couple of times throughout his conversations with staff in the Order. I'm an amateur user myself. Helps with calming the children when they get panicked or out of control, Dumbledore continued. Really, I wasn't aware that body magic was legal in England. I'm afraid it isn't. Kai laughed lightly. Well, it's good to know you're as law-abiding as the rest of us, headmaster. Kai was pleased to see that the old wizard was not quite as biased against dark magic as he thought. Body magic, Minerva piped in. She had been quite quiet throughout the meeting, preferring to observe like the cat she was. Channeling magic through some part of your body, Dumbledore answered. Voice magic is used by controlling magic in your vocal cords. It will project a certain feeling, such as calm or power. When you get really good at it, you could channel strength into your legs to jump a fence, or my personal favorite, he smirked, the full body stunner. Channels the stunning spell along the surface of your skin. Say, someone has you pinned, bam, they're out. There's almost no protection from it. That's incredible. It's like extremely advanced wandless magic, Minerva breathed. Yes, that's exactly what it is. It would be especially useful in healing, that is, rehabilitating those with injuries. You can channel strength to the necessary areas. There are endless uses for those with the power and discipline to learn. Unfortunately, it has been declared dark magic in this country and some others around the world. Thankfully, I wasn't schooled in any of those countries. What was the logic there? There is usually very little logic to the banning of branches of magic in Europe, Kai frowned. Mr. Boudreaux, Dumbledore started. Please, headmaster, call me Kai. The old wizard beamed at the request, knowing that he had to have broken some barrier to receive it. Only if you call me Albus. At Kai's nod, he continued, I was wondering how your injuries are feeling. I know you haven't been to see Poppy. Both shared an amused look about the pair's mutual dislike of each other. Almost back to normal. Don't worry, I have a personal healer I'll be seeing tomorrow. Besides the potion master next door, that is, Kai paused. I think I'll head out, it's late and I have important meetings tomorrow. Kai waved cordially to the room and walked back towards the dungeons. Purple Eyes followed his back, trying to get the courage to follow. Sensing that the crowd was dispersing, Tonks slipped out of the room after Kai. Predictably, his silent movements made him impossible to follow. She had remembered his comment about being room next door to Snape, so she headed there. She caught up to him just outside his door. He turned as she came around the corner, green eyes alert to being followed. Shadow, can we talk? She blurted out, seeing his eyes flare with anger upon seeing her. What can I do for you, or Tonks? His words were sharp and precise. She flinched and stepped closer to him. Please don't call me that. Why not? That is who you are, isn't it? He turned to open the door. You have to know now that I didn't betray you, Shadow Kai. I would never. What is the problem? He whirled to look at her. You honestly think that's my problem? You want to know what my problem is, or Tonks? I let you in. You know things about me that no one alive knows. Not about my work, but about me. I don't do that. I took you to my home and let you fall asleep in my arms. Then I find out that not only are you a complete stranger, you're a member of the Auror squad that has been after me and my friends for years. His teeth were gritted, eyes flashing, but his voice was level, almost cold. That shook her even more than if he'd been yelling at her. What I felt for you was real. She choked out. Real lust. If you hadn't noticed, Tonks, we're both metamorphs. You know how it is. Magic draws us together. It was true. Metamorph Maggie were always drawn to each other initially, which would explain part of her initial powerful attraction to him. But it wouldn't explain how funny she thought he was, how confident, or how caring. It wouldn't explain how much she loved him. Kai. Tears welled up in her eyes. She'd ked up so bad. I don't know why I ever thought I could find. He sighed, and the sadness in it almost broke her. Just leave me alone, please. I'm in a lot worse shape than these glamours would have everyone believe. He turned and slipped into his rooms. For a moment she just stood, staring at where he had been. Then a sob broke the silence and she collapsed to her knees on the floor, head in her hands. Her shoulders shook as she tried to hold back her tears, but she just couldn't. Goddamn it, Tonks, pull it together. Nymphadora, if you could kindly remove yourself from my doorway, drawled the last voice she wanted to hear. She applied a subtle morph to hide her red and puffy eyes. You know me, clumsy as hell. Someday I'll trip and fall to my death. She put on a fake smile and cheery voice. What did you do to hurt that young man so badly? Snape looked at her hard, unfooled by her antics. I have to go. Tonks stuttered and ran from the dungeons, flowing from the meeting room to the safety of her flat. A sharp buzz brought Kai awake fast. Grumbling, he realized his cell phone was vibrating. Grabbing it off the bedside table, he answered it. Hello, he said blearily. Kai. A voice screeched with excitement, making Kai pull the phone away from his ear. You're King alive. Where the hell have you been? I've been calling and searching for you for weeks. Riker Colin Phoenix Fire was as fiery as her name suggested. She was a member of his graduating class, a member he was responsible for as class squad leader. Hey Cal. Yes, I'm alive. Call the squad and meet me at Shadowed Soul tonight at 8. I'll go over everything then. I'm meeting with the council in, he cast a Tempest charm and sighed, 4 hours. I can arrange that. Merlin Kai. We were so worried, everyone was on edge. And the rumors of Voldemort's involvement were true. The shit was about ready to hit the fan down here. Don't worry, it still will. A cold laugh echoed from the phone, one of vicious anticipation. Anyways, Cal, I'm going back to sleep. I'll see you tonight, all right? All right, boss. Putting the phone away, he leaned back against his pillow, hoping someday soon he wouldn't feel so ruined physically. For once, the assassin welcomed the blackness. Almost 4 hours later, Kai strode through the gates of Riker Academy. The campus was huge, with each branch of magic getting its own specialized buildings, blood magic being the biggest to contain many ritual rooms. The Citadel held the dormitories, common rooms, assembly hall and gymnasiums. Most importantly, it held the council chambers. Kai remembered the first time he stepped through these doors, just barely 11 years old. The large doors were heavy against his small hands, but a push of wandless magic opened them with ease. He took a deep breath. The next few hours would be some of the most important in his school life, and he knew it. Kai, not yet Shadow, strode into the hallway. On his right thigh was a red band holding a red dagger. This band and colored dagger signifying he was an apprentice blood magic practitioner on the verge of journeyman status. It would be extremely rare, even at Riker, to be so qualified in blood magic before even beginning classes. Christian had focused primarily on blood magic and mind magic when preparing Kai for Riker. The first was the fount of his mage power, and the second was to keep others, mostly vampires, from trying to take that power. The young mage kept his eyes forward as he walked towards the assembly hall. Fresh meat, the firsties are arriving, he heard faintly to his right. 2 Lycans, 3 magical werewolves, one of them pack alpha at 2 o'clock, his sensed said. All above average power. Ignoring them the best he could, he continued on. He heard many whispers as he walked the hallways, commenting on his age, blood magic power. No one knew anything about him yet. His luck ran out though. Just outside the hall, 3 vampires, appearing about 15, blocked his path. Kai subtly prepared himself for a fight. Fresh blood in our ranks, One purred, bright yellow eyes flashing. He's the first of the little newbies to arrive. Tiny little thing, isn't he? 2 of the vamps moved out, surrounding the mage. Kai spread his senses, keeping track of all 3. He repressed a vicious snarl. Tiny my bloody R, he thought. Kai knew he was small. 2 years of proper care couldn't make up for 7 years of neglect. Annoyed as he was, he kept his face impassive, knowing that his apparent lack of regard for them would annoy them more. A crowd was starting to form. Good. He needed to make a statement about his power now to be left alone. Sure, he was powerful, but many here had more experience. A solid, "Don't mess with me, I bite back," message should keep the target on the other new students until he was ready to fight to the top. These vamps were probably second years trying to get some notoriety by picking on new entries. Listen up, Pipsqueak, we're in charge of welcoming all you newbies to this fine academy, he smirked, extended fangs visible. It's an initiation of sorts. The newest Riker raised an eyebrow in a nonverbal, "Oh really?" While the leader was talking, Kai felt one behind him lunge. Quick as a cat, Kai sidestepped and the attacker was met with a devastating roundhouse to the solar plexus, bending him double. A sharp chop to his exposed nape and he was done. Kai cast a wandless binding charm on the fallen vamp while watching the other two circle him. With practiced ease, the mage drew his dagger of power. Of all magic, blood magic was the most effective against vampires. Lightning fast he could call balls of sunlight or his personal blood magic flames. The flames were unique to every blood magic practitioner, like an animagus form. Thankfully he had already done the full ritual to connect himself to the Apollo, the god of light, and they had a very good relationship. This meant he only had to shed blood and call for him if needed. Palming the blade, he cut his right hand, keeping the action hidden. Kai grabbed his blade in his left hand as the pair attacked. The blade lit with vicious green fire harmful to only those Kai chose. It was over quickly. You'd think that in a school with elementals and Vila they'd charm their clothes to be non-flammable. This pair had obviously never fought a competent blood magic user before. After binding them, he dispelled the flames, clearing any of his blood from the area. A slow clap drew his attention to the audience, whose faces held reluctant respect. Another vampire stepped into his path. This one was tall, powerful, at least 20. This was a fight he would not win. Immediately, he whispered to Apollo, "Apollo, hear my call. Darkness blocks my path. Help me stay in the light," he whispered. "Let the light of the new day shine upon you, mage," a voice caressed his mind. Showing expression for the first time, Kai smirked, knowing what that particular phrase gave him license to call. Sunrise blade, a sort of pure light appeared in his right hand. Looking like it was made of glass, the blade shone with the rays of the rising sun. The blade was harmless to mortals but would cut through vampires like a hot knife through butter. Kai felt the drain of his magic from the spell. It was all about intimidation now. "I bite back," loud and clear. The older vampire surprised the mage by holding both hands in front of him and bowing his head just slightly in the sign of, "I am not challenging you." Kai nodded sharply but did not dispel the blade, knowing he could not call it again if needed. The silvery bee-owned vampire strode to the leader of his welcoming committee. Grabbing him by the throat he slammed him into the wall. "Are you AF, King Idiot Leander? I believe last year I made the judgment that you were not entirely brain dead. Are you trying to prove me wrong?" He snarled in Leander's ear, trying to keep others from hearing. Kai heard though and just held back a snort. Yes, the asshole was indeed Leander. "Have I taught you nothing? What did you see when you looked at him?" Leander gritted his teeth, a human child. The bee-owned looked at Kai and saw his slightly annoyed expression, understanding that the human could hear him. He gave the mage an apologetic look. Kai inclined his head to say it was not the new vampire's offense. Any vampire worth the name would know not to screw with him. Firstly, he's got no blood scent. Leander's eyes bugged out. That suggests powerful blood magic. Second, that's a master apprentice blood magic band on his right thigh. Thirdly, that's no ordinary blood magic dagger, that's a power dagger. You just attacked a blood mage. Leander's eyes glared knives at Kai as if it was Kai's fault he picked the absolute worst first year to attack and embarrassed himself. Dropping the younger vampire, the blonde approached Kai and offered his hand. "I am Demetrius, head of the vampires at Riker." Kai dispelled the sunrise blade and casually cast a silencing ward around the pair. "Kai Boudreaux," he replied, taking the hand. "I respect your control. I would likely have killed them. That was not the statement I was looking to make. No, be careful here, mage. With powerful blood like yours, every vampire in the school is going to want a taste. Whatever you did to mask your blood scent was good. Without it, the vampires' bloodlust would have been uncontrollable and neither you nor I would desire ourselves to be in that situation." Kai was unmoved. "I was aware. That was, of course, why I did it." He turned towards the hall again. "Oh, and Demetrius, warn your charges that any attempt to take my blood will be met with death and I will not promise that it will be quick." Oh, those were the days, Kai thought. In his first month he killed 10 lower to mid-level vampires that came for him before everyone got the message. Walking the halls of Riker now was both very different and very much the same. People still moved out of his path, but now, When they stepped out of his way, it was with a sharp salute and friendly greeting of Musha Kai. The students were always excited to see the youngest council member. The students still whispered, but it was with respect instead of jealousy. The Vamps would, well, always be the Vamps. Obviously, all had asked. Just as obviously, he had also said no. Except Hitomi. Hitomi was an adorable, though extraordinarily dangerous Japanese vampire. The two casually dated on and off for a year before she graduated. The entire time they were sleeping together, she never once asked for his blood. She graduated 2 years ahead of him, Musha of her grad class. At her graduation party, he congratulated her and kissed her deeply before pressing a vial into her hands and moving away. Kai, what is this? Her eyes had went wide. Is this what I think it is? He had only smiled. I almost can't, she had whispered. It feels like a holy artifact. He chuckled. You have 10 seconds to drink it before I destroy it. Either way, I'm not leaving that lying around. She downed it before he was finished speaking. That was how Kai knew his blood was like the most potent ecstasy to vampires. The blood high coupled with the temporary magical power surge made it highly addictive. Kai smiled viciously when he realized Leander would be in withdrawal. Hitomi had withdrawal equivalent to a vicious hangover the next day from just one dose of about 4 ounces. Leander, however, drank about half a liter of his blood every 2 days for almost 3 weeks. He wouldn't be brewing anything for the Dark Lord for a while. That on top of Kai's escape stealing his other potion master with him, probably left old Lord Rigor Mortis in a bit of a snit. Kai would have paid almost anything to see the look on his face. Standing before the council chambers, Kai released his glamours and stepped in. The chambers had powerful charms on it that would strip any glamour off. It didn't matter though, as there were no secrets amongst the council, no jealousy, no pretense, they were family. They had to be outside of the school's competition or the council would crumble. The stronger the council, the stronger the society. He was looking forward to telling them of his latest project. That's exactly what it was to him, a project, if a relatively extensive one. He was swept into a powerful embrace the moment the door shut behind him. Shadow, it's so good to see you safe. Musha Melanie Rain was the current headmistress of Riker Academy and loved Kai like a nephew. She was tall and powerful, with white appearing in her short brown hair. Released from her, he was pulled into consecutive embraces by the remaining members of the council. Musha Christoph Flint was in charge of recruiting. At the age of 45 he still looked in his prime, with sandy owned hair and amber eyes. This werewolf had welcomed his wolf. Musha Damien Eagle Eye was in charge of the society finances. The academy had no tuition fees, as every graduate donated sizable amounts back. Kai himself gave 50,000 galleons back to the school every year without even denting his earnings. Kai was the alumni coordinator. That was why he ran Shadowed Soul, it was part of his council responsibility. He also knew the name, designation and magical signature of every living Riker. Last was Musha Marcus Black Sunset. He was cold, hard, he was the judge. The judge was the one who Rikers answered to outside of the law. Those deemed unworthy by their instructors would be brought before Marcus before being obliviated and sent home. Serial killers and traitors would be brought before him for judgment. Soon Leander would face his judgment before being given to Kai for justice. The council was going to be furious. Marcus gave him a once look over, so it was true, you were captured by Voldemort. You look awful. Kai nodded before explaining the capture, bar Leander. Take off your shirt, Shadow, let me see what I can do. Rain was an excellent healer and thought she could perhaps help the scars. She grimaced at the hundreds of lines crisscrossing his body before frowning at the vicious whip marks on his back. I can probably erase some of this on your back. Thank you, Melanie, Kai said quietly as he felt her hands moving across the scars he hadn't dared look at yet. Marcus stepped forward, his hand ghosting along the scars on his long neck. You've been bitten. Who dares? Marcus was a master vampire, one of the elders. Kai had been declared off limits and bore a small runic tattoo on the back of his neck that said so. Someone had gone against his orders. It was Leander. Kai told them of Leander's involvement. They were stunned to silence, all except Christoph, that bastard, I knew he was bad news. I told you all that he needed to go years ago and now he's a traitor that will be caught and brought to me for judgment, Marcus interjected, face like ice. Kai's face matched his. He was already planning all the unpleasant things he was going to do to Baracus when he got a hold of him. When, not if. He breathed deeply in relief as pain drained away from his back and muscles under Melanie's ministrations. Soon they sat around the small circular meeting table, coffee in hand, discussing the ramifications of Kai's capture. The alumni were quite upset with your disappearance. I'm meeting my squad at Shadowed Soul tonight. Hopefully the news will spread from there and quiet the ranks. Make sure it does, Marius replied. Kai nodded respectfully. While all on the council were technically equals, Marcus was the unspoken head. He had been on the council for near on 100 years. Kai had been voted onto the council just 6 months ago, to the shock of many alumni. Apparently, most had voted for him, hoping he would win, but not expecting him to because of his age. Nobody had been more shocked than Kai himself. The order, Flint muttered, I can't believe they pulled you out. Neither can I. Still, I formed an partial alliance between them and myself in recompense. Shadow, they are at war, Melanie warned. I am aware, Rain, but I'm not going to sit back and let Riddle get away with what he did to me. Flint made a disgusted sound. His anger at the treatment of one considered pack was palpable. The Blood Mage hesitated. I also found out it was him that killed my parents. Even Marcus's eyes widened slightly at that revelation. You finally found them? Rain asked quietly. Yes, and Riddle, or Voldemort, had personally killed both of my parents. He's the reason I'm an orphan. The council didn't know what to say. Through a grievous error on their part they had found out about the incident, as they named it, with Kai's guardians that had caused his mage powers to awaken. An awakening took an extremely terrifying and traumatic event to call upon the mage's full powers to the surface. Otherwise they go about their lives as an ordinary if powerful wizard or witch. If Voldemort was the reason why Kai had to live with those people, then they knew their youngest member would destroy him. The mage was a vindictive bastard when he wanted to be, which wasn't frequently. Thankfully, he hadn't held their mistake against them. I've decided to make Riddle my latest project, Kai announced. Think he'll survive longer than your last project? The Dark Lord in Italy had only lasted 1.5 months, undoubtedly. He's burrowed his way into all of Europe. How will you work with that Light Lord? From what I've heard they're incredibly biased over there, Flint drawled, knowing Europe's policies with werewolves. He's been surprisingly accepting. I think there will be growing pains, but it'll work. How do you find the order? Weak, disorganized. They've gotten little accomplished in battling Riddle. They seem to be mostly an intelligence-gathering organization, which suits me fine. Better to not have them underfoot at the beginning on missions. Speaking of members, the infamous Alistair Moody is on the order. Threw a right fit when he saw me. A malicious glint reached his eyes. I can't wait for Moody's reaction when he realized I placed a secrecy spell on all those in the meeting so they can't reveal anything about me, even my name, directly or indirectly. What about this teaching thing? Why tie yourself down to Hogwarts? I'll have all the little Death Eaters to be under my watch. Imagine when those Death Nibblers get the real deal on blood purity. Including that Riddle himself is half-blood. I'll be cutting off the next generation of recruits. Besides that, I can go and come as I please. Hogwarts. Wards do not register nor block my shadow walking, and I have plenty of time to do what I need to. On top of it, I'll be at the center of the action and Dumbledore can't actually monitor my going and coming. It's a win-win for me. Don't forget that you love to teach, Rain interjected fondly. Too bad I'll have to cancel your class here for the term. Just the one term though, you'd better have this resolved by New Year. The discussion continued over lunch and into the afternoon. I approve, Marcus said finally. I know you can keep Riker out of the war. Do I have approval to request occasional help from my squad? Flint snorted. Would our disapproval stop them? Probably not if we're honest. Then you have it. Kai smirked, running his hands through his loose ebony hair, enjoying the feeling of home he felt in the school and especially in these chambers. There's no place like home. To the casual observer, Shadowed Soul would look like any other successful nightclub. Crowded seat area, loud music, packed dance floor. Kai stood on the balcony, surveying his club. He had made some notable renovations to the hotspot since his rise to the council, but contrary to what was told new graduates, he had not renamed it. The assassin was startled by the cheers and greetings he received upon entering, everyone jumping up to see him. Squad members called squad leaders, announcing the news that he had returned. He told them to spread the word that he was back and that a formal statement would come out later. He smiled warmly as he escaped the last of the well-wishers and immediately had to grab a stack of paperwork and head up to the VIP to catch up on 3 weeks' worth of unfinished work before his crew arrived. Colin arrived first in a blaze of action. No sooner had he seen her and gave her a welcoming smile, he found himself slammed against the wall, razor-sharp blade at his throat. "Who are you, intruder?" Shadow disappears for 3 weeks then suddenly reappears, seemingly fine. She hissed. "Cal, it's me. What do you want me to say?" He breathed shallowly, aware of how close his neck was to the blade. Kai knew he could repel her easily but didn't want to further her mistrust. "Tell me something that only Shadow would know." You have a cute heart-shaped birthmark on your left butt cheek." Kai chuckled softly at the reminiscence. "Damn, it is you." She stepped back slowly before punching him hard in the face. "That is for not calling me as soon as you were safe. Since you went missing I've been calling that damn phone twice a day hoping you'll answer." Kai gritted his teeth and pushed down the anger at the strike. He had deserved that. He was so caught up in resolving things at Hogwarts he hadn't thought of those that may be worried for him. She met his stare evenly. Tobias was next, a werewolf with very dark skin and almost glowing amber eyes. His strangely lit eyes were set in a cold face, though his eyes held a spark of affection for his commander as he shook his hand. Tobias was always in control and almost never showed emotion. He was one of the only bitten non-magical werewolves to have mastered the inner beast. He could transform on command and benefited from the enhanced werewolf senses and reflexes in his human form. Incredible emotional control was required to keep him from transforming in anger. Tobias and Colin were his closest friends by far. He did, however, have a good working relationship with most members of his squad. They would come to him for help or help him out, but they weren't the type he'd invite to have a beer with him. The other 4, all men, arrived shortly after and the interrogation began with a single word. Spill. Well, the rumors were true. I was set up by Voldemort. He spent the next half an hour explaining the setup for the second time today, though in less detail as his squad wasn't required by oath to keep his secrets as the council was. The craziest thing was the sheer effort that was put into it. From the non-mag-hating pureblood securing motion sensors and a camera system to the fact that the Malfoy Lord must have spent the past 2 weeks sleeping in his clothes and sword. The only time frame I gave Rookwood was that he'd be dead within a month. The group nodded in agreement. "You've done what Dumbledore's order could not. Destroy members of his inner circle," Tobias said blandly. "He feels threatened. A man that fears death to such a degree he literally names himself, Flight of Death, does not like to be threatened. So, this Riddle fellow is going to be your latest project, isn't he?" Colin smirked, flipping her hair over her shoulder. She liked Kai's projects, they amused her. She wondered if he'd let her help out on this one, the possible political payoff would be enormous. Kai chuckled, "You know me too well." "Oh, where's Leander?" Nikolai queried. He'd find this amusing. Kai's face darkened to such an extent that the others unconsciously leaned away from the mage. Seeing their reactions, he took a deep breath. Leander is no longer a member of this squad. In fact, he is no longer considered a Riker and is to be captured on sight, using whatever force is necessary. Normally expressionless faces stared at him when he dropped that bomb. Except Tobias, of course. He just hit the nail on the head. He was there, wasn't he? He asked, voice ice, with Riddle. The Blood Mage nodded bitterly, holding back his true rage. Not only did he trade council secrets for power with Riddle, he assisted Riddle in keeping me captive. Christ, one of the boys breathed. That bastard. Well, I for one am thinking of exactly how bad I'm going to F.K. him up when I see him, Nikolai snarled. Kai smiled a smile that didn't reach his eyes. I'll get us some drinks and we can brainstorm on that. Ragnarok, head of Gringotts Bank, couldn't help but grin across his desk at his ally. The tall, broad-shouldered man was sprawled gracefully on a comfortable wingback chair, glass of goblin wine held elegantly in his left palm, looking every inch relaxed. His friend was a true actor, because the day one of his kind was completely relaxed was the day he fed himself to a dragon. The man did not look as he naturally did, the shorter sandy hair and more rugged features the opposite of what he normally wore. The games you played with my staff upon entering amuse me, my friend, but why play these games with me? He asked, chuckling as he did with only few. I play this game because I will claim my heritage today, not as myself, but as another. The world will know the heir by another name, just as few know of you head Ragnarok, or should I say King Ragnarok. The goblin never asked where the other got his information. The man always knew what he should not. So, the B-owned continued, should some goblin stumble into your office, I shall be protected. You enjoyed that entrance too much, he puffed up his chest, Lord Gryffindor is here to see head Ragnarok. He is expecting me, do not keep him waiting, you say, in gobbledygook no less. The poor young teller was still shell-shocked when he opened the door. Here for you, Ragnarok smirked. Funny that he didn't look for the ring, as I haven't claimed it yet, he pondered. You have a particular presence about you that dissuades others from asking unwanted questions, and you know it. Especially with that damnable voice magic of yours. Kai smirked, an action not as intimidating as in his natural form. So, the day has come. My friend, I have been looking forward to this day for 5 years, hoping you would take up the title. The goblin leaned back in his chair, crossing his short arms on his lap. A Riker, head of the UK Wizengamot, oh, this is a day of days. I am certainly looking forward to turning that disgusting governing body on its head. Their recent work has been less than pleasing. Still denying that Britain is at war. Really? Kai shook his head, disgusted at the corruption. Kai put both feet on the floor, leaning forward, face suddenly serious. Speaking of war, Ragnarok, tell me exactly why I should not strike you down where you sit for not revealing my Potter heritage to me all those years ago. It was the very reason, as you know, that I came to see you. If his tone was any colder, the red wine in his glass would have frozen. A much younger Kai Boudreaux had sat before him in an office quite similar. This young man was not nearly as comfortable as his future self would be. Ragnarok regarded the young man, one of the most powerful of the current Riker students if his sources were correct. All powerful Rikers ended up very wealthy men, and Ragnarok made a point to get to know those that were especially so. One of those was Kai Boudreaux. He was future council for sure. So powerful and still below the general Riker first-year entrance age, and a war mage. The goblin smirked internally. War mages came from one line and one line only, though most did not know that. Today he would find out if his suspicions were true. The to-be assassin was here for an inheritance ritual. He had no family and indeed thought that the ritual could help remedy. Human magic had failed the youth. Slowly, the goblin placed the ritual potion, dagger, parchment and basin before the youth, trying to keep a non-threatening aura around him. The mage held his hand over the goblin items, checking for traps and poisons before picking up the dagger. Put 3 drops of blood in the potion, shake it and then pour it into the basin. Dip the parchment in the basin, then pass it to me so I can cast the spell. The ebony-haired student went through the process with meticulousness unique to blood magic users before passing the damp parchment across the table. He then cleansed the basin and knife with a wordless spell, removing all traces of his blood from the ritual area. The Goblin King waved a dark hand, activating the potion. His eyes bugged out. The Gryffindor coat of arms, a roaring lion its prominent feature, sat neatly where Ragnarok expected it to be, with a banner naming him the heir of the line. What shocked him was the second shield, sporting a stag and a griffin locked in combat. He looked hard at the mage from the corner of his eye. Then, he saw it. The youth had Lily Potter's eyes and strong cheekbones. He had James Potter's jaw and nose. It was Harry Potter, the light's missing figurehead, completely unaware. Better it stayed that way, Ragnarok thought. if anyone found out his life would not be his, and Mishrak knows what would happen if Dumbledore got wind of it. I will wait until he's of age, untouchable by the ministries. He sighed, finishing his story, an action uncharacteristic to the powerful goblin. He was in deep shite. Kai leaned back, eyes sad, feeling the truth of his friend's intentions. Ragnar's heart was in the right place. If you had told me, I would not have spread it. Rather, I would have enjoyed the peace of mind. If I claim my Potter heritage, will anyone be alerted? He would love to see his family's things. No, not if you don't want it. We keep strict confidentiality here. You could have come in your natural form and no one would have said anything. Let's get this over with so that I can visit my vaults. The next weeks will prove to be very busy. Ragnar backed a laugh. Your latest project. Indeed, am I becoming that predictable? No, except that you take on projects that no others would dare. He paused, considering. Riddle will last longer than Marius. Marius had been a dark lord that had ruffled a lot of wealthy feathers in Italy last year. Kai had been called in to put him down. I hope so. I'm always up for a challenge. After a moment, 2 wooden boxes that the king had called for appeared. Inside were the family rings. Kai slipped both on, one of his right middle and one on his right ring finger. A pulse of magic went through him, warm and welcoming, like a hug. Kai closed his eyes for a moment and enjoyed the feeling, unlike anything he had ever felt. Concentrating, he made the Potter signet disappear, waiting to be called. Finishing his glass of wine, Kai stood, straightening his handsome burgundy robes. Shall we? They entered the cart track from Ragnar's private entrance, not desiring to go to the lobby. For long minutes they careened deeper and deeper in the catacombs. Close to the bottom they stopped. A huge vault door loomed before them, the Gryffindor crest burned on the metal. Kai stepped forward, placing his hand on the G in the center. Feeling the prick of the door sampling his blood, he stepped back, waiting patiently. Inside held what he expected: gold, jewels, books and other heirlooms. A few old books on blood magic wrote by Godric caught his eye, but the one thing he searched for escaped him. Where is the sword? He muttered. Gryffindor's sword, Ragnar queried. Yes, that is the only thing, outside of the family Wizengamot robes, that I need from here. It's in Dumbledore's office at Hogwarts. Pardon, he hissed. I'm sorry. I thought I just heard you say that a priceless family heirloom is currently an office trinket of a man not in my family. Ragnar's eyes widened comically at Kai's deadly casual tone. Call it back to you, Lord Gryffindor. You are its master and it will come to you. Kai smirked as he pictured the look on Dumbledore's face when the priceless artifact disappeared. Sword of my fathers, take your place at my side. The words slipped subconsciously from his lips, his hand out, palm up. A flash of light and a long deadly sword appeared, balanced perfectly on his palm. He admired the gleaming blade and golden hilt, large ruby in the pommel, racing lions carved on the guard. He ran a hand along the blade, removing it when the blade bit into his hand. It was razor sharp. He slipped the blade into the dragonhide hip scabbard, knowing that the blade would be as much of a statement of his identity as the family ring or the Gryffindor family features his current form had. Another flash of light and Kai redrew the sword lightning quick before he smiled at his newest guest. My brother, he said warmly as a beautiful red and gold phoenix landed on his shoulder, butting him with his head. You were curious, were you? Fox trilled affectionately, recognizing the mage's aura and excited that he was of the founder's line. Who is your friend, Kai? Ragnar, calmed, reverted to calling his ally by name. This is Fox. He is Dumbledore's familiar, Kai replied with a chuckle, stroking the bird's soft feathers. Truly, Ragnar rolled his eyes at his ally's ability to charm even a phoenix. With the death on his hands, the phoenix should have been repulsed by the assassin. Gave Albus a bit of a fright, did I? Fox cooed something that sounded like a giggle and bobbed his head. Well, let's send him a note then. Kai waved his free hand, conjuring a desk and special parchment. Sheathing the sword, he scratched out a note with his left hand in an elegant looping handwriting, laughing quietly as he wrote. Admiring his work, he rolled it. Conjuring a candle, he lit it and sealed the parchment with the wax, imprinting his seal with the signet ring. He handed the roll to the fire bird that grabbed it in its talons and jumped away in a burst of flame. Albus jumped when he saw the sword of Gryffindor vanish in a flash of light. He jumped again when Fawkes trilled and flame traveled away. What was going on? He walked to the display case quickly, casting detection charms all over the case. There was no magic picked up. The sword had simply vanished. Thank Merlin the Gryffindor family had disappeared, or he would be in serious trouble. In more ways than one. Later, Albus would reassess his belief in Murphy's Law. Fawkes reappeared during his contemplation, dropping a neat scroll on his head. Scowling disdainfully at the bird, he looked at the scroll. His eyes widened. It wasn't possible. That seal hadn't been seen in 600 years. Gryffindor. With shaking fingers, he broke the seal. The writing was neat and organized and had Dumbledore shaking in anger and disbelief. Dear Headmaster Dumbledore, I did not plan on contacting you this soon, but as your lovely familiar followed my sword, I decided to send him back with this message to you. I am Lord Nicholas Gryffindor, head of the Gryffindor family. Normally, I keep myself withdrawn from the British political scene, keeping my family out of the spotlight. I find myself no longer able to do this. The past years have shown nothing but corruption and decay in the quality of governing by the Ministry and Wizengamot. In fact, I find myself disgusted at the discrimination that is running rampant in our laws. I felt it was time I stepped in. As of the next Wizengamot meeting, on September 4th of this year, I will be taking over my rightful position as head of the Wizengamot. You will return to your position as Lord of the Dumbledore family. I thoroughly disagree with your stance in the wizarding world and the laws you have allowed to be passed under your care. In this time of war, the government needs strong leadership, someone who will stand up for those that cannot speak for themselves. I hope we can work together towards the good of the entire magical world, not just the wizarding portion. Lord Gryffindor. P.S. Mail sent to me will not reach me directly. A good friend, Kai Boudreaux, is in your staff. Any mail or questions sent to him will reach me. Please refrain from harassing him. As you already know, he is a formidable individual. Albus muttered angrily under his breath. How could he stop this? Through Boudreaux. No, he probably put this ball rolling. Walking to the fire, he tossed in some flow powder. Kai Boudreaux. No answer. Kai wasn't there. Knowing he should not try to step through the likely highly warded fireplace, he pulled back and tried again. Severus Snape. Yes, Albus. The dark professor stepped out of his kitchen. Have you seen Professor Boudreaux? He's gone to visit someone in London. That's all I heard. Actually, Snape knew Kai was meeting a political ally at Gringotts, but Albus didn't need details like that. Thank you, Severus, Albus replied, annoyed, and pulled back. Well, he's in a mood, Snape muttered to himself and went back to his dinner. Albus wasn't the only Lord Kai had pissed off that day. An icy haze wrapped around the room, curling its harsh fingers around those kneeling on the stone floor. The men and women gritted their teeth, trying to keep them from chattering lest the sound stir the monster before them. The Dark Lord was angry, a cold fury bubbling inside him. It caused his power to ripple off of him, frigid tentacles lashing at his supplicating followers. The Shadow was alive. Not only was he alive, he had been seen speaking with the bouncers outside of his club in downtown London, seemingly unaffected by weeks of torture. He snarled, cursing the man viciously in a language only the escaped prisoner would have understood. All that power had been within his grasp, now gone. What he could have done with Leander on his left and the Shadow on his right. Now Dumbledore held that power in his hand. You are certain? He hissed at the figure before him. Yes, my lord. He has been seen on the grounds. He paused. I have been told he's accepted a position at the school as a defense professor, presumably to stay close to the action. My contact on the Board of Governors says that they will be reviewing his files at their meeting in 2 days' time. Keep me informed, Lucius. The Dark Lord's voice was like a whip, making all before him flinch. The doors to the hall burst open. My lord, my lord. The words turned into a scream as the Death Eater fell to the Cruciatus. Moments later he was released. You will remember yourself, Karith. Now, what is it? Voldemort drawled. It's Riker Venom, sir. Something is wrong with him. The other Rikers are trying to subdue him, but it's not working. Voldemort's eyes went wide. What was wrong with Leander? You are all dismissed. Get out of my sight, he hissed to his followers. Looking to Karith, his eyes darkened further. Take me to him. The sight that met his eyes was not what he expected. An uncontrolled vampire aura assaulted him as soon as he was through the doors. Leander, covered in blood likely not his own, had another Riker pinned to the wall by the throat, a wild look in his eyes. His hair was disarrayed and he was just in a pair of black sleep pants, his Riker brand standing out on his pale skin. 4 others surrounded the pair, waiting for either to move. You had him here the entire time, you bastard. You knew the havoc it was wreaking in the society. He was your King Squad leader, Baracus. The victim rasped, his face angry. Do not judge me, Leander spit, whirling his head to stare at those surrounding him. You have done worse. Voldemort saw his feverish, unfocused eyes and wild disposition and knew something was wrong. He didn't step into the situation yet, though, wanting to observe the other Riker's anger at Leander's betrayal of Shadow. Leander's eyes fell on a Riker that bore a small resemblance to Kai, long raven hair tied back in a pair of black knee-high boots. He dropped the man in his grasp. Fight me, Kai, he hissed at the other Riker. You will fall before me finally. He's hallucinating. The Riker barked before drawing a pair of sai and attacking. The vampire spun, claws lashing out viciously, fangs flashing. They circled each other, darting in to strike then jumping out of reach. Blood flew as Leander's black claws ripped across the face of his opponent, leaving bloody gashes. Losing your touch, Shadow. There goes your pretty face. Leander staggered for a moment as pain ripped through his body and he suppressed a retch. What did you do to me, you little bastard? The Riker, a lithe Lycan, attacked again, plunging one sai deep in the vampire's side. Leander roared before pulling it out and wielding it against his enemy. Sparks flew as the black sai clashed again and again, stabbing and slashing until the Lycan fell, bleeding profusely from multiple wounds. Don't play with me, mage, you would never fall to me so easily. Leander shouted, panting heavily, eyes unfocused. What are you doing to me? The vampire's limbs shook, almost unable to hold him. Hitomi, one whispered, you son of a bitch, you drank from him, didn't you? You're in blood withdrawal. He circled the weakening once Riker. Do you feel the devastating hunger yet? The disregard for any blood but his. The feeling that your blood will burn its way through your skin. The hallucinations and fevers have already started. I witnessed the effects of 4 ounces on a vampire. How much did you drink, traitor? Leander snarled, but you could see his eyes widen in fear. Then the Riker that had spoken, who Voldemort recognized as Anaconda, struck, 2 sets of hands and feet battling fast. Leander's claws ripped viciously into his tall opponent's side but received a powerful punch to the face. The fight continued toughly until Anaconda showed why he was called such. 2 black whips appeared at his side and he sent them forth, each wrapping around his opponent in a different direction, trapping him. A burst of magic down the leather and the whips constricted, pushing the air out of Leander's heaving lungs. The vampire could do nothing but collapse to his knees as the vertigo and exhaustion overwhelmed him. That was Voldemort's signal to step in, knowing the entertainment was over. That is enough, Riker Anaconda. Unlike Leander, the rest had not given their first or last names. Release him. Anaconda stood tall, ice blue eyes serious. I apologize, Lord Voldemort, but this is Riker politics and it overrides any commitment we made to you. We currently don't have permission to take you in for what you did to Shadow, but we are under orders to bring Baracus in using any force necessary. Anaconda didn't turn away, knowing this was going to be trouble. They'd hoped to get in and out without Riddle's notice, but they didn't expect to find Baracus hallucinating and in a blood rage. I'm afraid that I can't allow you to do that. He drew his black cypress wand, voice just as polite as the Riker he faced. Kill us and you bring the whole council against you. You would not survive that. Anaconda stood tall, eyes flashing with power, voice apathetic. Well, it's good that I planned for confrontation, isn't it? The Dark Lord sneered, brown eyes holding a sadistic glint. Activate intruder wards, he hissed. The dormant wards lit up, striking down all but himself. Undetectable parcel wards, some of my best work, he thought to himself, admiring the results. He levitated the unconscious Leander onto his bed and bound him to it. Calling the wards again, he banished the unconscious Rikers from his property, locking them out of the wards. They were alive, and that grated on Voldemort greatly. Unfortunately, the man's words were true. The Riker Society was too powerful for him to face them all. They had members in every powerful political party and clan in the world. It was a force he did not want after him. He enervated Leander only to step back as the tall vampire coughed and convulsed, body shaking in Cruciatus-like spasms. His eyes flashed red and his fangs elongated. Summoning a vial of vampire sedative to him, Riddle forced it down the raging vampire's throat. Leander still shook slightly, but the red drained from his eyes, which drooped. He mowed softly in pain. "Baracus, what is wrong with you?" Voldemort demanded. "Blood withdrawal," he wheezed, coughing harshly. "Kai's blood holds wild magic. It's highly addictive. Never thought it would be so violent." "Wild magic. Why his blood magic is so powerful, draws magic directly from environment." He coughed hard before breaking the bonds, rolling away from the Dark Lord and vomiting noisily. "Wild magic in his blood. The old man in a young man's body," med to himself. "That could solve my little problem. Will you live?" he sneered. "Yes." The response was weak, but Voldemort nodded and swept from the room. He enervated the unconscious Karith by the door and told him to get a medic to take care of the Riker. Voldemort did not want to lose the talented vampire. If only he could have had Shadow as well. Striding into his quarters, he sat in the black wingback chair behind his ebony desk. "Another mystery," he murmured. "About what, Master?" Nagini slid up and placed her head on his lap, letting him stroke her scales. "The Shadow." The other speaker. He's fascinating, and his blood has no scent. His blood holds wild magic, and if from a second twist of Murphy's Law he felt the pulling begin, deep within his core. Damn, he pulled out a vial from a warded drawer in his desk and drank it. The magic snapped back into place. Stealing the young boy's magic and resurrecting himself using the diary had been successful, but not completely so. The Creevy boy's magic was not compatible and kept trying to pull away. If not for the restraining potion Leander brewed. The potion used wild magic to leash the magic in his core. If he got a hold of the Shadow again, his blood could be the key to making the potion permanent. There was no doubt that the Dark Lord wanted that power in his control. He wanted the Shadow. And the Dark Lord always got what he wanted. Metal met metal hard, sending sparks flying. Two swordsmen danced around each other, flying into attack then flowing away like water. It's not an incessant grin as much as it is a satisfied smirk. Severus, Kai chuckled as he dodged the potion master's longer sword. Attack, attack, dodge, like water, unstoppable. Move around everything in your path until you wear them down. The blade of Kai's sword bit shallowly into the older man's shoulder. First blood. Defend, defend, dodge. Severus was mad. Correction, Severus was pissed. You're just mad that I saved your ass from that potion blunder, the assassin spit out playfully, eyes flashing. Snape snarled. I was apparently foolish to believe that assassins dealt death, not begged for it. Kai landed a punch to Snape's unguarded left side before circling again and landing a powerful roundhouse kick. His leg didn't escape, however, without feeling the bite of Snape's sword on his calf. Snape's dark eyes narrowed. So that's how it is going to be. The swords were discarded as the circling continued. I don't care how confident you feel about it, combining the houses the way you want in classes won't work, Boudreaux. They'll never get along. My Gryffindor Slytherin potions classes are a threat to my sanity alone. The assassin laughed, face and tied hair gleaming with perspiration. If I can make born vampires and lichen exist peacefully and amicably in my lectures, I can handle a couple dozen human students. Good luck. These rivalries are centuries old. Severus was a more than able fighter. As a much larger man, he was physically stronger than the Blood Mage, though not near as fast. It was strength versus speed. A leg sweep from behind made Kai backflip over the kick, quickly springing away. He was not quick enough as Severus' follow-through caught him across the ribs. Point Snape. He rolled over Snape's leg and came up with an uppercut into the solar plexus. Kai leapt away and back to his feet as the potion's master fought to get his breath back. Point Kai, will you teach them this? He wheezed out. Some, Kai replied, I'll have to focus on fitness first. Foolish lazy European wizards, the assassin scolded jokingly. Severus scowled, I'm a blade master, I'll have you know. Kai barked a laugh as he dodged Snape's attempt to grab him. I'll do mostly dodging with the younger years. Introduce them to normal sports. Dodge, block, strike. Kai heard a snap as Snape's nose broke. Thanks for that, like my nose isn't crooked enough. I'll heal it after. Beep it up. A blow caught him across the temple and his vision blacked before refocusing. Note to self, don't piss of Snape, it makes him faster. The key for 5th years and below is all about knowing when and how to escape a situation, and if not possible, how to shield, block, or hide well enough to then escape. Good, they circled again. All these kids can think of as the bravo and honor of battle, as if they would stand a chance against a Death Eater. Foolish Gryffindors, Snape muttered, speech slightly slurred from the broken nasal bone. He went down hard as Kai's sweeper kick took out his legs. Kai held his left foot over Snape's throat, claiming victory. You, Severus, are part of the problem, he growled, annoyed. You snipe about how stupid the Gryffindors are, how pathetic the Hufflepuffs are, how book-obsessed the Ravenclaws are. Is a child's character actually defined by the one trait the house is most known for? Is their worth to be decided by some old hat? Kai snarled and walked away, sitting at the appearing table, wiping away blood and sweat with a damp towel. A hand ran over his leg and head, healing any swelling or cuts. Then he took a drink of cold water, as much to cool his temper as his body. I was in the Bloodfang house at Riker. Bloodfang has the highest death rate of any house. Some people focus on this one fact more than anything else about my housemates. What does this tell you about its members? Foolish, reckless, untalented, Snape snapped, towel stemming the blood from his nose. Add this to your consideration. Bloodfang produces more class leaders than any other house. Foolish, reckless, though talented. Bloodfang houses most of the school's blood magic mastery students. Reckless but extremely talented, Snape said grudgingly, sitting in the chair next to the assassin. Kai stood up and took the towel. So your opinion of me and my housemates changed from us being stupid and untalented to extremely talented with only 2 additional pieces of information. Snape narrowed his eyes. I didn't know anything about Bloodfang members. The assassin grabbed Snape's nose and snapped it back into place, a bone-mending and blood-clotting spell healing the injury. The only response Snape had to the harsh treatment was watering of his eyes. And you seriously think you know anything about these students? Because a person is sorted into Hufflepuffs does not mean they do not have the intelligence of a Ravenclaw, or the bravery of a Gryffindor, or even the cunning of a Slytherin. It just means that their loyalty and work ethic is more predominant. Don't judge a person because of what some moldy talking hat says. Doing so would be blinding yourself, something a cunning Slytherin such as yourself should loathe to do. He waved a cleaning spell over himself and pulled on a black polo shirt emblazoned with the logo of the English national rugby team. He sat down, and as the room provided a comfortable lounge chair for him. This is a remarkable room, he commented as the room gave him a book of instructions on itself. It's called the Come and Go room. I've been using it for sword training since my Hogwarts days, Snape commented absently, mind still pondering Kai's words. I'll have to speak to Hogwarts about making this my classroom. I could make it any kind of play field or obstacle course I wanted. The possibilities are endless. Think about what I said, Severus. Because frankly, if you're not part of the solution, you're part of the problem. He turned away, readying his hair. I have a meeting, was all he said before he walked away. As he walked down the hallway, his phone vibrating at his side brought Kai out of his thinking. He flung up a mobile silencing ward around himself as he walked. Shadow, he said. Kai, it's Anaconda, a male voice replied. He sounded pissed. What's up? Good news and bad. Good news first. Leander is in serious blood withdrawal, shakes, hallucinations, he's fighting anything that resembles you. Still, man, I'm going to have to start using my blood as a new vampire torture technique. It had been over a week and a half since his escape. That Leander was still in bad shape was marvelous. Bad news, though, he's now protected under maximum security. Riddle has apparently moved him to his private quarters. He lives in there. He brews in there and nothing can get in and out but Riddle. He used parcel wards to lock us all off of the property. Parcel wards, huh? Kai smirked viciously. Looks like I'm going after him myself. Anaconda laughed heartily. That's what I thought you'd say. Good, good. Any other news? No. Then I'll let you go. I have a meeting. I'll talk to you soon. Yeah, no doubt. Make sure you stop by the manor sometime. The wife and the kids keep asking after you. Kai smiled fondly. He loved Anaconda's family. I'll try. Say hi to them for me. I will. Oh, by the way, you might get a bit of a surprise on the Hogwarts Express. Kai hated being surprised. No, I'm not telling. You'll have to wait and see, Anaconda laughed. He'd always been an uncle to Kai, being one of the head blood magic instructors at Riker and a mentor. Later, arrivederci. Kai dropped the ward as he faced the door to the Defense Against the Dark Arts office and knocked. A call of, "Come in," came from the other side, so Kai let himself in. The office was warm and comfortable with much memorabilia on the shelves. He chuckled at the glare the Grindylow in a tank was giving him. "Can I help you?" The voice was friendly, but cautious. Remus Lupin was a tall, very thin man, owned hair graying at the temples. He looked weary and prematurely aged. Remus Lupin. I'm Kai Boudreaux, the new practical defense teacher. He held out his hand over the dark wooden desk. The man smiled. Ah yes, Albus mentioned you would be coming to see me. Kai pushed down his inner voice as it yelled, "Bidden werewolf." When their hands touched. I'm looking forward to collaborating with you. I believe your class is a long time coming, Remus commented, motioning him to take a seat. I hear you're good at what you do. Kai smirked. I'd like to think so. I've brought my lesson plans. Hello. Kai yelped as a wet nose sniffed his leg. He had seen the grim-like dog upon entry but had ignored it, sensing its calmness. Remus laughed. That's my dog, Padfoot. He's really quite nice. A baby sat crying in his crib, calling, "Pafu, Pafu," until a big black dog came bounding into the room and leapt into the crib. The baby laughed and giggled as the dog licked him and snuggled against him until a man, who looked a lot like Kai, came running in. Padfoot, get out of there. Kai snapped out of the flashback. What in Athena's name was that? He thought to himself. My parents. Padfoot, Padfoot, what am I remembering? The dog smelled him all over almost frantically. He reached down to pat his head but recoiled as soon as he made contact. He darted away, knocking his chair over as a blade was summoned to his hand. What kind of joke is this, Lupin? His voice was ice. You often keep animagi as pets. Is that a new werewolf trend I'm unaware of? Lupin's eyes went huge. How? I know by touch. He turned to the dog who was whining pitifully. You, quit playing games. Change back or I will change you back. The dog whimpered before changing into a tall, thin dark man with long, stringy black hair and ice blue eyes. Kai almost laughed. Speak of the devil, he thought. The resemblance to Tonks was easily seen. Mr. Black, Kai smirked, lowering the blade slightly. The man's eyes got even wider. Harry, Black stuttered, stepping forward. It was Kai's turn to be shocked. Waving his hand, he cast an enormous amount of privacy spells. Why do you call me that name? He asked sharply, voice full of suspicion. Your scent, I have never forgotten it. I used to jump into your crib and play with you when you were a baby, and take you for rides on my motorcycle. As Sirius spoke, Lupin scanned the youth, taking in his features. He had seemed familiar to him at first, but now that he knew, the similarities were startling. Harry was a perfect blend of the best of Lily and James, the long hair accentuating his mother's cheekbones. Something bothered the worn werewolf about the way the now 17-year-old Potter held himself and the easy way he held that long silver blade in his hand. He slid his cypress wand into his palm. The Second War had made them all more cautious. The Azkaban escapee found out just how well the youth wielded that knife when he leapt forward to give his godson a hug and found his arm twisted behind his back and the razor-sharp blade at his throat. The entire time, Harry, remained completely calm, even apathetic, to the fact that he held his godfather's life in his hands. I recommend not making sudden moves at me, Mr. Black. I don't know what Dumbledore has told either of you about me, but I will warn you that my trust must be earned before you can approach me in such a way. Sirius stayed frozen until Kai released him, backing away. As much as Kai was interested in getting to know this man, he wasn't about to jump into trusting him. Remus made the first move. Why don't we all sit down? We seem to have more to talk about than planned, Harry. Remus forced a smile. Kai sat in one of the chairs, back to the wall, still holding the blade. First of all, my birth name may have been Harry Potter, but my legal name now is Kai Boudreaux, and you will call me by that name. Only one other being knows that I am the Potter heir, and I hope to keep it that way. But why, Kai? Knowing you have returned would bring new hope to the people, rouse them to make a stand, Remus inserted. That would bring no good, Mr. Lupin. I am no light wizard. I would not be hailed as their savior, I would be shunned as the next Voldemort. Even if they didn't, I couldn't bear the fawning English sycophants. Their obsession with me is frankly disturbing. Sirius sat near him, nervously, black wavy hair obscuring his face. Kai, may I ask why you aren't still attacking me? I mean, not that I'm complaining, but what they say I did and what happened are very different things, Mr. Black. I, for one, have come face to face with Peter Pettigrew. Sirius blanched. When? How? Kai scoffed loudly. I thought you were in Dumbledore's inner circle. He shook his head morosely. When I spent 3 weeks as Tom's prisoner. In fact, that's how I came to be here. Remus looked thoughtful. We've been away. But, he mentioned something about, he stopped dead. You're the Riker. Kai nodded, curious as to how he would react. That explains a lot, the wolf muttered. What's a Riker? Sirius queried. An assassin trained at a particular academy. They are known for producing assassins of the highest quality, answered Remus absently, eyes drinking in the youth, werewolf senses reaching out to taste his power. That is partly incorrect. A Riker is an individual who graduated from Riker Academy. The academy is a place that takes in those with the most potential and outputs the highest-ranking masters in the world. Mercenary work such as assassination or protection is a choice some make as it makes us very wealthy, but not all. For example, I'm a successful master warder. So you're not an assassin? Sirius asked. Kai was slightly disappointed at the hope in the man's voice. But, of course, Sirius Black was firmly in the Lights camp with all the particulars that went with it. I never said that. In fact, I'm very successful at that as well, Kai chuckled. The Aurors appreciated my last targets. Even Moody, as reluctant as it was. Sirius felt his stomach twist. His godson was a killer. What would James say? What confused him was the still burning desire he felt to get his godson's acceptance. He could feel the power and confidence radiating off of him, the smooth, calm way he spoke and wielded that blade. It almost frightened him. Who? He whispered. The Lestrange brothers, Goyle and Jugson. I was hired by the Department of Mysteries to take care of them. Unfortunately, Rookwood got wind and set me up when Lucius Malfoy was targeted. Wow, that's an impressive list. Can't fault killing Death Eaters, could he? The youth, though didn't look like it, shrugged. None of them were especially difficult. I admit, I did enjoy the blade fight I had with the Malfoy Lord. I'm interested to see if his heir has the talent. The kid does what the Order had tried to do for years, all by himself, and he just shrugs it off. Remus shook his head. So, you're really teaching here this year? But, you're only, 17? Yes, and we still need to talk about what spells I need you to teach the kids. No offense, but why not teach them the specific spells yourself? Can't. Don't use a wand, never have. That was a surprise. Wandless magic. Even Albus can't do much wandless magic. Sirius choked out. Frankly, it has little to do with the amount of magic and more to do with the makeup of my magic. Forgive me if I don't go into details, Kai cut in. But the punch line is that my magic will destroy a wand. I've already spoke to Phileas and Minerva about what I need from them. Do you mind if I drop in and watch your class sometime? Remus wanted to see Harry. No, Kai, teach. He seemed somewhat friendly, but dangerous. Remus, being a dark creature himself, wasn't biased against the dark and black magics, but dark wizards, especially ones as powerful as Kai, made him nervous. You're welcome to join us. In a few months I'll be having a discussion about werewolves and I'll be bringing in a few friends of mine I'd like you to meet. Make sure to bring your Mutt with you, Kai smirked. Mutt, Sirius barked a laugh, I can't believe it's you. All these years thinking you were dead. Can we, maybe spend some time together? I'm sure you'd love to hear about your parents. I'm your godfather actually. The dog Animagus looked nervous, obviously wanting his godson's approval. Kai smiled. I'm sure the students wouldn't find it strange if Professor Lupin's dog, who had taken a liking to me, was seen hanging out in my quarters. A smile lit up Sirius' prematurely aged face. Oh, I'll make a marauder out of you yet, Prongslet. The assassin raised an eyebrow. Prongslet. Remus, me and your father were quite the pranksters when we terrorized Hogwarts halls. The ex-convict looked nostalgic. We named ourselves after our Animagus forms. I'm Padfoot, your father was a stag called Prongs, and Remus is Moony. Kai chuckled. Moony, good one. About my lycanthropy, how did you know? I can feel it, just like I knew Mr. Black was an Animagus. Please, Sirius pleaded, call me Sirius or Padfoot. Call me Remus as well. The werewolf input, we're going to be colleagues after all. So, are you an Animagus too? Kai grinned. Of course, it's in the genes after all. Ooh, Sirius cooed, what are you? Kai's smile slipped. Your Animagus reflects your personality. How would they react to his form? Most would just see the reflection of death, not the calm, confident power that the Thestral wields. Well, actually, I'm a Thestral. Four eyes went huge. That is so cool. Sirius bounced about, surprising everyone. A magical Animagus. Tell me you've scared some bad people lurking around in that form. The crazy man, as Kai figured he must be, cackled. I mean, I have fun looking like a Grim, you've one-upped me. You like, I admit, I'm surprised, I expected you to be creeped out. I don't know why I'm not. We should go running in the forest together sometime, I'll be able to see you, Sirius chirped, though he grimaced at his own comment. I want to visit the Thestral herd Dumbledore has habiting the Forbidden Forest, they're a beautiful herd, Kai commented. But, back to business, we have a curriculum to plan. If Remus hadn't been impressed with Kai before, he was after the youth had pulled out his detailed planner and had, in depth, gone over what he was planning on teaching each of the years, and when, and what he needed from Remus, aligning the two courses. Sirius, a one-time Auror, gave useful input as the pair talked for hours. So Kai, any women in your life? Do I need to give you the talk? The escapee picked. Kai slowly moved away. Even think about it, and I'll lock you in your Animagus form with an insatiable urge to hump anything moving. Kai smirked. Besides, I've probably had way more lovers than you ever did, Mutt. Anyone now then, Casanova. The assassin's smile slipped. I was but, he sighed, no, never mind. Sirius frowned and looked at Remus. Someone broke my godson's heart. We need to begin planning prank revenge. Unless, of course, she's another Riker assassin, he coughed as he realized he may be getting in over his head. No, it's not like that. I wasn't in love with her, Kai trailed off, the ache in his chest calling him a liar. I was the one that broke it off. Now if you were so fond of her, why did you break it off? Remus asked. It's complicated, Kai looked away. No matter how powerful he was and mature for his age, sometimes he was still 17. Remus grabbed the bottle of fire whiskey from his desk and poured everyone a glass. She betrayed you somehow. Remus' nose smelled the combination of hurt and anger coming off the teenager. She was sent into my club to spy on my organization. I knew she wasn't who she said she was, but I didn't think she was an Auror. Wow, that's rough. So she was spying on you and feeding information back to the Aurors. It was over a year ago I found out she was an Auror. I hadn't spoken to her since, until the other night. I found out that she hadn't told that Aurors that she had successfully infiltrated the club, but it doesn't matter. She's a stranger to me. Kai's gaze drifted to the side, deep in thought. Suddenly he made to stand. You don't need to hear about this, I should go. Kai, who is this girl? Kai paused. Your niece. Sirius made a choking sound. Nimmy. Oh dear. Well, I'll set her straight if you need me to. Kai smiled at the man, already starting to feel fine of his antics. Oh. Kai. Sirius asked suddenly, trying to change the topic. I've been dying to know. Why do you smell like Snape's blood? Kai raised an eyebrow. And just how do you know what Snape's blood smells like? School rivals, you know how it is. Ah, well, Severus and I were sparring earlier, the assassin replied as he stood and collected his notes. Sparring? I hope you kicked his ass. Kai, still annoyed about earlier, smirked. I won. Attaboy. Sirius cheered. Make no mistake, Sirius, Severus and I might disagree occasionally about his attitude, but he and I are friends, Kai scolded. I had no idea Snape even knew how to have friends. Sirius made a face. Kai gave him a scouring look of disapproval before rolling his eyes. I'm off to my quarters, which are next to Severus, by the way, if you need to find me. Good night. After the door closed, Sirius whispered. Oh man, Nimmy, she's like 5 years old than him minimum. He's remarkable though, isn't he? Yeah, nothing like James at all. Yeah, a lot like Lily when she was mad though, frightening alike. Remus sat across from Sirius in the defense professor's quarters, staring dazedly into the fire. It's not real to me yet, Sirius muttered. The werewolf looked to his friend. Me neither. I mean, he is so different from anything I would have expected. When I think of it, he's got James's confidence and power, but to the next level. I could feel the energy radiating off of him. Padfoot. We have to be careful. He's not our little Harry anymore, and he's a dark wizard and a killer. Remus was still trying to wrap his head around the latter too. We can give him a chance though, can't we, Moony? I really want to know him. He's the only thing I have left of Lily and James. If I only had stayed instead of running off that night, Dumbledore never would have. Sirius' voice cracked as he thought of his godson with those awful muggles. The things the Order had found out when they went to get Harry and found him missing were hideous. Merlin. No wonder he is the way he is, beaten then abandoned by his family. It's a miracle that he survived. Remus looked down, ashamed for the negative thoughts he'd had about his best friend's son. The circumstances he had been forced into had made him the way he was, sharp and distrusting, just like Severus was. Remus had never disliked Severus really and had tried to stop James and Sirius from playing the worst of their pranks. Maybe this is a chance to start over with Severus. He has done so much for me. Most of all, he had not only created Wolfsbane but brewed it every month for Remus. If I can only make Sirius and him stop fighting, I'm going to need Kai's help. Do you think he'd like to go running with us in the forest, Moony? He's an animagus after all. Sirius. Voice cut into Remus. Thoughts. He does know about me. Well, it won't hurt to ask, will it? Great. Oh, I wonder if he likes pranks. He's not too old to learn. We'll make him into a marauder yet. Remus thought that Sirius was dreaming if he thought that he was going to make his godson into a prankster, but he let the dog animagus ramble. I can't wait to see him again. Kai could see why many Hogwarts students were amazed by the Express when they stepped onto the platform for the first time. The bright red old-fashioned train sparkled, thrumming with magic. Sipping on his large coffee, he walked the perimeter of the empty platform, feeling out the existing wards before getting on and settling himself in the last compartment. Albus had, ever so nicely, asked if he could review and strengthen the wards on the platform as well as lay and anchor wards around the moving train. The first was simple enough, but the second would take hours. That was what brought him to the train at 6 a.m., just him and some oars. Setting up some basic alert wards around his cabin, he dropped into a trance, breathing deeply and looking every inch asleep, feet propped up on the opposite seat. Focusing on the feel of the dark mark, he again weaved his anti-portkey and apparition wards and also a new proximity ward he'd designed. The ward would alert him should any Death Eaters cross through the barrier, take an image and send it to Kai's mind. This was why Kai wore a headset, like a hands-free phone, linked to the Auror's frequency. The assassin would receive the image, alert the Aurors, and the Aurors would watch that individual. Kai held back a chuckle at the irony of working with the Aurors again. He might as well register as a hitwizard and make himself legit. "Mic on," he said aloud. "Boudreaux here. Perimeter ward set." "Good. Keep me informed," Shacklebolt's deep voice rumbled. "Will do. Beginning second stage now." Mic off. Taking a drink of his coffee, he looked at the time, 8:45. Rolling his shoulders, he slipped back into the trance. The hours slipped by as Kai weaved ward after ward around the train, anchoring them to the train and himself, only pausing to alert the oars occasionally. Hermione Granger and Neville Longbottom walked the hallway of the train together. No one found this odd. The two were always together. The loners of Gryffindor they were called, outcasts from the pack, Hermione for her brains and pushiness and Neville for his cowardly lion status. Since first year the pair were inseparable. Getting worried about not finding an empty compartment, they opened the door of the last compartment only to pause in surprise at seeing someone they had never seen before. Hermione's first thought was, wow. Her eyes wandered the sharp lines of the face and body of the sleeping man. She couldn't pinpoint his age, sometimes looking 19, sometimes around 23. He had a strange headset on his right ear. Overall, she could only stare. "Let's stay in here, there's nowhere else," Neville pushed. "You think he'll mind?" Neville shrugged. "I wonder who he is," the boy said as he sat on the seat near the door. "I can't say. He's too old to be a student." "Well, we know he's at least Muggle-raised, because that's a cup of coffee." "Coffee. Muggle beverage like a pepper-up potion. Awful stuff. And he's dressed like a Muggle too, those are nice jeans actually. Could he be part of the Auror squad? Well, if he's an Auror he's not doing a good job, sleeping like that." A smooth voice startled them. "I assure you, I am neither an Auror, nor sleeping." They turned to look into a pair of amused green eyes. "Mic on," he muttered. "Shacklebolt, final wardings are set. We're good to go." They realized he was speaking into the headset. "Yes, no, just a little tired, until then." "Mic off," the stranger sighed, stretching his shoulders before looking at them again. "And you are?" "I'm sorry, I'm Hermione Granger and this is Neville Longbottom. We're 7th year Gryffindors." He shook their hands, Neville looking intimidated. Kai Boudreaux. Hermione was absolutely fascinated by him. His looks, his voice, that air of mystery. "Mr. Boudreaux, may I ask, you said something about laying wards. How could you do that the way you were? Where's your wand?" He raised an eyebrow, curious. "That was a warder's trance, that's all I can say." The Gryffindor's eyes went wide in excitement. "You're a master warder. You must be in charge of warding the train. How exciting. How long did it take? Are there many wards? What kinds? And wandless magic. Can all master warders do it or is it just you?" Kai looked on apathetically as question after question came out without end in sight or the odd girl even taking a breath. He looked at her companion, the slightly chubby bee. Owen just shrugged, a wry smile on his face. Noticing their lack of attention, the girl pulled up short with a huff. "Fine, ignore me then. I don't know about you, but where I'm from if you ask a question you wait for a reply before asking another. Otherwise none will get answered," he chastised. "And for Athena's sake, call me Kai, Mr. Boudreaux makes me feel old." The Muggleborn blushed. "Sorry, Kai." She noted the odd use of the Greek goddess. It tugged at her memory. Someone else said things like that, but who? "As for your questions, yes, I warded the train and platform. It took me around 4 hours. There, yes, are many wards. No, I cannot tell you what they are for security reasons." The shy boy laughed. "I can't normally get past the second question." The assassin found the pair to be amusing if not charming. They both appeared to be the loner types, preferring just the other. Hermione, he judged to be the teacher's pet type, scorned by her classmates for her thirst for knowledge and their jealousy at her accomplishment. Her knowledge of his clothing and coffee signaled that she was at least normal-raised, probably striving to prove that she deserved to be here to the purebloods. The coffee really suggested that because wizards did not drink coffee. Not with the various awakeness and pepper-up potions that existed. But man, almost nothing beat a good hot cup of coffee. He had never liked teachers' pets, no one at Riker did. The instructors wanted to be questioned, challenged, demanding in-depth discussion on inconclusive topics. He would always remember his first blood magic class. Kai was not pleased. Beginner blood magic. His pride was screaming at the indignity. He had learned this stuff when he was 8. The class taught the basic hows and whys of blood magic. Unfortunately, there was no initial testing for blood magic as almost no one was taught at home, unlike the normal charms, transfiguration and potions classes. When he saw it on his schedule, he spoke to the headmistress, who told him to speak to Instructor Khan, the instructor who taught intro blood magic. That isn't unreasonable. Kai soothed his pride as he stepped into the class early. He was surprised to find the class already almost full. He walked to the front to the tall, intimidating man who was muttering to himself in Italian. "Instructor Khan, can I speak with you for a moment?" Kai asked politely. Icy blue eyes snapped onto his. "That's Master Khan to you, boy," the older man barked. Kai was startled at the hostility. "I apologize for my ignorance, Master Khan," he replied. "Better. You just might have manners. Now, what do you want?" He stood, towering over the 11-year-old. "Headmistress Rain said I should speak to you about testing out of this class." The man struck his nose in the air. "Testing out of my class? There is no testing out of my class. You couldn't anyway. What are you, 9? Kai's temper flared as he heard the class behind him laugh. He reeled it in tightly. 11, sir. I humbly request the chance to prove my skills to you." "Skills?" The man sneered, the expression looking so out of place in the strong features of his face. "Fine. Why do you need to inject a solution including Phoenix Ashes into your system before doing any ritual for Hephaestus?" Phoenix Ashes, in the Envich solution, increases the body's ability to tolerate high temperatures. This is important as all Hephaestus rituals must be done in a ritual room at a consistent temperature of 65.1 degrees Celsius. The man's eyes narrowed. Some users, in the 4th level night vision set by Nyx, exchange the important rune Nia for Nia. Where is that rune and why do they switch? Kai took a deep breath. The rune is placed exactly in the center of the inside of each eyelid. Nia is the rune for dark and Nia for near dark. Users that switch are normally vampires, as Nia creates better vision at dawn and dusk, a time for which vampires have their worst vision. I, being human, selected Nia at that level. Selected? You dare imply that you've done blood magic that powerful? The man, dark hair shaking, leaned into Kai's face. Yes, Ka hissed. "Sir, frankly, I have my journeyman exams in less than 8 months. I need to spend my time." "Lies. There has never been an apprentice-level user as young as you." "Sir." Kai bit, trying to remain the better person, but he was no saint. "That is a serious allegation. Are you claiming that I am falsely presenting my status within the guild?" "Yes," the Italian spit. "What are the 3 power runes in Hades, River Styx, ritual?" Kai nearly got sick. The rituals of Hades were grotesque and disturbing, nothing Kai would touch with a 10-foot pole. "What, boy, don't know?" "No, sir. Frankly, I would not touch the rituals of Hades if my life depended on it." "Why is that? Too difficult for you, Master Apprentice?" "No, sir. It is because every ritual requires the sacrifice of at least 6 children, age 6 or younger. Training as an assassin or not, I will not be responsible for the slaughter of any child." The young mage held his back straight, limbs trembling in anger. "Then you are weak. If that is weakness, then call me weak." Kai would never back down on this. Hades was the black side of blood magic, what Kai considered to be the festering wound on an otherwise healthy limb. The man's eyes bore into Kai's, getting right in his face. "All of my mastery students must complete the rituals of Hades to graduate. If you can't handle that, then you don't belong at Riker." The youth let his anger show for the first time, lips curling in a snarl, free magic sparking up and down his arms. "I came to Riker, worked my ass off to get into here, because of what I heard about the excellence of the program here and the integrity and skill of its instructors. Obviously what I heard was untrue. If that is how things are run around here, then I will be informing the headmistress of my immediate withdrawal from this program." The students watched in shock as Kai bowed his head slightly in a mocking show of respect, then turned on his heel and strode quickly towards the door. A slow, steady clapping stopped him. He turned, eyes dark, to see Instructor Khan with a huge grin on his face. "Bravo, Mr. Boudreaux, bravo. The headmistress convinced me you were worth my time, but her words did you no justice." He walked up to the suspicious and still angry mage. "She wanted me to take you on as a personal apprentice, to work one-on-one with you. Of course, I had to see if you were worthy of such a thing," he said quietly, sitting back on his haunches so they would be more eye to eye. "No matter what you say, I will not. Nor shall you ever touch the Hades rituals so long as I live. I only take students that will not abuse that power. You were willing to drop out of the most prestigious school in the world to stick to your morals. I like that a lot." As those words struck him, Kai struggled to stay standing as the emotion drained out of him, taking his energy with it. "Now, I don't believe we've been truly introduced. I'm Musha Geo Anaconda, but most just call me Khan. The other boy, Longbottom, he must be the Longbottom heir, son of those Aurors." He seemed a bit twitchy, withdrawn, opposite in many ways to his companion. Kai was thankful he studied the records of the students in the school, trying to find out the most important ones. He finished off the rest of his now cold coffee with a grimace as the train pulled away from the station. "Boudreaux," a voice buzzed in his ear. Muttering in annoyance, he replied, "Boudreaux here. Platform is clear. Feel free to release the platform wards. Shacklebolt and his team are on the train. Don't get in our way." "Wouldn't dream of it," Moody, the warder drawled. "Boudreaux," Shacklebolt's voice cut in, "get some rest. It's a long train ride and we don't want the wards to fall if you're strained." Kai grimaced, twirling himself to play nice. "I'm in the last cabin if you need me, otherwise, I'll see you at Hogsmeade." He leaned his head back against the seat, rubbing his eyes. "I have to release some wards, so I recommend not speaking to me for at least 15 minutes, he said to the students before dropping into a light trance, allowing him to be still aware of those around him. He came out of it 20 minutes later to silence. The girl was watching his every move while the boy was entrenched in what appeared to be a herbology magazine. "Is it hard to go into the trance like that?" she asked. "Great. Interrogation, round 2. Not now, but it took years to learn it." "Do you always work with the Aurors?" "No." The short answer reigned in her questioning. Kai decided it was time to get some info on the school from a different perspective. "I'm going to be around the school a lot this year. What's Hogwarts like?" "I've never really been." He looked casual, but interested, trademark charming smile on. "You didn't go to Hogwarts?" "No. I assure you, the age difference between us isn't so great that you'd have easily missed me as one of your schoolmates." "No," she giggled, "you would not be easily missed." He just raised an eyebrow cheekily at her words. She blushed brightly. "So, where'd you go?" "A small school in North America," he answered vaguely. "So, my fair interrogator, what sayest thou of Hogwarts?" She blushed again, unconsciously straightening her long curly hair. "Well, Hogwarts was built in." "Oh no, 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 I wasn't asking for a vocal presentation of Hogwarts, a history. I mean, tell me of the people, the students, the staff. I hear there are 4 houses, how do they interact? Are there clubs, sports? The stuff you don't find in a book." She pondered the request for a minute. "Well, most of the professors are nice, and brilliant, like Professor McGonagall and Flitwick. Professor Snape is an absolute genius, but he's bitter and caustic and favors the house he is head of. Most students don't like him." She talked for quite a while about all the different teachers, their pros and cons to him as if he was an incoming student. "With the 4 houses," she paused, "do you know what they are represented by?" "Bravery, knowledge, loyalty and hard work, cunning and ambition." "Right, well, currently there are 2 major factions inside the school plus the neutrals. They are very similar in my mind. On one hand you have the so-called Dark Wizards, led by Draco Malfoy. They're the prejudiced pigs for you-know-who, wanting to destroy anything Muggle. This is mostly made up of the pureblood Slytherins and some Ravenclaws. Since war broke out they've been emboldened, causing more trouble. At the other end of the spectrum are the so-called Light Wizards, led by a real ass called Ronald Weasley. That lot are viciously prejudiced against anything remotely dark, be it magic, creatures or even attitudes. Anyone even suggesting that dark magic has its purpose, which it does, is shunned from the popular crowd. This group is made up of mostly Gryffindors, but most of Hufflepuff supports them because they're supposed to be good and right. The conflict between the two must have escalated seriously since the war broke out. She nodded. So, most of the friendships are in her house then? Yes. I have some ideas to try and help this year. I'm head girl, you see, but it's like fighting a useless battle. She pointed to the shining gold badge on her left shoulder. That's even better if I get an in with the head girl, Kai thought. Who's your male counterpart? She scoffed. Draco Malfoy himself. Kai barked a laugh. That would cause some problems. You are normal born, are you not? That wouldn't preclude a good working relationship. He's not the friendliest fellow you've met. The compartment door slamming open cut off any reply. Speak of the devil and he will appear, Kai thought, smirking. Draco Malfoy stood there, sneering at the students in all his platinum glory. Kai smothered a flame of rage at how much the boy looked like his father. My, isn't it the mud-blood and the squib? Hiding from the rest of the Gryffindors again. Ah, looks like the little teacher's pet key. Ed enough as to get her badge. He leaned his tall thin form against the doorframe. You know Hermione, non-magical psychologists say that people bully and put down others to try and lift their own pathetic self-esteem, Kai drawled slowly. Hermione smothered a laugh. Muggles no N. Draco froze when his eyes landed on Kai. His mouth opened and closed, his face a look of abject horror as recognition flashed on his face. Shadow, he whispered. What? You can't be here. Why ever not? Mr. Malfoy, I am a professional warder after all. In fact, I'm linked with the Auror team guarding the train. So, boy, I suggest you leave my cabin mates alone, Kai sneered back, eyes cold. The young heir's nostrils flared, his mind battling anger at the indignity and fear of the powerful assassin who had suffered greatly at the hands of his father. Why, you just wait, when my father hears about this. Oh please, mention this to Lucius, Kai barked a laugh, looking positively smug. Tell your daddy that I'm perfectly willing to finish that job, you know the one. Draco's breathing stopped again, the assassination. At my leisure of course, Kai smirked. I hear the Manners wards are just a mess. Draco took a step back. He knew it was the assassin's fault their Manners wards had fallen and the Order seized their home. His father was now a wanted man, most of their family's prestige lost. Oh, and Draco dearest, be careful what you say. Kai tapped the headset. Wouldn't want the Aurors to think that you have a way to contact your father and haven't informed the proper authorities. The remaining blood drained from the already pale Bee-own's face. Now get out. A flick of his hand and the Bee-owned and his goons vanished. What happened? How did you do that? Hermione demanded. You didn't think I wouldn't ward my own cabin, did you? Ah, our smarmy Mr. Malfoy will find himself and his thugs in a bit of a tight spot. Where? Neville asked softly, eyes wide with awe at their cabin mate. One of the stalls in the girls' bathroom. I do hope it was empty. The poorly done innocent look Kai was sporting told just how little he hoped that. For shame on him. What an awful place for the head boy to be found, spying on the girls' bathroom like that. The cabin was filled with howls of laughter. That was the best thing I've seen since the Weasley twins left. I've never seen the ferret look so put in his place. Neville laughed, coming out of his shell a bit. Ferret, oh, now you must tell me that story, the assassin-turned-professor cackled. The trio spent the next hour or so laughing and discussing things of little importance. I wonder how they'll react when they realize they've been hanging out with a professor. Kai looked up when the cabin door slid open again. A tall, dark stocky youth with warm blue eyes and dark brown hair smirked in at him. Look what the cat dragged in. Kai was on his feet in a second. Blaze. The pair met halfway in a strong manly hug. That bastard, a surprise my ass. Kai laughed, clapping his brother on the back. I forgot you went to Hogwarts. Father knew you did. We thought we'd surprise you. Blaise Zabini was Anaconda's oldest son, just weeks younger than Kai. The pair had spent almost every Christmas together after Anaconda took him as an apprentice. He hadn't seen his almost brother since Christmas. Sit down, he motioned to the seat opposite his. I assume you know Hermione and Neville. Blaise nodded to the pair who was watching the interaction with interest. Granger, Longbottom. Zabini, the two intoned before going back to their reading. I can't believe you're going to be here the whole year. Blaise shook his head. This is going to be amazing. The havoc we will wreak. Kai smiled innocently, a look very out of place on his face. Now Blaise, you know I have to stay out of it. Huh, really now? So that's why I heard girls screaming because Malfoy and his cronies suddenly appeared in the girls' loo. Hermione giggled. I had nothing to do with it, I tell you. Back me up here, Hermione. Sorry, Kai. I try to be an honest individual. I'm head girl after all. Kai smirked. Sarcasm does not suit you. What are you going to do? Stick out your tongue at me? The bookworm had really loosened up around Kai since the start of the train ride. I'm considering it. So, Blaise cut in, you guys sign up for the new practical defense class. Kai gave the Italian a barely concealed look of distaste. Absolutely, it sounds fascinating. Hermione chirped. The school has needed a class like this, especially with the war. I hope the professor is competent. Blaise smirked. I have my doubts, but we'll see. Hermione was surprised by how friendly and nice the Dark Slytherins seemed to be. Most Slytherins were closed off and hostile to members of other houses. Maybe it was the Kai factor. The four talked for a while before suddenly Kai jerked and fell into the trance. He flicked down the mic with unseeing eyes. Alert, 50 bogeys incoming south, southwest, triangular attack pattern. I repeat, 50 Death Eaters approaching by broom from the south, southwest. ETA 4 minutes 33 seconds. Awaiting recommendation for ward activation. Kai's eyes snapped open, calm as anything. A holographic image of the train appeared in front of Kai, glowing red lights in a triangle approaching from behind. Be advised, Auror team assembling near rear. When attackers are within 50 meters, activate defensive measures. Attempt to snap some of them out of the air. Copy that. I'll keep you updated. Out. Kai took a deep breath. This was not at all unexpected. Kai, are we being attacked? Hermione squeaked. Yes, now shush and let me do my job. Incoming at 250 meters, he spoke, readying himself for the large power drain activating the defensive measures would cause. We have a visual, an Auror replied. Visual on the left side as well. Warning, Kai called as the diagram changed. The triangle has split. They appear to be circling wide. I believe they are heading for the middle of the train. Copy that. We'll reposition. 150 meters, 100 meters, 75 m. Be prepared for countermeasures. Kai, face serious, held his hands, palms facing each other, inches apart. Magic sparked between his hands, forming a ball of power. As he pulled his hands further apart, the ball grew and grew. The air around him crackled with energy. 50 meters, activating countermeasures. He slammed his palms together, the jet of power shooting straight up through the roof and into the dome of the wards. Trusting Blaise to protect him if needed, he let himself fall into full trance to project himself out to the wards to finally manipulate the defensive procedures. The long dome around the train pulsed as the power hit it, becoming a visible silvery blue. The flyers didn't pull up in time and slammed hard into the barrier at full speed. Most managed to stay on their brooms, but 4 spun out of control and slammed into the ground. Kai reached out with the wards as he had with Malfoy and transported them to a locked area he had set up in the baggage compartment. Feeling the drain on his power, he released the physical shield and lifted the magical shield, changing the color to an almost completely transparent teal. He had explained the colors earlier to Shacklebolt so his team would know how to react. And react they did. The elite Auror team attacked hard, incarceration and stunning spells passing out of his shields and strategically corralling the black-robed Death Eaters into one area. Kai flinched as enemy fire slammed into the shields. He could feel his corporeal body smack back against the seat. It was a side effect of linking himself so thoroughly to the wards. Holding on, he kept pulling the downed Death Eaters into the sealed area. He gasped and bit his tongue as 6 killing curses hit the wards simultaneously. He beeped as much energy out of them as he could so that they wouldn't kill. He didn't want to admit it, but he was concerned that Tonks was down there. He sighed wearily as he pulled the last 4 Death Eaters through the wards. He prepared to release the defensive wards and nearly screamed in frustration when his alerts went off again. What he saw made him rip himself out of the trance. His corporeal body felt like shit. He could hear his heavy breathing and taste blood in his mouth. Gods, he was tired. Dementors, he croaked into the mic. Full battalion approaching from above. He stumbled to his feet. Gather any students that can cast a Patronus, this is going to be a nightmare. Copy that. Can the wards help? Nothing can ward against Dementors. I could try and hold them with the physical ward, but that would likely kill me. Kai was at the door when he felt a shoulder come under his arm, supporting his weight. I can cast a Patronus. It was Blaze, and Ares knows I'm not going to let you get yourself killed so that you don't have to spend time with me. I can cast one too. Hermione gave him a shaky smile. Good, he said, trying to regain his strong image and succeeding somewhat. Hermione, please find students that can help and then calm the other students. They should feel the chill soon. She nodded and started moving up the hallways. Helped by Blaze, the pair moved toward the middle of the train and Shacklebolt. I'm on the way, he spoke into the headset. I've got the head girl collecting help starting at the back. Good. Tonks is starting at the front. The prefects are spreading out trying to maintain calm. How much time do we have? Kai stopped for a moment, eyes glazed over. Roughly 1 minute 30. The pair reached Kingsley's location quickly. The tall black man was in between cars, watching the approaching figures. You look like shit, was the first thing the Auror said. You don't look much better, Kai replied, shivering slightly. He had a lot of bad memories and hated Dementors passionately. He felt a hand touch his back and was startled to see Tonks there. He forced down a smile. He wouldn't admit it, but her presence pushed some of the darkness away. Unfortunately, the chill ripped at his core again quickly as the wraiths descended near the train. He could hear the screams of the children as they saw them out the windows, voices full of terror. He pulled up his occlumency shields, trying to force the rising memories to the back of his mind. I'm going to drop the rest of the wards so I can cast as well. Shacklebolt nodded. He dropped the extensive wards, feeling an enormous weight lift from his shoulders. Let's do this, he said, voice hard. He twisted so he was leaning out into the wind, one hand gripping a handhold, the other thrust out. Expecto Patronum. A huge silver thestral launched itself at the Dementors, attacking viciously. And so, the battle began. 30 Patroni launched into the air, corralling the 100 or so Dementors, fighting hard, struggling, and losing. The Patroni aren't strong enough, the Dark Auror shouted over the din, launching another silver tiger into the fray. Yes, they will be, Kai ground out. Cast again, overwhelm them. If we're not an easy meal they will flee. Kai headed a third lobby of silvery creatures, though his hopes dropped as most fizzled to only mist. The Dementors were upon the train, ghosting along the sides, trying to get in. Kai could hear the young children screaming, terrified. What they were doing wasn't enough, the Dementor numbers seemed to be growing. The incessant chill had worked its way to his very center. Weariness pulled at him hard, but the children's terrified screams kept him fighting as well as the constant presence of Cammy at his side. A piercing scream echoed through the train. Kai looked up the length of the train to see Dementors swarming at one entrance 2 cars down. Damn. Tonks, with me. He took off into the car, Tonks at his heels. Students were in the hallway, most visibly distressed, the younger ones crying loudly. Get back in your compartments, lock your doors. He yelled as he ran down the hallway, students jumping out of his way. The pair burst into the opening between the cars, Patroni already casting in front of it. The Dementors screeched, jumping back from the opening and away from the team that had been brought to its knees. There were probably 20 Dementors from the battalion still remaining, and they were all swarming on this one spot now. The students helping the Aurors were already down, unconscious on the metal floor. The other Aurors were fading fast, most leaning against a wall for support. It was just him and Tonks left. Knowing he could probably regret it later, he drew his power dagger and cut a series of runes into his right palm. He pulled a large portion of his remaining magic together and called on his blood magic. Apollo, the darkness closes in, help me fight back the night. A pure stream of light exploded out from his palm, so bright that all conscious persons had to look away. The Dementors let out an unearthly shriek, fleeing as fast as they could from the beacon of light. Slowly, the chill cleared. Kai pulled back the magic and promptly collapsed. Kai! Tonks called as Blaze and Kingsley appeared and caught the falling assassin. Boudreaux, are you all right? Kingsley helped him to his feet. Kai almost groaned in protest. I'm fine. Just did a little too much is all, he winced, pushing himself out of the arms of the two males and leaning against the wall. Take care of the others. Taking a deep breath, he continued, the Death Eaters are in the sealed area in the baggage car. Frankly, I'm going back to my cabin and sleeping the rest of the way to Hogwarts. He took 2 steps before stumbling. A surprisingly strong arm caught him, helping him balance. When he saw it was Tonks, he tried to pull away. Let me help you, please, Kai. Too tired to protest, he let her guide him back to the car, Blaze leading the way. Once away from the oars, Blaze turned back to him. Blood magic, Kai. Here, are you crazed? The oars, Blaze hissed, standing half a head above him. The assassin's eyes flashed. Khan's son or not, Blaze, you will not speak to me like that, understood? The Italian stiffened. I apologize, Master Kai. His eyes were hard at the correction. Kai rubbed his eyes with his left hand. As an apprentice blood magician, Blaze was technically supposed to be deferential to Kai, as Kai was a master blood mage, but Kai had never pulled rank on him before. I'm sorry, B, I'm exhausted. We'll discuss the happenings when it's safe to do so. I'm afraid though, that you just exposed yourself as an associate of mine, Kai said quietly as Tonks helped him down the hallway, pausing every now and again to answer students' questions. All the kids recognized Tonks. Finally Kai settled in the cabin with Blaze, Tonks talking to a few students outside the door. Well, can you at least tell me about how you came to have everyone's favorite aura on your arm? Kai frowned tiredly, sleep pulling at him. It's not like that, Blaze. Chammy was a lie. His voice trailed off as he passed out. Tonks stepped into the cabin, stopping for a second to take in the sleeping man. She had only ever seen him look so innocent once, poor son of a bitch. He's not yet recovered from his time in captivity. Blaze tilted his head, looking at her closely. So you're Chammy? Huh, I would never have guessed. Chammy, the chameleon, how clever. When I think about it, actually, it does not surprise me at all. Tonks' eyes were sad. So you knew Kai before today? Since we were kids, really, Blaze laughed. Haven't seen him in a while though, so it'll be really nice to have him around again. So he talked about me. The Auror smiled tentatively. Did he ever? Near drove me nuts. You've got guts though. Waltzing around Shadowed Soul when you're not a Riker, could have got yourself killed. What's going on with you two anyway? Blaze shut up quickly when the door slid open to reveal a returning Hermione and Neville. Neville looked tired and Hermione looked like she could scream. Hi Auror Tonks. Hermione perked up a bit when she saw her favorite Auror. Zabini. Kai. Oh Merlin, is he all right? I saw the wards, they were amazing. What was that thing at the end? It looked like advanced magic. I can't believe it drove all the Dementors away. Granger, you're rambling, Blaze drawled. Her jaw snapped shut. Oh. Sorry. Yes, Kai is fine, just very very tired. He'll be okay by the time we get to Hogsmeade. She smiled, blushing slightly and nodded. What was that blood magic that Kai did at the end? I've never seen something so effective against Dementors, Tonks asked curiously. Blaze cursed the Auror silently for her momentary lack of discretion. Blood magic. The head girl breathed reverently. But that's one of the black arts. He's a dark wizard. Yes, and so am I, Blaze growled, annoyed. Blood magic isn't light magic by a long shot, but it's not exactly evil, he scoffed, how naive. Blood magic is illegal, isn't it Tonks? In the UK, yes, but not in many other countries, including where Kai was schooled, Tonks answered candidly. She gently picked up Kai's right hand. The runes are still bleeding. Hermione leaned over, fascinated despite her doubts. I don't recognize those runes. You wouldn't. These are Asiatic runes. Hogwarts only teaches European-based runes. See how the lines are thicker in the south and west positions. that is a sign of their Asian basis, Blaze lectured while he conjured bandages and carefully wrapped his friend's hand. Why not heal them? Tonks asked. Only the caster can heal cuts made during the blood magic ritual, Hermione chipped in. My, Granger, been raiding the restricted section again, have we? Blaze smirked, blue eyes alight with humor. He was a bit impressed. But why can't you? Please, if you have questions about the magic he used, please reserve them for Kai. If he wants to disclose it to you, he will. Hermione leaned back, staring at the handsome Italian. He had intrigued her. He knew something she didn't and she would find out all she could about it. What she didn't know was that Blaze was Slytherin's resident genius and would have been head boy if not for Draco's father. She would not easily get information out of the equally stubborn Slytherin. The rest of the trip was made mostly in silence. After Tonks locked the door they all, bar Blaze, fell asleep, exhaustion from earlier settling in, Tonks accidentally drifting off on Kai's shoulder. Kai came awake fast when the train began to slow. He startled slightly as seeing the Auror asleep on his shoulder, things and failing at shutting down his emotions for her. He shifted Tonks off of him before waking her. He then took his headset and exited the cabin, nodding to Blaze. Outside, he straightened his hair and clothes and willed the tiredness away. Shacklebolt, I'm transporting Tonks and myself to the platform to reinforce security. See you in 10, he said into his recovered headset. Copy that. Kai apparated both of them onto the platform at Hogsmeade. The assassin was happy he placed wards at the station before apparating out that morning. The layering was strong and sure and glowed with harmony in Kai's aura sight. The Riker's eyes lingered on the young Auror's form as she spoke with the platform Aurors. Everything felt so comfortable with her. He tried to fight it but he was failing. Maybe with some distance he'd come to his senses. Messages were being sent up to the castle to have chocolate waiting for when the kids reached the hall. The students had been terrified during the attack. Thankfully, the rebuff had gone almost as planned in the train and the students were unharmed. That went about as well as could be expected, Kai sighed, running a hand through his bangs as he leaned on a wall of the station. The kids know that you did blood magic, she chuckled, her hair becoming very short and brown like Blaze's. Mr. Zabini wasn't pleased when I brought it up. Stop being so wonderful, his mind fought him. He almost groaned. How did I end up with her as my partner today? He's being cautious. It's a good trait of his, he looked at the diminishing crowds. We should move up to the castle. They jumped into an empty carriage. What did you do to piss Moody off? He's even grouchier than usual today. Kai barked a laugh. He's mad because I modified my glamour charms so he couldn't see through them anymore. Now he can't pick me out of a crowd if I'm not in this form. Good thing too, or his career as Nicholas Gryffindor would be short-lived. Ah ha ha, I can see why that would bother him. She looked down at her jeans and rocker t-shirt and at Kai's jeans and blue striped button-down and shook her head. We'll be the only ones at the head table without robes. I hate robes. I only wear them when I need to blend in. Otherwise they're bulky and awkward. Severus knows how to work them though. He was like that when I was in school. We Ravenclaws thought he must be a bad animagus. They passed students as they entered the Great Hall, their Muggle-style clothing identifying them as being with the elite Auror squad as all the elite Aurors wore Muggle clothing. Kai nodded to Remus and patted Sirius on the head as he and Tonks took their places next to Severus. Hermione shocked herself when she waved goodbye to Blaze as they entered the Great Hall, genuinely wishing he was a Gryffindor so he could sit with them. The Slytherin laughed internally at the Gryffindors as he made his way to the middle of the Slytherin table, where the Slytherin upper crust sat. Hey Zabini, Draco sneered, getting so desperate for friends that you're playing with the Gryffindors. Blaze grinned viciously, sliding into the seat next to the Slytherin prince. You know what, Malfoy, I'm going to enjoy watching Shadow put you in your place this year. It's been a long time coming, he whispered in the thin Bee-owned's ear. How do you know that? The Bee-owned hissed, eyes narrowed. People around them subtly leaned in, trying to catch their words. Do you remember those times you came to visit at Christmas when we were young? Yes, eyes narrowed further. Remember my good friend Kai, the one who was my father's apprentice? It was well known in the dark circles that the Zabinis were a powerful blood magic family. Yes. Zabini nodded his head towards the professor's table and the object of Malfoy's nervousness, Kai Boudreaux. Malfoy sat back hard, moving slightly away from the Zabini heir. Shadow has an ally in Slytherin, a powerful one. And look at him. He's got Severus as well. I need to speak to my godfather about this betrayal. No one will be putting me anywhere, Zabini. Boudreaux has learned the consequences of messing with the Malfoy family. Blaise laughed, a sound so uncommon it drew all eyes at the table. We shall see, Malfoy, we shall see. The arrogance at the Gryffindor table wasn't any lesser. Ron Weasley, tall and gangly like any Weasley, puffed his chest out at the attention he received as unofficial Prince of Gryffindor and captain of the Quidditch team. Oh, I have an in with the new practical defense teacher. He took his mastery tests with my brother and their great friends. That is awesome, mate. Dean Thomas cheered. This class is going to be wicked. I wonder if we're going to learn to fight. Mastery tests. Is he a cursebreaker? Hermione cut in. Ron glared at her. Since when are you allowed to speak to me, Granger? While Ron thought that Granger had indeed grown very pretty over the years, he couldn't stand how she easily beat him in all their classes. Oh, get over yourself, Ronald, and just answer the question. When talking to Kai, she realized just how foolish the dictatorship Ronald held over the Gryffindors was. What right did he have to tell her to do anything? The other Gryffindors stared at her as if she had grown horns. Ron was baffled, his face turning as red as his hair. For your information, he's a warder. They tested together, one against the other. The testers said it was the best warder versus ward breaker pairing they'd ever seen. He beamed with familial pride. They've worked together in Egypt and Africa. Warder, Hermione thought. It couldn't be, could it? Kai. She then remembered how quiet Kai had been during their conversation about the class and the look he had sent Blaise when Blaise made the remark about competence. It is Kai, she thought, and Blaise knew. That grr. She put her thoughts away as the sorting began. It went quick, as did the meal, with Hermione ignoring everyone around her, and soon Dumbledore stood for the announcements. Thank you everyone. I'd like to remind everyone that magic in the hallways is not allowed. Entering the Forbidden Forest without the supervision of a professor is of course forbidden. I know we're all forgetful sometimes, but I think it can be easily remembered by simply thinking of the name. Mr. Filch has asked me to tell you that all of Mr. Weasley's products are banned, even those delightful candies, Dumbledore said, the twinkle in his eyes matching the silver twinkling stars on his purple robes. Now, we have a few additions to our staff this year. First is the instructor of the anticipated practical defense class. Some of you may have met him as the warder of the Hogwarts Express, Professor Kai Boudreaux. Kai was surprised at the loud cheers he received when he stood, anticipated indeed. He was aware of the glare he was getting from one end of the Gryffindor table. Ah, didn't like that she didn't know something. Even the Slytherins were cheering, the Death Eater children included, barring those of the inner circle who doubtless knew who he was. He wondered if Goyle's son knew Kai was responsible for his father's death. That could be messy. And we also have an Auror unit which is staying with us to provide security and quick aid for both us and Hogsmeade Village. The unit will be led by first-class Auror, Tonks. Kai managed to not look completely startled by that announcement. Damn it, he couldn't escape her. Ooh, he's so hot. Parvati cooed at the Gryffindor table. He's not that much older than us, surely. He's dreamy. Those eyes. He must be so smart. Sorry girls. Hermione smirked in satisfaction. He's taken. By who? How do you know? The girls cried at the injustice of it all. I sat with him on the train. I'm pretty sure he's with Auror Tonks. What? Shrieked Parvati, drawing the eyes of the table. I can't compete with that. She's a Metamorphagus. The guys chuckled, sending each other knowing looks. No, Parvati. No, you can't. And not for the reasons you think. Quote. Look at that guy up there, thinking he's a bloody king, thought Ron. Thinks he can take the girls' attention off me, does he? Well, I'll show him. Ron Weasley loses to no man. Kai sat crossed-legged in deep contemplation, candles flickering around him, casting his face in shadows. He breathed deeply, hands moving in front of him in a simple pattern that relaxed him. He had 20 minutes before his next class, the one he both anticipated and dreaded, 7th year. His class was open only to those in Newt Defense, so this would be the school's best. This class held children of Aurors, Order members, and Death Eaters. The potential in the group was admittedly impressive, with more than enough animosity to push them to be the best. Kai got a little thrill when he thought about it. But right now he wasn't thinking about that, he wasn't thinking about anything. He saw nothing, heard nothing, felt nothing except the calming pulse of his magic in his veins. This was a blood mage's trance. This was his third class of the day and he needed to be at his best for them. Coming out of the trance he stood and stretched, gracefully standing in what was a replica of his meditation room. Looking at the time, he fell into thought about the class. Each grade level needed to be approached in different ways and by different degrees of Kai's teaching personality. At Riker, Kai taught as Shadow, the powerful, cold, no-nonsense person. He was on the job. He pushed his students to be the best, he didn't suffer whiners and he didn't have favorites. If you disrespected him, Shadow would put you in your place. Kai was the other side of his personality and was both real and unreal. Kai was the sharp, charming front he showed to those who didn't know him as Shadow and that he wished to fool, and Kai was also the fun part of himself he showed only to his closest companions. Most students at Hogwarts could not handle Shadow, they were too coddled by the current system, never pushed, never given consequences for laziness. So, he'd had to modify his system but still remain effective. The first few years would probably describe him as a tough, yet fun professor who treated them all equally. 5th and 4th would say he was a hard ass who set high standards but was fair. Now the upper years will hate my guts, those that can't handle it, Kai thought. Since the upper years had the option to drop out of the class, he suspected over half would do so in the first couple weeks. He stepped outside the room in order to reset it completely to what he wanted. He then opened the door to find a brightly lit dojo. He watched in amusement as students walked in, Hermione first of course, stopping and staring at their surroundings in bewilderment. A sparse few recognized the location and smiled. Hermione looked around, taking in the beauty of the room. The floors were a light sandy-colored wood, polished to a perfect shine. The room was brightly lit, mirrors covering 3 of the 4 walls. A dojo, how interesting. The class filled quickly, all 15 students from their Dada class standing in the center of the room, talking quietly amongst those of a common house, wondering about the class. Good evening, class. The students jumped as Professor Boudreaux appeared in front of them, long hair pulled back in a tight ponytail, clad in a simple black sleeveless shirt and loose black pants. Hermione had never seen a professor look so casual, but she'd also never taken a class like this. I am Professor Kai Boudreaux, call me Professor Boudreaux or Sir. Calling me, Most High and Knowledgeable One, will not earn you brownie points. The class chuckled. He turned serious. This is your first class with me. This is also probably the last day you will at all like me. If you are not willing to work hard, and I mean hard, I recommend leaving now. If you can't listen or can't be open-minded, I make the same recommendation. I expect half of you to drop out of my class in the first month. Some of you will love and thrive under the pressure and some will hate it. He raised his hand as someone tried to speak. If we could save all questions until the end of the introduction please, he cut in. Now, this class has 2 parts, practical defense and theory. During practical the room will usually look like this, else, it will be a classroom. The young professor pointed to a pair of doors labeled for each say, in there are changing rooms. The rooms will hold a locker with your name on it. Inside will be the clothing you wear during this class. At the end of each class you will leave that clothing in the locker room and a fresh set will be waiting for you for your next class. In general, I want you changed and kneeling in the center of this room by the time class starts. Do that now, you have 5 minutes, the class stared at him. Move, he snapped his fingers. That got them moving. They ran to the rooms, only pausing for a moment to look at the decor before scanning the lockers, looking for one with their name. Hermione found hers quickly, noticing they were in alphabetical order. A note was stuck to her locker. Touch hand to the door to open. She did and quickly pulled out everything inside. It consisted of an outfit exactly like Kai's except pure white instead of black. She changed quickly, not wanting to be late. She guessed that Kai was not someone that tolerated laziness. She noticed another note. For day 1, leave your wand in your locker. She threw her clothes and bag and wand quickly in the locker and ran back out into the dojo. She kneeled next to a pair of Ravenclaws, all facing Kai who was kneeling facing them. The handsome warder gave her a small smile before turning his eyes back to the changing room doors. 14 students were kneeled before him when his internal clock told him the 5 minutes was up. 2 minutes later Ron Weasley walked nonchalantly out of the door. 20 push-ups, Mr. Weasley, as a reminder to diligently follow directions while in this class. Kai called to the boy. Ron froze halfway to the other students. What? Did you not hear me, or is there some doubt that you are required to do what I request? Kai's face remained emotionless, his voice holding disdain, Snape-like, but twice as intimidating. You're not going to take points? Ron asked, stance cocky. How about you do the push-ups I assigned you, which is now 30 since I've had to ask 3 times, and I'll explain to you and your classmates how my class is going to work. Now, Mr. Weasley, he barked, causing Ron to jump then drop to the floor. Kai jumped to his feet directly from his knees, standing gracefully. This class will not be like any class you've ever taken. You'll notice that you all are wearing the same thing in the same color. I don't care what house you are in. In MY class, you fool around, you disrespect me, you will pay in sweat. Take this warning now, you do not want to earn a detention with me. I value my time, and if you're so out of line that I have to give you a detention you will dearly regret it. Are we understood? Kai's killing curse green eyes scanned his students, watching nervousness and anticipation roll off of them. No one said anything. Good. Now, today is fitness test day. I need to know what I'm working with. The room suddenly changed, expanding around them, settling in the form of a stand 400 meters running track. Everybody up. You too, Mr. Weasley. The students awkwardly stood, knees stiff from the kneeling. Ron glared at him. Spread out, I'm going to take you through a series of warm-ups. There wasn't much grumbling as they began. 5 minutes later he led them over to a board in the middle of the track. It looked like a very large chalkboard with all their names on it. A timer was at the top. You are going to run, or walk if you can't, for 20 minutes around this track. The objective is to make as many laps as you can. Take note that this will affect your fitness score. The board will display your total and the current time. Line up on the line. Some of the kids were looking nervous, some confident, like Mr. Weasley, who Kai was quickly figuring was not at all like the rest of the Weasleys that he had met. 2 unique individuals, Blaise and a smaller Hufflepuff girl, looked excited. They were at the line, bouncing back and forth on the balls of their feet, preparing. On the whistle, a whistle appeared in Kai's hand. The students took off, some running smoothly, others awkwardly from lack of experience. 5 minutes in and Blaise and the girl, Susan Bones, the board said, had a clear lap lead, followed 1 lap behind by Dean Thomas, then Malfoy and then the rest of the pack. Blaise wasn't even feeling it. Pick it up, Zabini, IWNST to see you sweat. The dark-haired Italian jumped into what must look like a sprint to the others. He saw a glint come into the girl's eyes. You too, Ms. Bones. I don't see you sweating either. As if she was waiting for permission, the girl took off like a shot, dodging students as she overlapped them. I like that girl. It's good to know there'll be someone to challenge Blaise with. Blaise, if she beats you, you owe me 20 pull-ups. Yes, Ms. Bones, that is a challenge. If you beat him you get an hour of one-on-one training with me. You're mine, Zabini, she yelled. I want that training. That's good to know, Ms. Bones. Kai really liked that girl. He turned to the next in the race. Mr. Thomas, stop running like you're kicking a football, extend that stride. He kept that up for the remaining minutes. A few had impressed him, but the rest. How the wizarding world could destroy its youth like this, I can't comprehend. At your age and health you should be able to run at least 2 to 3 kilometers in those 20 minutes. We've got a lot of work to do. On a happy note, congratulations to Ms. Bones for beating Mr. Zabini. We'll talk about your training on Monday. Thank you, Professor. She bowed her head slightly. Some of you may be bothered by how I'll rail on Blaze harder than any of you. I am aware of previous extensive physical training he has received, want to make him work just as hard as you are. So Zabini really does know Boudreaux, Malfoy thought, standing near the back of the group. I need to stay a bit in the shadows until I can make my move. Let Weasley make the first mistakes, test the waters. Now, part 2 of today's class is an obstacle course. The room mutated around the class again, becoming a huge circular obstacle course about the size the track had been. It had balance beams, jumps, nets, monkey bars. The students cringed, still panting from the warm-up exercise. This course is timed. For those of you in good condition, few as you may be, should finish this course in roughly 5 minutes 20 seconds. The rest of you have a maximum of 8 minutes to complete this course. If you fail to make that time, you'll receive extra physical fitness homework until you are able to make the time. I'll offer a time for repeats each week. Any questions? One of the Ravenclaws put up a hand. Yes, Ms. Pottle. Can you take us through a round of it, sir? I've never seen some of this before and don't know how it works. Thank you, Ms. Pottle. I'll do that. The students watched as Kai quickly went through it, stopping by some obstacles to explain their use. Ron smirked. If Boudreaux could do it so easily, he would make it look simple. These monkey bars couldn't take much effort if Boudreaux could hang there from one hand for 2 minutes discussing the obstacle. So, who's going first? Kai asked, a small smirk on his face. He knew that here was where the arrogant would fall. I'll do it. Fantastic. Mr. Weasley, please step up to the line. Note that not completing an obstacle will have a 15-second penalty. Are you ready? Yes. Go. Kai stood at ease, waiting for the show to begin. Ron was arrogant and had no real reason to be that way. He was a mediocre athlete at best. Kai strode smoothly on the ground alongside the course as Weasley wobbled his way up the balance beams and onward. Kai offered encouragement and instruction for each obstacle, but the arrogant boy fell from any obstacles requiring strength. He could see Ron's face getting redder and redder in anger and embarrassment. When the boy crossed the finish line, he was huffing and puffing and looked like he wanted to scream. Not bad for a first try, Mr. Weasley. That's a time of 7:47. 1 minute 15 added for 6 missed obstacles, that's 9:03. 63 seconds over, but well under the final time cap. Lots of room to improve, but decent for a forced go. Bugger off, Ron muttered. Excuse me, Kai drawled. I said, bugger off. The boy's aggression fading as he looking into his professor's killing curse green eyes. Settle down. If you can't handle the stress, my class, Mr. Weasley, get out. Simple as that. Everyone here will feel failure and strive for success. I don't need the drama from your wounded pride wasting the time of the class. This is your one and only warning. That might have sounded harsh, and parents would have ripped him to shreds if they had heard it, but that was the way he worked. Ms. Bones, you're up next. At the end of the course, it was clear the class could be split into 3 clear groups. One was those with skills and strength. Amongst them was Blaze, Susan, Dean Thomas, Seamus Finnegan, and Draco Malfoy. Malfoy must have done sword training with his father. It was a dark pureblood tradition to train the sons of the line in blades. The second group was those with mediocre skills but that would try hard enough that they would eventually be skilled. These people had determination. The third was those that were either arrogant or didn't care. He hoped many of these eventually came around. The class had a very good core group that could turn into something very good. Some of the students groaned as the room changed again, looking almost like a one-sided tennis court to those that knew what that was. A strange machine sat in the center. Next will be the beginning of what we will be studying for the next couple weeks in this class, dodging. There are some spells that are advertised as unstoppable, unblockable, and indefensible. This is bull. If there's a spell coming at you that you can't block, get out of the way. Shielding drains your magical core, but dodging does not. The best fighters in the world are the ones that can quickly move, using their environment to their advantage. He walked up to the machine. This machine will fire 20 tennis balls at you from random directions and speeds. Your task: don't let them hit you. You will be restrained to a particular area and you must dodge as many of the balls as you can. Kai jogged lightly to the center of the square area, rolling his shoulders in preparation for the simple exercise. The assassin, being smaller and more agile, excelled in exercises like this. He began. 14 students' jaws dropped. They had never seen anything like it. Their professor moved like a cat, easily jumping, rolling, twisting away from tennis balls with an inhuman grace and ease. Only Susan and Blaze were not surprised at the show. Susan knew he would be able to dodge twice that many balls at twice the speed. She could see it in the way he walked and held himself. The man had a dancer's body. Lean, but just packed with wiry muscle. Like a snake, his power was coiled and ready to strike. Susan already had a building admiration for her newest professor. The man was powerful. She could feel it, just like her aunt had taught her to. He was also very skilled, that much was obvious. He would challenge her like no other professor ever had. She had been training with her aunt and some of the Orrs ever since the war began. Amelia Bones was not going to let her niece be killed like her sister had been. Add to that, he was a very charismatic man. His students would want to succeed for him, those that weren't too arrogant to accept his knowledge, like Weasley. She was looking forward to his private training. Looking extremely slick, the professor easily caught the last ball, and, tossing it lightly in one hand, approached them. The more you increase your physical fitness, flexibility and explosive speed, the easier it will become. The more you practice, the more natural it will be. Now, the room has provided us with 5 circles for you to use in groups. Do we have someone that wants to break the ice and go first? This was probably the first time in her life Hermione hesitated to raise her hand. She was surprised when Malfoy beat her to it. Of all people, having seen Malfoy's extreme reaction to Kai, no Professor Boudreau, she expected him to either act like Ronald had, or withdraw completely. Kai grabbed the ball midair with a snap. Mr. Malfoy, your father is a talented swordsman. I assume he's done some training with you. Draco was shocked by the compliment. His mind flashed back to the prisoner he had seen being toughly tortured by his father, one who never cracked or begged for mercy. The Platinum Heir shook himself internally. This man had tried to kill his father and, by what he said, would be trying again. Since I was 8, he replied, head high in pride but not arrogance. Shadow had power over him now, and as long as the shadow didn't push it, Draco wouldn't tip his hand. He was a Slytherin after all, and currently this approach was in his best interest. I expect you to do well in this exercise. Picture the balls as flying knives and dodge accordingly. Take your place. He had never felt such a desire to succeed at something. He entered into a defensive stance, imagining a sword in his right hand. The balls came and the rest of the world dropped away. Shadow was right, his just imagined the balls were incoming blades and his body moved on instinct out of the way. Soon, there were no more. Draco stood, a small smirk on his features. He hadn't been hit. That felt good. Excellent, Mr. Malfoy. The assassin nodded his head as Draco walked past. You've impressed me today, Mr. Malfoy. Keep it up, he said quietly so only Draco could hear. Draco went through the rest of the class almost dazed. He didn't look dazed. He was a Malfoy after all, but his head was spinning. Is Shadow trying to mess with my head? What is he trying to prove? I was prepared for anger, disdain, but not this. He didn't even know what to call it. Most of the students got tuppized by the tennis balls. Their reaction time was slow. He'd had to split the class into beginner and advanced. Okay everyone, grab a seat. The room was suddenly a classroom with a big circle of comfortable blue chairs. With a snap of his fingers, notebooks appeared on everyone's laps. People, these are your assignments notebooks. I hate backward technologies and therefore if I receive even a single piece of parchment from any of you, I'll be quite upset. Normal raised, feel free to use pencils or pens. He stifled a chuckle at Hermione's hissed, yes, of excitement and the grins on the faces of the normal raised. Every Friday I will assign you an essay topic. These will be well-researched opinion essays on the issues being discussed in next week's class. These will be due on Mondays. You hand in your notebooks on Monday and get them back on Friday during theory class. The goal of these essays will be to unblock your view on what is or isn't a threat in your life. Your first topic is house rivalries. I was never a Hogwarts student, so I want to know what each of you think of the students of others' houses. If you hold any opinions of the group as a whole, that is. If you don't, tell me why. I also want you to interview someone of another house. Summarize the interview and explain how that person does or does not fit those opinions you hold of the group. One final note. You all have noticed how your clothes are white and mine black. White is the symbol of chaos, black the symbol of order. Right now, you are untrained, chaotic. When you increase your skill to a certain level, you will earn black stripes on your uniform. They will begin on the pant legs of your uniform and work upwards. They are like the level belts in martial arts. He stood, that is all. Get changed and get out. The students, not wanting to earn exercises, scampered quickly to the change room. Only Blaise stayed. That was fun, he chirped, a smirk on his face. Kai let his face fall into his palm. Sure, the general class did hideously on the tests, but there were some fun surprises. Hermione didn't do so bad, he continued. She was trying hard. I like her spunk. She hates that I'm better at this than her. Now she's going to push until she's on par with me. Mind you, that's not going to happen, but it'll be amusing to see her try. Kai smirked. Her spunk, Well. Blaise glared at him. What? Nothing. Dark green eyes scanned the room, finding it empty so far. Malfoy was impressive today. I'd like to see the two of you spar with blades. It's really screwing with his head, you treating him respectfully like that. The pair watched the other students leaving, the seventh years chattering rapidly. Hermione waved as she hurried by. Blaise waved back. Kai stifled a chuckle. I decided that I could have revenge on Lucius in an even better way than I had planned. I'm going to steal his air right out from under his nose. I'm going to take Draco under my wing and bring him to our side. Kai stretched, a malicious look his face. I'm going to try and convert all the little death munchkins. Some of them, especially Draco, are quite talented. Blaise barked a laugh. All your prejudice debates. Of course, I'm starting small and working my way up. Kai smiled innocently. You going to interview Hermione for your essay? Blaise stood. I got to get to class. Maybe you can ask her about that Gryffindor courage. Kai cackled as Blaise left. As he entered his office to change, his cell phone buzzed at his side. Yeah, I've got that info you were looking for. It was Tobias' deep voice. Good. Tonight, 8. I'll be there. Good old Tobias. Efficient if nothing else. A shiver ran through Kai's body. He would hunt tonight. He would do what he'd been trained to do the best. Closing the phone, he headed towards the Great Hall. It was Friday, so he was eating supper in the hall before leaving campus for the weekend. He met Severus along the way. The man was visibly annoyed. Have fun torturing the kiddies today, Severus. This batch is worse than the last, the man scowled. Maybe if they were less terrified of you, they would actually learn something, Kai returned as they entered the hall. Those who hadn't had class with Kai were wondering how such a seemingly nice person could be friends with Snape. The older years were frightened at the similarities as the two stalked past. Those with enough determination and potential will succeed under the pressure. And do not comment on me, the students are ranting about you already. Kai barked a laugh. I've only had the 2nd, 5th and 7th years. It's the 5th years doing most of the talking about how you're a hard ass, and complaining about your intolerance of foolishness. The Weasley boy went by not long past spouting nonsense about how you were a Slytherin-loving Death Eater just like the greasy bat. The boys just miffed that he did terrible on the fitness tests and that the ones that did the best were Blaise, Draco and Susan Bones. They were appropriately praised for their success. Apparently, that makes me a Death Eater, Kai smirked when he sat down at the long table. Just wait until he rants about me to his parents or siblings. I'd love to hear the response, especially from Molly. Molly Weasley had been the easiest to charm with his quick wit and polite, gentlemanly demeanor. She had even given him homemade fudge at the last order meeting. She wouldn't appreciate her son bad-mouthing her new favorite staff member. She did take a shining to you, didn't she? Indeed, that fudge was good. Minerva sat on Kai's right, between him and the headmaster, you've certainly made an impression on the students, Kai. I find it odd that 4 of my older Gryffindors love you and one is preaching that you are a Death Eater in league with Severus." Her face was stern. "Where kids come up with these things, really? I'm sure the upper years will say worse things about me before the end of term." Kai's smile was anything but innocent. "Have you been surveying the students about me, Minerva?" "Of course not," she said sharply. "Mr. Weasley was rather loud and the others were defending you from him. He's earned himself a detention with Filch for his foolishness. The Gryffindors are defending me." Kai raised a black eyebrow. "How interesting. I certainly must have made an impression. Just wait until they figure out that I use dark magic. Let's see them puzzle that out." The assassin pondered, lounging back in his chair, enjoying a goblet of pumpkin juice. "Kai, I was wondering if I could speak to you for a short time after dinner." It was Dumbledore. Kai nearly snarled. "Is this regarding tomorrow's events?" Dumbledore sighed. "Yes." The assassin's eyes lit with fire. "I've told you once, Dumbledore, and I'll tell you again. No, I will not convince Lord Gryffindor to rethink his taking over the Wizengamot. I believe that step is a necessary one in the reformation of a better wizarding society. And no, I will not yield information about him to you. That would be betraying an individual that I respect." The lithe young man placed his napkin on the table and stood. "Leaving so soon, Emboy?" Green eyes narrowed. "As agreed upon, my time after dinner on Friday through the weekend is completely my own. I value my time, whilst you may not. I will see you all on Monday." As he turned to go, Dumbledore spoke again. "Will you be there tomorrow?" "At the Wizengamot?" A smirk crinkled the green eyes slightly. "Of course. Forgive me if I don't say hello, as I won't be there officially." And with that he blew out of the hall with enough flair to make Snape proud, even without the billowy robes. Kai quickly made his way to his quarters, changing into his usual, more appropriate working attire before shadow stalking to the alley next to Shadowed Soul. He could have appeared inside his office upstairs, but he wanted the staff and customers to know his was in. He was the alumni representative after all. If they had problems, they needed to be able to speak to him. "Jake," he nodded to the bouncer who pulled another out of the way to let him pass. "Boss, good to see you in. I'll be in most of the night if anyone needs anything," he said as he stood just inside the door, surveying the clean, sophisticated atmosphere that was his creation. Each representative had added their own flair to the place. Kai favored clean, dark elegance. The place was dark, with the exception of the dance floor, mostly lit by magical candles, giving it a powerful ambience. The tables were mostly full, as was normal early on a Friday evening. The club section would fill up around midnight. Waving to the bartenders, he strode up the stairs to his office where a stack of paperwork was waiting for him. He had about an hour to wade through it before Tobias showed up, when he'd get even more paperwork. "Oh well, I understood the responsibilities when I accepted the nomination." When a knock on the door sounded, Kai called Tobias in. The werewolf stalked in, black briefcase in hand. In typical Tobias fashion, he placed the briefcase on the desk and turned to leave. "Thank you, Tobias. I really appreciate this." Amber eyes regarded his squad leader. "We're a team. You'd do the same for me." With that, the man walked out. The information was on one Augustus Rookwood, Kai's betrayer within the Department of Mysteries. Kai had been scouting the man out for over a week, determined not to repeat the same mistakes he had last time. This had to be done tonight. No fanfare, nothing. Just in, quick kill, drop the body off at the ministry and go. This would provide the catalyst he needed to bring about swift changes during the Wizengamot meeting tomorrow afternoon. The shock for some would be that there were Death Eaters in the most protected sector of the ministry, or others, that someone had so easily destroyed one of the inner circle. The most foolish parts of his personality were screaming at him to leave Rookwood and go directly for the big game: Riddle, Malfoy and Leander. Unfortunately, in-depth study of the defenses at Riddle Manor, the base holding all 3 of his primary targets, had shown his chances of a successful operation to be less than 5%. Kai wasn't too disappointed. He knew that as his operations as Kai Boudreaux, Shadow, and Nicholas Gryffindor were successful, Riddle would become more and more vulnerable. He would slowly watch his organization be torn apart. The information Tobias had gotten for him was the exact location of each of the defense keystones around the Rookwood home. And it was a home, not a manor, surrounded only by modern wards, not hundreds of years of layering like the Malfoy Manor. Electrical surges had been recorded coming from the house, meaning that Rookwood had acquired technomagics as well. That irritated Kai. Technomagic security devices were powerful. Kai read the files carefully, plotting for another few hours while he held his office hours at the club. He did not see a large number of visitors as the next council meeting wasn't for another month and the meeting's closeness correlated with an increase in visitors. At exactly 1 a.m. Shadow apparated via coordinates to a point 2 miles off of the Rookwood home. One downside about Shadow stalking was that he could never stalk into somewhere he'd never been, unlike apparition where the individual could apparate with just a set of coordinates or from a picture. Someone's memory, probably, could provide what he needed to enter the room, but never just a picture. That thought brought an excellent idea to Kai's mind, but he stored it away for future processing. Rookwood's house, where he in fact lived alone, was a fairly large gray stone house surrounded by a huge metal fence and miles of wilderness. Settling himself at the edge of the wards, he set about delicately creating a door for himself in the warding. He had positioned himself exactly between the furthest distanced ward keystones, where the warding were the weakest. Shadow, as that was who he was known, smirked maliciously at the creative sadism in the setting of the wards. Wards that would peel his skin off for tampering with them were particularly nice ones. Of course, Shadow was too good of a warder to be captured by such a thing. Dark brown eyes glinted out of an ordinary face with short cropped hair. These wards took 10 minutes to Malfoy's 40. Stretching out his newly shifted into form, the same one he used in the Malfoy attack, he strode through the door he had created in the wards and onto the property. The property was deceptively beautiful, flowers ringing the entrances and delicate trees meant to showcase wealth. Rookwood didn't have any guards, he was not important enough. Shadow, having practically nullified the wardings, threw out his magic senses. There were 6 living things in the house: Rookwood, 2 owls and 3 house elves. Rookwood was on the move in the den, which was located on the front side of the house. Kai pushed his power into the ground, searching for the electrical grounding point all techno magic required. That would allow him to trace all the surveillance equipment. There, in the east corner, the grounding was small, suggesting limited technology was in use. Shadow wondered who would have performed these installations for these Death Eaters. Technomages weren't very rare, but they were still rare enough and hard to find. Most spent their time finding new ways to use normal technology that could be repeated by others. Installations like this were very expensive. Rookwood, Shadow found, had gone for the basics. There were motion sensors in the far east bedroom on the 2nd floor and camera along the front face. "I'm going in the back then." With a cat-like quietness he slid along the perimeter, far out of sight of the cameras. He slipped to the back door, unraveling the wardings around it and the entranceway. Another Skinner. This man has a fixation with skin. Once inside the door he slid into the shadows along the dark walls. These shadow powers, as he called them, which had solidified with his coming of age this past July, were becoming more and more useful. Before they had been too erratic to be depended on just in case they failed. He heard his target's voice. It was grunting in anger and, strangely, pain. The man could think of a better way to call his followers, especially at this time of night. "Ah, Voldemort calls, does he? This will make things more interesting." Shadow's hand twitched toward his blades. "No, it can't be messy. Shacklebolt made me promise I wouldn't drop a bloody corpse next to his desk in the DMLE. Normally he wouldn't care, but he had taken a liking to the Auror." He reminded Kai distinctly of Tobias with his serious focus. The man had gotten him the portkey to drop off the body after all. His left hand closed around the handle of one of his daggers. He heard the voice yell, "Crucio!" in disgust. Stupid creature. Where are they?" "Ah, the one of the house elves, poor creature. Tilly took them to see clean them, sir." The creature stuttered back as Shadow slipped into the den. "They is in their normal place. Then fetch them, you useless." The elf was gone before the third word was said. She reappeared about 4 seconds later holding a black Death Eater robes and mask. Rookwood grabbed the robe and mask out of her small hands. Shadow struck as he raised his hand to curse her again. Shadow reached out a long-fingered hand and grabbed him around the neck, pulling the Death Eater's back against his chest, sharp blade against the throat. He quickly stunned the blubbering elf before she did something harmful to him out of their twisted sense of loyalty. Rookwood made to struggle but drew in a quick breath when he felt the razor-sharp blade on his neck. His hand slid slowly towards the wand at his side. Suddenly, he felt a bolt of magic race through him and he felt a hard resistance to every movement. "Tisk, tisk, can't have that now, can we, Rookwood?" a voice purred in his ear. He of course recognized the voice immediately. He couldn't forget it, Shadow. Who else? He felt his wand leave its holster. "Thestral hair, I think I'll keep that," Rookwood hissed as the burning in his arm jumped up a notch. "Your subhuman master calls for you. Too bad you'll be missing this meeting." The Death Eater knew this was the end for him. His body shook against his restraints. He couldn't stand against the Shadow. The Dark Lord himself would have to walk through the back door right now for him to have any hope of survival. But it was not to be. Shadow felt the man's body shiver. Pathetic. Shadow slid his arm forward, elbow hooking under the shaking man's chin. He placed his right hand on the back of the blonde head and quickly snapped his neck, killing him instantly. Well, that was about as unsatisfying as it could be. Shadow reached down and ripped the left sleeve off the now dead man's robe. To the front of the robe he pinned a note, then hoisted the man over his shoulder. Walking into the darkness of night, he dumped the body onto the apparition point. He drew in all of his magic and magical signature out of the corpse and house. The assassin lifted a chain off his neck, the portkey Shacklebolt had give him, and dropped it on the body. Stepping away, he spoke the activation phrase. "Let it begin." After speaking with Boudreaux, Kingsley Shacklebolt was working the graveyard shift tonight. Boudreaux hadn't requested he be there, but he wouldn't miss a dead Death Eater dropping into the DMLE for all the wizarding world. He was sorting through some paperwork when he heard a loud thump and a scream from the receptionist. Pushing his amusement behind occlumency shields, he strode out of the office door. "Someone report." His deep voice projected through the room. Aurors had swarmed around the body. "Sir, it's Augustus Rookwood. He's dead, sir," one of the younger female Aurors called out from the crowd. "Stand aside." The group parted like the Red Sea. He examined the corpse. There was no blood or any visible physical trauma. Brown eyes were open in an expression of fear, but there was no feeling of a lingering killing curse. The killing curse wasn't the assassin's style anyway. The head Auror ran a large hand over his dark, hairless head before he spotted the cause of death. The neck was snapped, clearly. "Well, I did ask him to keep it clean." Well, he drawled as he lifted the dark mark-stained arm. "Looks like we have a Death Eater on our hands." That caused a ruckus. The upper-level Aurors knew that Rookwood was a member of the Department of Mysteries. That's when he noticed the small note pinned to the front of the dead man's dark robes. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.